C 452, Barbarian Revolution, 1. In Dungeon and Stone, there are several special stats. Among these are invisible stats that do not affect the overall combat power rating. A prime example is the fame stat, though calling it a stat might be a bit of a stretch. When your fame stat is high, people around you start to recognize you, which increases the chance of special events like sudden quests. It also means a default increase in favorability when conversing with NPCs for the first time. At a glance, it seems like a useful stat. However, it's more like we put it into numerical form. It's not that the effect is caused by having a higher reputation, it's rather that they're famous enough to have that effect, so they have a high fame stat. In reality, if you brought in a famous celebrity and gave them a status window, their fame stat would be extremely high, and they'd get similar benefits. Support is also a type of stat like this. Depending on this stat, you get increased leadership within the tribe, reduced opposition, higher policy success rates and better compliance, etc. It's useless in the typical explorer route, but once you delve into internal affairs type content, it's a stat you really have to pay attention to. Well, except for the barbarians, your character's support has increased by +1. Your character's support has increased by +1. Your character's support has increased by +1, comma. As a barbarian, if one officially becomes the tribe chief, the support starts off insanely high. After all, it's a legitimately earned right. The warriors respect the chief's authority and naturally accept the commands. The problem is that just having high support doesn't mean the power lasts forever. The chief can always be challenged, but this isn't a critical issue either. In fact, it's something to be welcomed, because no matter how much damage you cause, you won't be forced to step down from being chief, as long as you're not defeated by anyone. But I should still keep an eye on the support stat. If it gets too low, these kids will all get depressed. As I was thinking about that, Aner, who was cleaning the large tent for the tribe chief that I was about to move into, spoke to me. Bjorn, why are you just sitting around? It was a silly question, typical of Aner, because I am the chief, but still, it's unfair for me to do it alone. And Aner, you are an elder, elder, me. Aner was dumbfounded by the sudden promotion. Did it see that coming? Isn't it obvious? Aner, who else can be trusted more than you, a member of the Seven Pillars, the second daughter of Fenelon? It's not that much? Oh, come on, don't be so modest. As the Baron Jandel in the Kingdom of Rafdonia and chief of the barbarians, I, Bjorn Jandel, say this, so believe it. For people like Aner to hear you out, the best thing to do was put your status front and center. Your character's support has increased by +1. Indeed, it didn't take long for Aner to accept it. Is that so? Yes, well then, I am an elder now. Then, can I leave the rest to you? I have other duties as the chief, and aiding me in them is the role of an elder. Of course, I like assisting. Aner quickly returned to cleaning as if she had never complained, and I sat down and closed my eyes. Not because I was really sleepy, but because I had things to think about. It's a bigger mess than I thought. During the brief handover of power from the former chief, I heard about the tribe's current situation, and it was worse than I'd expected. From finances to population, welfare, and infrastructure, everything was a problem. It was surprising that this tribe was still functioning at all, and it was overwhelming to consider where to start fixing it. It's not the first time I've faced a complex situation. After classifying the problems in order of priority and difficulty, it became clear to me what I needed to do before anything else. First up is, reform the cabinet. It's the first quest every tribe chief must complete, but I'm not sure if the word reform is quite accurate here. Bjorn. While I was sitting with my eyes closed, Aner carefully tapped my shoulder. Inside the sanctuary, call me chief. Sorry, well, chief. Good. Speak. I've been thinking about it, and having an elder do this kind of menial labor seems unfair. Tisk. That's the problem with educated folks. They read a few books and now they know what's unfair. Either pick another warrior for the job, or do it yourself, or tell another elder to do it. I just really hate cleaning. I smirked at her self-righteous declaration. Fine. Then stop cleaning, are you going to force some other elder to do it? No. And to begin with, there are no other elders besides you, what do you mean? So she doesn't know. I explained the tribe's situation to Aner. The original elders all retired together with the previous tribe chief. What? Wait, don't tell me those old guys walked out on their own because they couldn't accept you. Calm down. It's nothing like that. At first, I wondered if it might be a collective boycott because they didn't trust me, the guy who ate noble food. But that wasn't the truth. You've become the tribe chief and still plan to enter the labyrinth? Good luck. Try not to die this time like before. The elders were indifferent to my declaration that I wouldn't quit being an explorer. They didn't question my legitimacy as a noble either. They just seemed genuinely happy that they could finally retire. Hell, so you're taking on the hard life now. These young warriors keep choosing difficult paths for themselves. Good luck. Don't come to me if you don't know something. I'm not going to do the maths anymore. Later, I found out that the previous elders were the old war buddies of the previous chief, and they reluctantly held their positions out of duty because the old chief begged them to. They threatened to quit every day, only for the previous chief to beg them back to their desks. So don't be too upset that they were stingy with potions. I checked, and indeed, the public funds are empty. When I told Aner the story of an elder who was bitter about not being able to provide a proper weapon at a coming-of-age ceremony due to such costs, made Aner tear up. That's terrible. It was like a girl discovering the secret of her parents working night jobs to provide for their children. In any case, if there's a warrior you think would make a decent elder, feel free to recommend them to me. After all, you know them better than I would. Well, yeah, that makes sense, Chief. The chief has always been too busy looking after the tribe. Well, I appreciate the recognition. Pleased, I nodded my head as Aner recommended a few warriors. However, Aner, why that expression? You look somewhat unsatisfied. She slumped her shoulders as she responded. I chose the best fighters among my friends, but I don't know if they'll meet your expectations. In what way? Well, none of them can read. Oh, that's no problem. Really? Absolutely. I had no expectations of literacy to begin with. The previous elders only began to learn to read after becoming elders. I'm not planning to entrust the elders with administrative tasks as before. Why else would the barbarians be in this mess? Illiterate and numerically challenged individuals handling administrative tasks led to this situation. So the elders only need to teach the young warriors how to fight and instill a sense of loyalty to their tribe. Then who will handle the rest? Even you can't do it all alone. I grinned and said, inside the city walls, we'll hire humans from there. In professional terms, outsourcing. Simply put, I plan to delegate the work. White-collar humans who are good at administrative tasks. I had just the right person. Shavin Emur, a grade 7 civil servant in the administrative agency, a part of our friends group. I heard from Randa that she made it to grade 6, but was recently laid off. Of course, it's not guaranteed that I can recruit her. She refused Rana's offer to come work under her without a second thought for the sake of preserving their friendship. Likewise, she may reject my offer as well, but I might be able to get a few good referrals. That would be enough for now. Even if I get manpower, I still need the funding to pay for external help. What to do with the funds? That was another problem that needed an answer. The tribe's funds are barely enough to buy weapons for the monthly coming-of-age ceremony and feed the younger warriors. I need to establish a new source of income first. Don't give fish to the hungry, but teach them how to fish. To reform the current barbarian tribe, we need to overhaul the sources of income. It's absurd that a whole tribe survives on donations and inheritances from warriors. Money. No immediate solution came to mind. They've been settled here for thousands of years in this cramped land. There's no way there's any iron ore or natural resources left. To be honest, their metalwork isn't great, either. They do produce decent quality steel by hammering it relentlessly, but that's about it. City blacksmiths make better quality weapons. Investing in blacksmithing facilities on a tribal scale? It would take a long time, and even then we couldn't outdo the dwarves. Other than fighting in the labyrinth, they don't know how to do anything else. Sheesh, what kind of tribe is this? I muttered a curse while another thought popped into my head. Every barbarian warrior is an explorer, which is a high-income profession, so why are they poor? They're indoctrinated when they're young, and once they are old enough, they contribute like a tithe every month? Aner, I asked a true barbarian for her insight, still unable to understand. How are we poor if everyone's making money? It doesn't make sense. Well, it's because we're poor. No, I mean, why are we poor? Aren't we all earning a decent amount? That's because you think so. Everyone spends on new equipment, drinks, and by the end of it, there's nothing left. At first, it seemed to make sense, but to a barbarian expert like me, it was interpreted differently. The problem was not income but spending. They spend everything and send only the spare change to the tribe, hence the perpetual shortage of money. And, I don't mean to complain but, go ahead, quickly, can you not tell the other warriors I said this? Fine, hurry up. The truth is, other than you, the warriors like to keep the old equipment they buy. They don't sell it, what? You know, there's attachment to the old gear. Some warriors even want to pass it down to their children. At that moment, I was speechless, so that's why there's no money. It was ridiculous, but there was nothing I could do about it immediately. Collecting equipment is part of the barbarian's nature, like pros collecting shiny objects. Changing a trait embedded in their DNA was beyond even a chief's authority. But, well, it's not too bad. Collecting gear is a kind of savings, right? As Aner muttered defensively, a light bulb went off in my head. Savings. Why yeah, if we become famous later, those items could sell at higher prices. It's basically an investment, right? Investment. Oh of course, I don't do that. Really, I mean it. Well, I do have a few pieces, but they don't overlap. Each has a different use, so you never know when you might need. Aner, are you a genius? She had just given me a brilliant idea. She still seemed clueless as to the trouble she'd stirred up. Yes, this is truly revolutionary. I can't think of any other way to put it. Before the fellow tribesmen visiting the sanctuary for the festival returned to the city, I summoned all the barbarians. There was no need for a preamble about the sunny weather or anything. I have something to say to you all. As soon as the crowd gathered, I started my speech. Well, it was more accurate to say I was announcing my first policy as chief. Awake, warriors. I am different from the former chiefs. Therefore, I decided to give you an opportunity. The warriors, who had scratched their ears out of boredom, immediately lit up at the mention of giving something. Opportunity. Sounds good, whatever it is. Okay, I had successfully piqued their curiosity. Before the barbarians' attention could wander, I quickly continued with the idea I had come up with, thanks to Aner, the method that could both educate the barbarians about the economy and splendidly fill the empty public coffers. I will give you the opportunity to buy land in the sanctuary, land. You said you'd give us something, but now you're saying buy. That means we pay money. The barbarians looked puzzled, as if they had no idea what I was talking about. Well, I didn't expect them to grasp it right away. I gave a short and simple explanation, tailored to their level of understanding. Do any of you own a house in the city? Probably not. And even if you do have a house, the land it sits on isn't yours. That's because in this kingdom, commoners can't own land. I'm offering you a noble's privilege, but it's different with the holy ground. If I grant permission, you can buy land here, and once you buy it, it belongs to you forever. Of course, there will be a small property tax attached. You'll be free to carve your name into the land, build a monument or a statue, whatever you want, free. Yes, free. You want to build a house? Then build it. Not some tent that'll collapse in the rain, but a house like the ones in the city, one that your children's children can live in forever. Build as much as you want, and don't worry about window taxes. That sounds good. Gradually, the usually skeptical barbarians began to show interest. Of course, many were still puzzled, but to buy land, it must be expensive, however much it is. Is the land really worth that much? Wouldn't it be better to buy usable weapons? The warriors instinctively felt something was off. It was time to play my trump card. Think about it, warriors, weapons eventually rust, but land is different. It remains yours forever, something you can pass down to your children. It was a hard sell to barbarians, who live for the day. But, plus, if you buy land, you won't have to pay for lodging anymore. Not just you, but your children too, forever. The eyes of the barbarians, who spent a significant amount on lodging each month, widened. That's right, it's true. If you have land, you can just stay in the sanctuary. They finally realized the value of the land. But the city side would be more convenient, closer to the labyrinth. A few warriors expressed such valid concerns, but they were in the minority. So, I just made a mental note of their faces. If they're good at fighting, maybe I'll pick them as elders. Anyway, it was time to drop the final bombshell. And most importantly, as I walked away, the barbarians fell silent as if on cue, their ears pricked up. This time, I didn't even have to raise my voice. Land in the holy ground is going to become expensive. Money, that universal motivator, regardless of tribe or race. It'll only get more expensive over time. So expensive that later on, you might not even be able to buy it at all. Isn't that obvious? Once someone buys land, it's theirs forever, so when it's all sold out, there'll be no more left to buy. What? If you still want land by then, you'll have to beg, right? You'll have to plead with someone who already owns land, saying, I'll pay you a fortune, please sell it to me. A simple principle of supply and demand. Well, even then, it won't be easy. After all, who'd sell a precious piece of land? That means your children's children will never again have to waste their money on city lodging. Oh, but if you end up missing this opportunity, your children's children will be cursing you from their tents. Why didn't our ancestors buy land back then? That's what they'll say. The warriors, suddenly imagining a distant future where their descendants are left out in the cold, were struck dumb. It didn't look like I needed to say much more. Warriors, I'll say it one last time. I shouted with authority, like a politician from this day forward. A true warrior never misses an opportunity. The answer was real estate. C 453, Barbarian Revolution, 2, the Sanctuary Redevelopment Plan. Even though I hadn't sold a single plot of land yet, I was already convinced this plan would succeed. After all, there were already inquiries about purchasing. There's no need to advertise. Word will spread throughout the entire tribe in no time. Alright, then all that's left is to start selling, right? Oh, Bjorn, it's Chief. Anyway, Chief, why aren't we selling the land right away? There are so many warriors who want to buy. The reason was simple. Even if there are many interested buyers, it's still nothing compared to the amount of land we can supply, right? So doesn't that mean we should hurry and sell it all now? I was pleased that Aner had finally acquired some business sense, but unfortunately, she only understood half of the picture. If we sold now, how many would actually buy? They haven't even saved up much money, so the number of actual sales would be even smaller. So, if a warrior wants to buy land, tell them to come back on the 5th of next month. That's when we'll start selling. A time when the barbarians have the most money, right after coming out of the labyrinth. I'll decide how much to sell the land for based on how many people show up. If 100 come, maybe selling to around 30 would be reasonable. However, upon hearing this, Aner tilted her head. You're not selling to everyone? Why? Feeling as though I were training the tribe's future elder, I kindly explained. First, we don't have enough personnel who can handle administrative tasks, so we can't sell to that many people. Oh. Second, if we sell that much all at once, it'll never become expensive. At this point, the concept of real estate hadn't fully taken hold in these warriors' minds. Therefore, not expensive? What do you mean? Think about it. Suppose 100 warriors want a piece of land, but only 30 succeed in buying it. What do you think the other 70 will do? Wait for the next sale. Sure, some will wait, but undoubtedly, there will be those who offer more to buy the land from those who already bought. That does sound plausible. Some warriors might not have money now but will have some later. Impressive? She really was starting to catch on. I marveled a little on the inside as I continued speaking. Anyway, the land sold this way will end up costing more than what we sold it for. Isn't it the same with weapons? The popular ones take a long time to order and are expensive. Oh, so, the warrior who first buys the land will essentially be making money sitting down. Aner finally grasped the truth. Yes, that is the point. The news that someone made a fortune just by holding on to their land will spread right away to other warriors. Land for descendants? The value of the land? Saving on rent? In the end, those are just excuses. What truly matters is creating a rock-solid belief that if you buy land, you make a profit. Soon enough, Aner muttered in a trembling voice. The warriors, they'll swarm in like crazy. Even the ones who said they had no reason to buy land. Right. They'll show up with every last coin they saved, because just buying it means they'll make money. It's like a money copying bug. Wasn't it the same during the backpack revolution started by Quran? Despite all the talk of a warrior's honor, barbarians also love money. And, yet, in the early stages, it's better to sell to only a few people by lottery instead of auctioning it off. I have no intention of stopping this money duplication bug. Even if the bubble bursts later showing the true value, this is the most efficient way to grow the tribe in the short term. As long as we prevent things like mortgages, we should be fine. By then, we'll have other sources of income. I was more worried about the near future than the distant one. After all, the concept of barbarian real estate was still somewhat foreign. It was sure to stand out. At this point, it won't make a difference if I stand out a bit more, and it's best to grow the tribe first. Besides, we're not even the first to deal in real estate. Dwarves and beast tribes had already mostly sold their holy lands to boost their economies. Normally, people would think I'm just following other races. Sigh. I better start looking for office workers. There was much to do if we were to get young warriors fully equipped. On the day I first introduced the warriors to real estate, around lunchtime, I wrapped up my tasks and headed into the city, and I immediately set up a meeting. It's been a while. Shaban Amor. As expected, he was home. Björn. She was surprised that I had turned up to her door unannounced, but she was happy to see me and let me in. I'm sorry, I meant to visit sooner. It's just been so busy. I spoke first. No, don't be. I didn't expect you to come looking for me. I had to come. After all, we're friends. And I have a proposal, or should I say a favor to ask? Shaban's eyes shone with emotion when I called us friends, but at my next words, she looked tense. A favor. I heard you lost your job. Would you mind helping me out, or you could recommend some people you know. I need workers who can handle administrative tasks, ideally those I can trust. It seems like you came here because you really need someone in this field. You were the first suitable person I thought of. After all, I don't know many people in this field. It's times like these you rely on friends. At my casual words, Shaban seemed to consider for a moment, then readily agreed. All right, if you can pay me what I earned at my previous job, I'll join you. Plus, I'll bring along a few suitable folks. How much did you make at the administrative office? Shaban cautiously mentioned her previous salary, and since it was less than I expected, I offered a bit more and finalized the salary negotiation. But this is unexpected. I didn't think you'd agree so quickly. I asked her. Well, I was just starting to look for a job. Is that so? That's good. I was worried since you had outright refused Rana's offer. I felt like you really needed me, unlike that child, who just wanted to help me. You didn't want to owe a debt between friends. Well, you could say that. By the way, you've already met with that kid. How else would I have found your place? Oh, of course, my meeting with Rana is a secret. Off the record. Hearing phrases like that really drives me home to that whole noble world. Shaban spat out an exclamation with truly innocent eyes and asked if I wanted something to drink, after which we chatted for about an hour over tea. Then, it's time for me to go. I have several things to do before the exploration. Alright, I'll talk to my colleagues by the day after tomorrow, and then I'll start work alone if necessary. Oh, where should I go? 3 days from now, I'll come here in the morning. You'll pick me up. I appreciate it, but there's no need for that. No need? There is a need. Humans can't enter our sanctuary without permission. I plan to take him the day and get everything like entry passes sorted out. Anyway, see you then. Take care on your way back. After leaving Shaban Emor's house, I immediately headed to the dwarf's forge. I hadn't made an appointment this time either, but fortunately, there was no problem meeting the dwarf. Bjorn, what brings you here today? As expected, he was working again today. I need some gear repaired, and I also brought the thing we talked about a few days ago. I see. Hand over the gear first. You'll want it all fixed before your expedition, won't you? Right. After leaving the damaged equipment from the recent skirmish with the tribe chief, I waited briefly in the front hall of his shop. Then the dwarf guided me up to a small attic on the second floor. I usually do paperwork and manage orders up here, but it might be a bit cramped for you. It's fine. I can crawl around if I have to. It's not that low, but still. So forgive me for talking while lying down. Even in the highest part of the attic, the ceiling was barely over 1.5 meters. I just sprawled on the floor. The dwarf sighed and plopped onto a dwarf-sized sofa. So where's this merchandise you mentioned? Right here. I pulled out a chest from my subspace. The dwarf swallowed hard and began appraising it. Where in the world did you get all this stuff? It's better you don't know. Alright? I was being nosy. The dwarf swallowed nervously as he examined the Nork explorer's gear one by one. Well, he's a blacksmith, after all. From numbered items to gear made of at least tier 3 materials, the attic was now piled high with equipment guaranteed to dazzle anyone. And according to the contract we signed a few days ago, a whole 5% of the proceeds would be his. Take as long as you need, but please dispose of them quietly. Why yeah, right, of course. His eyes were spinning, but he wasn't really listening. Thinking it was the right time, I took out yet another chest. Oh, so there's even more. I'm not selling these. I want to have them transformed into new equipment. For now, I'd like the dagger melted down into gold ingots, and the leather cut to make raw material. But that's no problem. But what are they, exactly? Curious, the dwarf opened the new chest. And, ogre hide is one thing, but this, mystium? 90% of what's on the market is said to be supplied to the royal family. This stuff is so rare. Where in the world did you get it? That? Take a closer look, Still sprawled on the floor, I casually moved my fingertips. The dwarf gave the mystium dagger another careful inspection, and, realizing the source, he let out a shriek. This. Keep it down. Someone might hear, it's the Rose Knight's gear. He practically whispered the words at the lowest volume he could manage, then immediately shoved the dagger and armor back into the chest, worried someone might see. Bjorn, this is madness. I don't know where you got it, but this is really dangerous. His trembling voice carried genuine concern. I, on the other hand, answered calmly. Weren't you already prepared for stolen goods? I was, but I never expected there'd be anything linked to the royal family. So are you going to back out? When I asked him outright, he couldn't answer. He simply trailed off, glancing furtively at the items. Regret was written all over his face. If you really want to refuse, forget everything you've seen today. We'll just burn that contract we wrote up a few days ago. I reached for the chest, but the dwarf smacked my arm. I never said I wouldn't do it. Just now you called this insane. The dwarf was a good business partner after all. Year 157 of the new era, July 28th. In other words, only 2 days remained until the labyrinth opened. A truly busy month was drawing to a close. Yet, there was still work for me to do. You've arrived. I went to pick up Shaban Emor from her house first thing in the morning. After all, today was her first day at work. I thought she would be alone, but there were 3 other men and women at Shaban's place. Who are these? Colleagues from the administration office. You said more people would be better, didn't you? Oh, that's true, but so quickly. Our division was laid off after our department had lost in the election. I hadn't expected that. Still, you managed to find them so quickly. It wasn't hard. Bjorn Jandel's clan is the talk of the town, you know? Everyone saw it as an opportunity. Clan. Something felt a bit off, but before I could ask further, the 3 people Shaban had brought introduced themselves. Hello, Baron Jandel. I'm Rick Anderson, formerly of the Administrative Office's Civil Engineering Department. I'm Mary Jane and I worked in the same support division as Emor. Shepard Ramden here. It's an honor to meet you. At least there was no Hods among them. I am Bjorn, son of Jandel. I'll look forward to working with you. After a brief introduction, we continued our conversation while riding a carriage from the station. Wow, it's my first time in a noble's carriage. I didn't even know there was a separate noble carriage at the station. Well, that makes sense. Commoners can't even use it. It's so convenient that it's always ready and takes you directly to your destination. Hell, you too could enjoy this if you were nobles like me. You're joking. How could we? The atmosphere was quite friendly. Anderson, you said you worked in civil engineering. Yes, that's right, Lord. What exactly did you do there? I fired various questions at the first-time administrative staff, sometimes answering theirs in turn, and the conversation continued. Some time passed. The carriage is going toward the outskirts. Shaban Emor, looking out the window, voiced her suspicion. Maybe the clan house is located by the outer wall. Clan house? What are you talking about? Wait, you said you were forming a new clan. Don't you need office workers for that? Only then did I realize where our conversation had gone off track. No wonder they never asked about their actual duties. I quickly cleared up the misunderstanding. Shaban Emor, the place you'll be working isn't a clan. Then what is it? The barbarian sanctuary. Pardon. Shaban Emor tilted her head as if she'd misheard, and just then, the carriage came to a stop at our destination. Let's get off for now. I stepped out first, followed by the flustered administrative staff. They stared, speechless, at the city wall looming before them. Well, they'd hardly have had reason to come here before. Bethel, Ra. With a loud battle cry for identification, the gate opened. I guided them through, while they followed in a daze. The warriors inside spotted me and greeted me from all around. Humans. Humans are here. The chief has brought humans. Two men and two women, looking like they'd walked straight into a cannibal's den. The admin staff huddled behind me, trembling. Only when we reached the chief's private tent, after a long walk through the forest, did they regain their composure. One of the administrative staff that Shaban had brought along asked me, swallowing hard. So, what do we do now? His name was Rick Anderson, a level 6 officer who had worked in the civil engineering division of the administration office. He might turn out to be the ace of this redevelopment project. I looked at him and answered briefly. Anything that involves numbers, including selling land, of course. C-454, Barbarian Revolution, 2. When people come together, they form an organization. Even if it's just 4 people. Once I got the 4 administrative clerks together and started dumping the backlog of work on them, they divided up the tasks according to their specialties. Of course, Shaban Emor played a significant role. Mary, you'll be in charge of organizing and calculating the data from now on. Start with the old records left by the previous elders. Will I be able to manage that? The materials don't even have a proper format, and the writing is so hard to read. You can do it. I'll help you a lot. Yes, Mary Jane, in charge of statistics and information. Mr. Ramden, please prepare for the coming-of-age ceremony that will take place in 2 days. The coming-of-age ceremony. It's an unfamiliar task, but since it's a small-scale event, I'm sure you can manage. If you have questions or need help, ask Miss Fenneline. Miss Fenneline, you'll help him, right? Of course. Trust me, and after the coming-of-age ceremony is over, what shall I do? Once the statistics are ready, please draft a budget, not on a yearly basis, but monthly, understood. Shepard Ramden, responsible for financial planning and management. Mr. Anderson, you know what to do, right? Yes, you mean the land. There's nothing prepared yet. First, go to the forest and start surveying. You'll need to reserve land for future roads and, make sure to leave space for land where children can grow up. We need to build new childcare facilities, this is practically urban planning. Is it really okay for me to take on something so important? I'm giving you the authority, so what's there to stop you? Besides, I'm not asking you to manage the entire sanctuary right now. You're going to start selling the outskirts first, so just focus on that for now, I'll give it a try. Rick Anderson, Road Transport and Urban Development Manager. For now, we're just dividing the workload among ourselves, but once new personnel join, each of you will become the head of a fully functioning department. And of course, Shaban Emor would become the chief. So that's where her remarkable drive came from? I'm not entirely sure, but her knack for leadership really struck me. Not only did she manage to restructure the organization from scratch in no time, but she even motivated everyone in the process. She's far more capable than I ever imagined. I thought she was just a lady who loved dessert shops. Who would have thought she had this side to her? I was observing with my very own eyes the birth of the barbarian tribe's administrative body. Excuse me. Statistician Mary Jane timidly raised her hand. When do we get off work? Instead of answering, Shaban glanced at me. I suppose that much at least was out of her hands. Since starting today, working hours were practically as good as gold. I quickly gave an answer. Why would you go home? Pardon, are you fools? If you work at night, you're paid doubles, The administrative staff, unable to comprehend my words, froze like a stone, so Shaban Emor elaborated my point. It's a busy period. We've all worked overtime before. Fortunately, the salary is adjusted to the amount of work, so let's all work hard for now. We've all rested enough, so being busy isn't so bad, right? Yes. Once the administrative staff began their work, I headed to the former tribe chief's tent. There was something I hadn't asked him last time. Jandel's son, BJO, It's Chief, right, Chief. What do you want? I went straight to the point. I want to know about Balkan. The first owner of your title. Balkan, Kagaris, son of Shalak. He was the tribe's hero who died 21 years ago at age 55. I only recently learned his real name. Up until then, I hadn't bothered looking into him, since I thought he was just some deceased figure. So what do you want to know? Everything about the Balkan. This is going to be a long story. Sit or lie down, whichever you want. Despite sighing in annoyance, the chief diligently answered my question. When I had just had my coming-of-age ceremony, Balkan was already a famous warrior within the tribe. Honestly, the tribe didn't interest me much, but since he was the strongest, how strong was he? Strong enough that the current me wouldn't stand a chance. Well, with a description like that, he might have even been stronger than I am currently. Some would say he was humanized by his lack of interaction with other warriors, but from what I saw, Balkan was the most warrior-like out of anyone. All he cared about was getting stronger. Weren't there a lot of people that way back then? Yes, that era was incredible. Back then, there were hundreds of explorers who ventured beyond the 8th floor to the 9th. All 6 races advanced toward the abyss in competition, and it was common to pass on the Genesis relics to the frontline warriors. Balkan was one of those warriors, the golden generation that is often mentioned by older explorers, but in the end, the majority of higher-ranking explorers were wiped out in the dimensional collapse. Right, Titana Akurabra had been part of that generation. She personally witnessed that disaster and survived. That's probably why she still demands the truth about the dimensional collapse and strict management from the royal family. It was a terrible catastrophe, though it doesn't really have anything to do with Balkan's death. How did Balkan die? No one knows. He and his comrades went into the labyrinth and never returned. I see. Since our Genesis relic reappeared in the tribe when he disappeared, no one suspected anything. Do you think he might still be alive? He might have ended up in a situation similar to mine. I suggested the idea. Puhaha. Doubt is the warrior's gift. The former chief seemed to sense that my opinion was far-fetched, but he didn't criticize me or try to change my mind. Anyway, I've heard that the Genesis relic that came back then wasn't just to our tribe. Didn't expect you to know that. Nobility really is something. Though it was life.Back who told me, I didn't bother explaining. I asked again, which tribes were they? To my knowledge, the fairies and the dwarves. I see. Next, I asked you if he knew anything about the Genesis relics that was stolen from all 6 races on the day of my coming-of-age ceremony. Unfortunately, I didn't get the answer I wanted. I can't say for sure. From what I know, nobody has any idea where the Genesis relics are. I was hoping he might know more. Now that you mention it, I should tell you. There was something interesting related to the Genesis relics. Something interesting. While the old chief was away, someone left a letter. It predicted that a holy relic war would occur in the future and that someone would steal the Genesis relics on the first day of the 3rd month, year 153. That? I cringed as the former chief continued excitedly. Isn't it fascinating? Surely our ancestors are helping us. The shaman said so. I wasn't sure about the shaman, but since the topic came up, I also asked what I was curious about. But if you received such a letter, how did it happen? At first, I thought they ignored the letter, and that's why it happened. However, it turns out the barbarians were well aware of the letter, so what was the cause? At first, we thought the letter was a joke. The young warriors must have been playing a prank. But when the war over the relics actually happened, the old chief realized that the letter was special. It made sense that they didn't believe it until the war happened. What about the Genesis relic? If you knew about it, how did it still get stolen? I don't know. We had prepared thoroughly, but when you and the others left for the city after your ceremony, all the warriors who stayed behind in the sanctuary fell unconscious. Did you share anything about that letter with any of the other races? We didn't. Why not? Do you think they'll believe a warning from our ancestors? Right, that's fair. After that, I asked what kind of preparations they'd made to prevent the Changsebogu theft, and the chieftain described them in detail. So they really tried hard. I honestly didn't sense any of that on the day of my coming-of-age ceremony. What on earth happened that day? Now that I am the chief, I really need to investigate this properly. If I can get hold of the Genesis relic, that'll give me some leverage when dealing with life.Back. By the way, that letter, does it still exist? I'd like to see it for myself. Not sure. I heard the old chief had it, but it never passed on to me. He must have lost it somewhere. I see. And so, the conversation about the letter from my own past ended. I asked my final question. What happened to the shaman? I heard from his apprentice that he retired. The old shaman fell ill during a soul-calling ritual. He's been bedridden ever since. Bedridden? More like a coma. He's alive, but not aware of anything. I figured there was no hope and wanted to end him, but his apprentice insisted he might wake up one day and begged me to let him live. So I let him. So that's how it is. If you've asked everything you needed, then get lost. Talking so long has made me hungry. Alright, As the former chief seemed to lose interest in our conversation, I didn't bother him further and quickly exited. Before leaving, I asked for the location of the old shaman's tent and headed there. Swoosh! The tent was dark and filled with the smoke of incense, a pungent and unpleasant smell. I walked toward the bed where the old shaman lay like a corpse, and at that moment, Chief, his apprentice, whom I had met once before, came in, pushing aside the tent flap, and nearly had a heart attack upon seeing me. And no, please, I have so much to learn from him, so you can't just kill him for wasting food. I'm working hard to earn our keep. Oh, I had just stopped by to check in, please. Even if he's a dying old man, he's a precious teacher to me. Ultimately, I had no choice but to leave the tent as if being chased away. Although Shaban's administrative corps gave me a breather, I still had to keep busy until the last day. After all, I'm the owner of the Jindal Baron estate, the leader of the Anabada clan, and the chief of the barbarian tribe. I had to prepare for an expedition, clear tribal quests, and even got scolded by Amelia for barely coming home. Next month will probably be busier than this one. Next month, I would have to attend the assembly of the mixed-race nobility in Melbs and officially start selling land in the sanctuary. At least it's fortunate that Melbs is scheduling the assembly after the labyrinth closes. If the meeting had been this month, I would have had to skip a day in the middle of all this to attend. Just thinking about all the daily tasks piling up was a bit depressing, but oh well, what can I do? I can't exactly ignore my daily quests, and at this point, quitting halfway is basically out of the question. Chief, everything is ready. While I was catching my breath in the tent, First Elder Aner came in to call me. 20:58, so it's time already. Following Aner out of the tent, we soon arrived at the location. Whoosh, a clearing in the middle of a dense forest. There were no LED streetlights to light up the dark night, only the flickering glow of torches. Whichever direction you looked, north, south, east, or west, was teeming with burly, muscle-bound barbarians. And at that place, this is the very place where I first opened my eyes in this world. As I walk into the clearing filled with an array of weapons, the young warrior's gaze is turned toward me. Their eyes hover somewhere between excitement and nervousness. Something feels odd. After giving the young warriors a quick once-over, I shout with all my might, "Congratulations, young warriors!" Just as I heard on that day in this forest. From this day forward, you will leave the sanctuary and be reborn as true warriors. No need for a long speech. Now, come forward one by one and choose the weapon that suits you. But there is one extra line compared to last time. You'll each receive leather boots and 2 potions as standard issue, because it's time to step into a new era. Bethel, Ra. The young warriors erupt in cheers, clearly pleased with the new welfare system that starts with this batch. I didn't plan it that way, but thanks to their uproar, I spotted it right away. In the midst of everyone shouting, a warrior whose eyes dart around, his face stiff with tension. Slurp. The moment I lay eyes on him, I can't help licking my lips. This one is 100%. A newbie. C455. Barbarian Revolution. 4. The first day I opened my eyes in this world remains the clearest of all my memories. Hearing an unfamiliar language I could somehow understand left me dazed. Even so, I tried to grasp my situation as best I could. That's when I felt deja vu. Somehow, this situation reminded me of the beginning of Dungeon and Stone. There, one person died. I remember his name clearly. Orim, the son of Kadua. He had barely opened his eyes in this world for 5 minutes before his throat was gruesomely cut. And then, there were quite a few of them, actually. Looking back at the records after becoming the tribe chief, it turns out that on average, 1 player has been executed at the coming-of-age ceremony over the past 10 years. Well, the average has been dropping recently, as the cheat mod version of the game has lost some of its popularity. I guess there are still kids out there who play it. It really is a pity. Tisk. How could they get their hands on such a game? Of course, it's not their fault. If we're to place blame, there's only one. That damn old bastard, Oral Gavis, the creator of Dungeon and Stone. You have reached the abyss. Tutorial completed. He kidnapped countless players with just these phrases. If you're going to do a tutorial, do it right. Looking at the frightened expression of a newbie, my old memories vividly return. Of course, the nostalgia was short-lived. If I continue like this, the other warriors will surely notice. Everyone quiet. After shouting briefly, the baby barbarians immediately calmed down and shut their mouths, and I proceeded with the coming-of-age ceremony as usual. Not in the old way, of course. This will make it easier to sneak in some help, just in case there's a newbie lurking somewhere that I haven't spotted. Makal, second son of Pudal. I walked right up to a young warrior, called his name, and gave him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Come and choose your weapon. Understood. Seemingly touched by the tribe chief's warm support, the young warrior shouted at the top of his lungs and darted forward. A 2-handed axe? Excellent choice. I continued to call each warrior by name, encouraging them and occasionally dropping hints to help the newbie figure out what was going on. Starting today, you are a warrior. May Raftonia's blessing be with you. And after some time had passed, Eventually, it was the turn of the newbie I'd been eyeing, Vecta, third son of Kilta. As I placed my hand on his shoulder, a faint thud sounded. I could feel him trembling so much he couldn't hide it, but I pretended not to notice and continued. Come and choose the weapon for your journey, understood. Compared to the other warriors, he was slow to respond and spoke in a smaller voice, but at least he's catching on. He was imitating the other warriors, so given time and experience, I figured he'd manage to survive decently enough. Upon seeing the weapon he chose, I couldn't help but chuckle. A shield, I muttered to myself, and the kid flinched as if he had done something wrong. Never thought he'd be a shield newbie. I walked past a stiff newbie to the rack where the shields were displayed. Take this. By my authority as the tribe chief, I'd put in a patch so that if someone chose a shield, we'd also give them a small one-handed hammer. Vecta, third son of Kilta. With this, you are a warrior. He was momentarily confused at how different all this was from the game, but after receiving the hammer from me, he returned to his spot. He tried to act nonchalant, but his expression was filled with unease. Well, he probably needs time to sort out his thoughts. I then turned my attention away from the newbie and continued with the ceremony, until the last warrior had chosen his weapon. Warriors. Before heading into the city, however, I took a moment to give a speech. Well, it was more of a review. Altogether now, a good plunderer is a dead plunderer. What about the Explorers Guild? We do not trust them, and if you meet Hans in the labyrinth, no, go away, if you don't want to get fucked. There was a reason for making the young warriors review these points. Review is always important, and we have a brand new newbie here, after all. Now, then, there was one last piece of information the newbie absolutely needed to know. When you encounter an evil spirit that has taken over our body, what do? It might just be the single most important factor for a player's survival. Kill them. If a player is found out, they die. Open the gates. At my shout, the gates in the city walls, those that separated the sanctuary from the city, swung open. The young warriors, who had grown up in the sanctuary dreaming of this day, began to tremble with excitement. Raftonia. Normally, I would have simply told them to march toward their fate. However, today, I personally led the young warriors into the city. What? The chief himself is playing the role of guide. It was on the way anyway. I had to enter the labyrinth myself. Bethel, we're sure to become great warriors now. The young warriors, once again moved by the tribe chief's direct guidance, cried out in joy. Even as I admired their pure spirit, I led them to the center of the city. And then, I greet you, Baron Jandel. At a prearranged location, we met up with a guild mage who performed the binding spell, not on me, but on the young warriors. As I was pairing them up in 3s and 4s, some warriors voiced their doubts. Chief, I heard that the first exploration should be done on our own strength. That's right. I heard it was tradition when I was younger. Tradition my ass. That damn tradition had led to the deaths of many warriors on their first exploration. I was about to scold them when, stupid bastards, a voice rose before I could, and it was Einar, our first elder. Bjorn, son of Jandel, is our chief. But even if he is the chief, tradition. From today, everything the chief says is tradition, so follow whatever it is. It might sound a bit dictatorial, but it's actually quite persuasive. Our tribe does have a fair system for disputes. After all, if you don't like this new tradition, then you can become chief someday and change it yourself. Got it? Fortunately, warriors raised in the law of nature easily accepted this logic. I see. Understood. Okay, that settled that issue. Now, about the payment. Here it is. After the binding was complete, I paid the guild mage. Good work today. I'll be counting on you again next month. Yes, Baron. Despite the unusual overtime and travel, the mage left with a sour face, but we would meet again next month. If I make a request to the guild's regional chief and ask for a favor, what can a mere mage do? It's the labyrinth. So that's it. It feels like some unknown force is pulling at my body. After paying up, I took the warriors to the Dimensional Plaza. That's where my duties as the chief ended. Go, warriors. As soon as I gave the word, they pushed through the crowd and hurled themselves toward the portal. Watching their retreating figures, Einar turned to me and smirked. Bjorn, what's with that worried look on your face? Well, it's like leaving a child by the water. The more they survive and return, the stronger our tribe will become. Don't worry. Remember how in our time, despite worse conditions, everyone who was destined to make it came back alive. A typical barbarian-style consolation mixed with nostalgia. But, funnily enough, it did calm my mind. After all, the harsh training of the barbarian tribe was too extreme. I didn't want to raise them like flowers in a greenhouse. After all, it's crisis that fosters the most growth. Lessons learned in crisis are etched into the bones and not easily forgotten, even if you wish to forget. Mister, after sending the warriors off into the labyrinth, I wandered around the Dimensional Plaza looking for my teammates. You're late. Amelia looked at her watch and grumbled, while the sailor, Aryan Roklov, greeted me nervously. You're here, clan leader. I hadn't seen him in full gear for a while. Thank you so much for letting me come along. His voice was sincere, Well, he did spend quite a few days stuck in the basement, but perhaps because this is the same guy who once tried to plunder me, I can't manage to work up even an ounce of sympathy. Again, a good plunderer is a dead plunderer, and unless you treat them harshly, you can't trust them to watch your back. Emily, don't worry, I'll keep an eye on him in the labyrinth. We said this openly in front of him, but Orion just kept silent as though he didn't hear a thing. He made no attempt to say anything like trust me, or I'll do my best. He certainly knows how to read the room. Whether that's a good thing or not, I'm not quite sure. Bjorn, shouldn't we be going now? Oh, right. The brilliant glow of the portal was already starting to fade, so we walked slowly towards it, and then, you have entered the first floor, Crystal Caverns. Thus began the first expedition of Clan and Abada. In the crystal cave shimmering with a purple glow, north, then, looks like it leads toward the Goblin Forest. As soon as we arrived, 3 of us spoke simultaneously, me, still training under Rothmiller as a scout, Amelia, our scout, and Erwin, who'd also undergone scouting training from her sister, with only 5 members in the team and 3 of them as scouts. There was an awkward moment. Ahem, I was a bit faster than that woman, Aner laughed out loud, and Erwin glared at her, not bothering to hide her displeasure. Of course, the glare didn't work. You have a nice look in your eyes, Erwin. Aner nodded as if she liked it, Erwin furrowed her brows as if she had encountered an incomprehensible creature, and Aner shrugged. I mean, you look like you're having fun. Unlike the last time I saw you. Her comment made me flinch, because the last time they met would have been that day Erwin heard from Raven about Misha. It seemed Aner had inadvertently stepped on a mine. But, what are you talking about? Surprisingly, Erwin didn't react angrily. She just averted her gaze with an embarrassed look. Yet, she's always been sensitive to this kind of thing. It might be good that Aner stepped in. Honestly, Amelia alone seemed to have a hard time taking care of Erwin. She seems to have gone a bit soft these days, too. As I was thinking this when, come on then, let's go. I can't wait to explore with Bjorn again. Aner took the lead, and I stopped her with a chuckle. Aner, where are you going all by yourself? We started from the north, so we go north. I know those basic directions by now. I can read a compass. I had to admit, she's come a long way over the last few years. But we're not going to the Goblin Forest today, oh, is that so? Then where? The land of the dead. It's the rock desert. That's strange. I'm sure I shared the exploration plan before. Sorry, I forgot, I see. While Amelia, who'd never dealt with a true barbarian before, was momentarily at a loss for words, I quickly sorted out the situation. We can't waste time here forever. Alright, then, who should lead us? Should I have Amelia guide, like last time? Or should Erwin do it this time? I hesitated briefly, but my decision came fast. I'll be the guide. Our main goal for this expedition is to work on our teamwork. No matter which of the 2 I choose, it's probably best to minimize any hard feelings. What? There's no need for you to. What are you saying? Such annoying tasks should be shared by all. Come on, everyone, follow me. Cutting off Erwin's protest, I quickly took the lead. There was quite a bit of work to be done on this expedition anyway. Although Aner doesn't seem to remember anything. At least that means she doesn't question anything I do. Oddly enough, it's an advantage. Back in my old team, I couldn't even put my game knowledge to good use because I had to tiptoe around Raven. You have entered the 2nd floor, Rock Desert. Okay, let's start working on our teamwork by slowly taking on the lower flower raids. C456, Raid 1. Dungeon and Stone is a farming game. Its main appeal lies in strengthening your character by gathering experience points, consuming essences and acquiring equipment. Normally, you consume essences to gain the experience points you need to advance to the next rank. Experience points are only awarded on your first hunt. If you don't use essences to increase your rank, you won't be able to get more experience points afterward. Well, I didn't encounter any real obstacles on my way to rank 7. Of course, this was largely due to the fact that I consumed a level 7 Corpse Golem essence, a level 5 Vampire essence, and an Orc Hero essence early on. This alone gave me enough stats to survive the lower floors by simply collecting experience points and moving on. In the middle of the game, consuming the Ogre essence from Restrained Desire also played a big part. Oh, and the royal family being at war also helped. I gained Transcendence from Bayuan as a war contribution, and normally, I would only be starting to farm that essence around this time. So in that sense, maybe this is the first time my growth has stalled. Well, actually, it's not that my skills are insufficient. It's simply that, to get stronger, I need to move above the 7th floor, but I can't because it's turned into a battlefield. Honestly, if our clan were slightly more reinforced, we could start farming Belarius right now without much trouble. Therefore, Bjorn, how long are we going to wait here? The monsters that appear are too weak, and it's no fun. Most of this month's expedition is going to be a low-level raid anyway, and we are going to have to spend time hunting these monsters, so we might as well collect their experience, practice teamwork, and if any essence drops during the raid, we can consume it. Currently, all 4 of us have 1 essence slot left. Be patient. As I said before, the essence that drops here is something you need. The monster we're aiming to hunt now has an essence that would be very beneficial to Aner. It's not enough for graduation essence, but consuming it now would make her around 30% stronger. Well, even so. However, Aner didn't seem convinced. Well, it's hard to believe that an essence from the 2nd floor would be helpful to her now. Isn't it just a level 5 monster? Why not just keep going up? Stronger enemies need to show up for me to show you just how much stronger I've become. So that's what's bugging her. I have listened to her complaint while focusing on chewing my dried jerky. After some time, Jandel, Amelia, who had summoned her clones for automatic mob hunting, called me while resting. At the same time, Erwin spoke up. There are people approaching. Yes, just like you said, someone is coming this way. The number is 12, Sigh. Why do they need to make competition out of everything? They'll arrive in about 2 minutes. Alright. After waiting briefly, a team of 12 explorers emerged from the darkness. Maybe it will be more accurate to call them a clan? They looked quite well equipped for a party on the 2nd floor. We briefly sized each other up. Soon, the man who must have been the team leader turned to us and spoke first. Seems there's someone here before us. That one line indicated that their goal was the same as ours. Well, the monster we were after was fairly well known. Since the goal was the same, the solution was simple. Yes, there are guests, so you should leave now. In professional terms, this spot is already taken, As we claimed ownership of the area, their leader clicked his tongue and looked over at us. In the past, I might have tensed up the moment I saw his look, but now, it doesn't bother me at all. How unfortunate. If they're disappointed, what are they gonna do? Meeting a celebrity like this, I should consider myself lucky. May Raftonia's blessing be with you, Baron Jandel. Just as with the 3 previous teams we'd encountered, they turned and left without further complaint. And sometime later, the character has defeated a sandworm. The character has defeated a sandworm. The character has defeated a sandworm. As I continued to hunt sandworms that only appeared in certain areas of the rock desert, finally the condition was met. Oh, the ground is shaking. The desert trembled, as though an earthquake had struck. Whoosh, a sandstorm swept in, blocking any escape route. Soon, a giant worm burst from the ground with its mouth open. Death worm appears. A level 5 monster, death worm. It spawns on the lower floors but always appears as a higher variant, which is why it's often among the first targets lined up on my EXP run route. Scree. With only the top half of its body erupting above the sand, the thing glared down at us with a spine-chilling screech. Bethel, Ra. Aina responded by leaping high into the air and unleashing a battle cry of her own. Unfortunately, she was a step too late. Amelia Rainwheels has cast Abyssal Power. Erwin Fornaxi de Terja has cast Rupture. Before Aina could even swing her greatsword, the Death Worm, pierced by arrows and blades, fell onto the sand. You have defeated a Death Worm. EXP +5. Bonus for killing a higher mutation variant. EXP +1. Unexpectedly, it was a 1-second cut. It's weaker than I thought. Mister, I took it down. What are you talking about? Didn't you see my blade cut a creature in half before your arrow? But my arrow took its head off completely. What is this? I waited so long for it. No essence appeared. After killing the death worm, we left the rock desert and returned to the 1st floor's crystal cave. The reason was simple. It's been 3 months since we visited the green coal mine. Now, this would be our chance to enter the 1st floor rift. Come to think of it, I still haven't looked around this place yet. Actually, now that I think about it, I haven't really explored every corner of this place. I pretty much skipped the lower floors, so the only rifts I've been to so far are the White Temple on the 3rd floor and the Doppelganger Forest on the 4th floor. We had hardly spent any time on the 2nd floor, so I hadn't even opened or gone into its rifts yet. I wonder if we can go this time. Well, I'm not sure. The plan for this exploration included entering a 2nd floor rift, but a rift isn't something you can just enter whenever you want. It's been a while since I've been here. It feels somewhat nostalgic, doesn't it, Bjorn? Aner exclaimed as soon as she reached the Great Sage Monument in the center of the crystal cave. Well, I suppose she could feel that way. When I came here 3 months ago, I had that same feeling. It was here that Aner and I first opened the rift, and it was here that we first met Raven and the dwarf. It was also the place where we were surrounded by the Nork bastards and suffered for days. I guess that was all 3 years ago now. Even taking into account the time I lost traveling through the past, I could sense how much time had passed. It still feels like it all happened only yesterday. Thunk. As I placed the level 8 magic stone we had mined from the rock desert on the altar, a portal opened, and we hurriedly stepped inside. Your character has entered the 1st floor rift, the final rift on the 1st floor that I hadn't cleared yet. This is Tomb of Steel. As Erwin lit our surroundings with her spirit's help, a claustrophobic corridor stretched out before us. It felt like stepping inside a pyramid you might see in a documentary, except, unlike an actual pyramid, every wall and surface in this place was made of metal, covered in hieroglyph-like carvings. Mister, what language is this? Not sure. I don't recognize it. Haha. Would Araru have loved to see this? That's enough chatting. Let's move. There was no reason to waste time, so we began exploring the rift. Aner insisted on taking the lead. Amelia and Erwin were also curious to gauge her abilities, so they didn't object. Frankly, I was curious, too. Bethiel, charging at the front, Aner cleared the rift at lightning speed. Normally, Tomb of Steel involved carefully navigating and disarming traps to reach the final chapter of the tomb, but that was meaningless for Aner. After all, if your body is tough enough, stepping on and destroying traps is more efficient than disarming them. Aner, turn left there. You. Following my directions from behind, Aner stomped on traps and smashed any monsters in her path with her greatsword. Quang, quang, quang. It was quite a sight, befitting a greatsword warrior specialized in dominating weaker enemies. Aner Fenelline has cast, repeating slash, hit on the same spot. Explosive Scar is activated, a basic combo that synergizes with repeated slash. Even amidst this combo, her growth over the past few years was vividly clear. The power of Explosive Scar is doubled by Mendel Oil. This effect triggers whenever a fire-based passive skill is used. An essence from a level 5 monster, Smug, and Residual Heat is activated. Inflicts additional damage proportional to the damage dealt. Now came a level 4 essence that dealt a 50% damage bonus when flame damage is applied to multiple targets in a short period. Quang, quang, quang. Each time Aner swung her sword, dozens of explosions followed in rapid succession. I watched her from behind, feeling oddly proud. I really didn't expect her to have gotten all the essences I'd recommended. It was like seeing a student who'd completed all their vacation homework perfectly. Every essence I'd suggested offered solid boosts to defense and resistance, so stepping on traps or taking direct hits from monster abilities hardly affected her. Well, even if she did get hurt, she'd heal quickly. Aner Fenelline has cast Wings of Greed. Natural regeneration greatly increases. Because Aner's damage comes primarily from her passive skills, she doesn't need to spend a lot of soul energy. Aside from the basic, repeating slash, she has only one finisher move, so she can easily keep her healing ability active without any burden. You have defeated a level 8 monster. Recovers soul energy proportional to the monster's level. Thanks to the Devour ability granted by the 3rd level of Slayer Imprint, she was able to replenish both her HP and MP. And looking at it, it seems she has already reached the 6th stage. Aner Fenelline is currently fighting a level 8 monster. Her physique increases in proportion to the monster's level. Seriously, she even got combat study already? The more she fought, the stronger she became, the perfect form of a barbarian warrior I had envisioned. It must be fun fighting like that. Watching her exhilarating battles, I felt a strange sense of envy, but I let go of that feeling right away. Shield barbarians have their own flavor. After all, Dungeon & Stone is a game where you can't do anything if the main tank doesn't support you properly. It is possible to raid without priests, mages, or archers, but a main tank is irreplaceable. Bethel, Anyway, we simply followed Aner, and as time passed, we steadily accumulated that precious first kill experience. You have killed a mummy, EXP +1. You have killed an iron soldier, EXP +3. You have killed a buried one, EXP +2. You have killed the guardian's eye, EXP +2. You have killed an iron lizardman, EXP +3. You have killed a riddle keeper. Additionally, we found 2 hidden pieces along the way and shared them among ourselves. Your character has consumed mercurial liquid. Magic resistance permanently increases by +3. This effect does not stack. Your character has received the Iron Blessing. Physical resistance permanently increases by +3. This effect does not stack. Since this is a first floor rift, the stat boosts are relatively small, but they really add up over time. Your character has entered the Tomb of Steel. Despite completing various tasks during the exploration, it didn't take long to reach the boss room. Maybe it took about 3 hours. Soloing in 3 hours is definitely a fast hunting speed. It was already plenty to prove what she could do, but Aner still wasn't satisfied and ended up soloing the boss as well. And then, you have killed Iron Ildium, EXP +4. Bonus for killing a higher mutant variant, EXP +1. Guardian kill bonus, EXP +3. The moment the brief boss fight ended, everyone's gaze turned to the body that began to fade into a burst of light. There was no essence. The Riftstone, which would have sold for a decent price, didn't drop either. But then, a flower. Were there flowers among the numbers items? A numbers item had dropped. Number 9999, beginner's luck, and it was incredibly rare. C457, raid, 2. Whoa, What a strange. Just as Aner was about to bend over and reach out with her hand. Stop. I shout her, stopping Aner in her tracks. And only after I pushed a startled Aner away did I breathe a sigh of relief. What the hell? I didn't do anything wrong. Aner, clueless about the situation, was quick to defend herself. Of course, I wasn't really planning to scold her. What the heck is this flower about? Ignorance isn't a crime. Well, at least not for a barbarian. Number 9999 beginner's luck. When I announced the item's name, only one person reacted, Amelia, we have acquired a rare item from the start. Of course, it's rare. It's the kind of thing money can't buy. So, what exactly is it? Erwin asked. It's one of the 109 treasures of the labyrinth. Did you read any books when you were young? Amelia retorted, I wasn't asking you. I also had no idea what the 109 treasures Amelia mentioned were, but it seemed like they'd fight if I left them alone, so I jumped in and answered. Beginner's luck is a talisman item. In the game, it's listed under the English name charm, a talisman. Seeing that the word seemed unfamiliar, I explained the concept of talismans, and Erwin, who had some experience as an explorer, quickly understood. So you mean it's a type of equipment that activates just by possessing it? Exactly. Among the numbers items, there are 12 in the talisman category, and owning multiple doesn't stack their effects. Only one can activate at any time. Also, beginner's luck binds to its first owner, like the fire orb you mentioned before. Right, no way. I swear I had no idea. I'm telling the truth. You have to believe me. The second Aner heard it was a bound item, her face turned deathly pale, and she started making excuses. Naturally, we ignored her and continued our conversation. So, what effect does this flower have? That simple. This talisman item doesn't help in combat. It doesn't increase item level when equipped, nor does it improve attributes. However, it increases the chance of essence appearing from the first monster you hunt. I see. What a curious item. Erwin, surprisingly, seemed unimpressed, merely acknowledging it. Aner, on the other hand, seemed a little deflated. What kind of vague effect is that? It's not guaranteed to produce essence, and it only works on the first monster. It wasn't an unreasonable reaction. They don't know the specifics. After all, according to my statistics which I made up, beginner's luck increases the drop rate by about 5%. And this isn't a multiplicative increase. It simply adds a fixed percentage. For instance, if the drop rate for a guardian's essence is 33%, it's increased by 5% to 38%. Of course, if you just look at that, the effect might seem minimal. So how likely is it to work? But it is a completely different story against normal monsters. You may not notice the difference between increasing the odds from 33% to 38%, but going from 0.01% to 5.01%, it is so drastic that anyone is bound to notice it. About 1 in 20. When I finally uttered the rough odds, Aner, Erwin and Amelia all seemed shocked. Is that really true? 1 out of 20. It was a reaction I somewhat expected. Though they don't know the exact numbers, explorers learn from experience in notoriously low rates of essence drops. I added more explanation. Of course, it's based on level 9 monsters, and from what I've heard, the higher the level of the monsters, the better the drop rate. As the monster's level increases, the base drop rate slightly rises. There are even third-level monsters with a drop rate of 5%. Well, they are incredibly tricky to hunt, though. Indeed, worthy of being included in the 109 treasures. Definitely. Even if it works on the first monster you kill, with such odds, just taking a mage along could earn you a fortune. Bjorn, I'm sorry. I didn't know it was so special. I shouldn't have touched it carelessly. Suddenly, Aner apologized. Was she disheartened because I didn't respond to her earlier excuses? Since I had nothing particular to say, I just ignored her and focused on the topic at hand. So, who gets to take this? It was time to decide who would keep the item. Since it was a bound item, selling it was out of the question. You said the person holding it doesn't have to hunt the monsters themselves, so it should work for all of us as long as we're bound by the binding spell, right? In that case, giving it to someone who's killed the fewest monsters amongst us will be best. Amelia was right. If we consider pure efficiency, giving it to the lowest rank member is best. Currently, Amelia is rank 8, while Erwin, Aner, and I are rank 7. Ian, what's your rank again? Pardon? Yes, I'm rank 6 right now. So logically, it would also make sense to have Ian use it, just dragging him around like a totem to get that effect. But we can't give such a precious item to a non-combatant member. We won't even bring on our real raids. Having decided, I gave my verdict. Aner, you take it. Erwin already has experience fighting Belarius, but Aner does not. You want me to have it? Well, sure, that's great, but wouldn't it be better if you had it? Bjorn, didn't I tell her already? You can only wear one talisman item at a time, and I can't be wasting a precious slot on something I can't get rid of later. Trust me, it'll be more useful for you than me, so just take it, Aner. Bjorn. Fortunately, Aner was happy. Luck from the flower seeps into Aner Phenylion. After clearing the Tomb of Steel, we headed straight to the beast's den. And, how long do we have to stay in this stinky place? This isn't the kind of exploration I imagined. We waited until the 8th day for any rift to open. Sure, I considered delaying things until we brought a mage onto our team, especially now that we had beginner's luck on our side, but, considering the cost of test tubes, selling the essences from this floor wouldn't be worth it. In the end, the only thing really worth anything was the Guardian's essence, and I planned to feed it to Erwin, so there was no need to delay our plans any further. We could focus on making money with a mage next time. Really? Are we seriously going to the higher floors after wasting all this time? Didn't we decide it beforehand? So stop whining. As we started to head towards the portal on the 8th day, we started encountering several mid to high level explorers. They were explorers doing rift runs, just like us. After the 7th day, no more rifts would open on the 2nd floor, so without hesitation, they moved to the higher floors. You have entered the Pilgrim's Path on the 3rd floor. After reaching the 3rd floor, we passed over Iron Rock Hills and headed directly for the Orc settlement to start our grind. The monster we planned to hunt this time was the one I was quite familiar with. It was the very monster that the Jzarwi clan had hunted during the summoning of the Lord of Chaos, the Orc hero. So, gigantification. Can I use gigantification now too? Although Aner was thrilled to hear about the target of this route, the truth is, none of us are going to consume its essence. Without the unity of the immortal imprint, the penalty for gigantification is too high. So we'd planned to just collect some EXP or see if any numbers items dropped, and then leave. However, given that we still have beginner's luck, there's a decent chance something might drop, and I can't bear to just toss an essence away. So, as I was farming the Orc Champion's magic stones for the altar, I talked to every mage I met. Thanks to that, I was able to find one test tube. I do have one, but great, if an essence drops, just put it in there. I'll pay for the test tube on the spot. What are you talking about? Who do you think you are? Lewis, are you crazy? That's Baron Jandel, perhaps due to my reputation, recruiting help went more smoothly than expected. I also got some useful information. Seems the 3rd floor still hasn't opened any rifts. Okay, then I'll stay on the 3rd floor until day 13 and leave afterward. Then, I resumed the grind of farming mana stones. Since we all scattered to hunt, it didn't even take a day before we had gathered all 777 mana stones, and after we collected them all, I instructed a nearby mage to stand by. Just to be clear, do not come near here until I arrive. If the Orc Lord appears, I won't be able to take care of you two. The Orc Lord, a level 2 monster. Level 2. But as long as you stay away, it will be safe, so don't worry too much. Understood? I will keep that in mind. That concluded the preparations. After explaining what to do if the Orc Lord made an appearance, I offered the mana stones to the altar. The soul of a great warrior has been offered to the warrior's vessel. The soul of a great warrior has been offered to the warrior's vessel. The soul of a great warrior has been offered. One by one, each mana stone placed on the altar turned into light and vanished. Special condition, the rising vessel has been satisfied. The statue behind the altar began shedding its outer shell, signaling the start of the boss fight. Fortunately, the Orc Lord statue remained intact. Well, considering the low probability of summoning the Orc Lord, it's not too surprising. Still, whenever there's a chance of an impossible fight breaking out, it makes me tense. Everyone, get ready. As I called out to my teammates who had moved away from the altar, the ancient hero Danish is awakening. The ancient hero Belta is awakening. The ancient hero Derugus is awakening. The 3 Orc heroes broke free from their statues and immediately began the battle. Gruoer, Bethiel, Ra, an axe, a hammer, a sword, each wielding a different weapon. The 3 Orc heroes charged at me. Thanks to linking, transcendence, with gigantification, I didn't feel outmatched in size. Kuong. Also, even if I couldn't block their attacks and got hit, it wasn't painful. It was just a slight bone ache. Honestly, even if I just stood there taking hits, I could probably endure it for a whole day. But this is perfect for practicing our teamwork. Since I wasn't doing anything but taking hits, the fight dragged on. For a very obvious reason. They may only be 3 level 5 monsters, but in terms of difficulty, they require a fairly challenging strategy. FSSH. As soon as the raid started, waves of level 7 or lower orcs from the forest came rushing in non-stop. Boom, boom, boom. Following the briefing, Aner was fending them off, but that meant one of our damage dealers was missing from the boss fight. In other words, Erwin and Amelia had to kill all 3 bosses on their own. Sure, these 2 had previously one-shotted a Deathworm in the rocky desert. The ancient hero Danish casts Torment, but these guys are a higher variant of level 5 monsters, each holding a level 4 essence, and each of the 3 has a different essence. The ancient hero Belta casts Sacred Battleground. The ancient hero Derugus casts Guardian Shield, a combination of essences that complement their weaknesses and maximize their strengths. But that's not all. There's another headache. Erwin Fornaxi Tertia casts, focused fire. Danish uses, sword of control. The trajectory of the ranged attack is altered. They use numbers items. The Orc Shaman casts, frenzy. Danish's physical resistance triples for 10 seconds, and even if they do get hit, the incoming damage is greatly reduced, not to mention the heal they receive in real time, a display of power that ordinary field orc heroes could never hope to replicate. If it weren't for the numbers item drop as an additional bonus for killing these high variant monsters, there would be absolutely no reason to tackle this raid. You guys, what are you doing? Hurry up and kill them. You took down that worm so easily before. Einar shouted. It's not as simple as you think, okay? Just focus on your job, barbarian. As they fell into a challenging situation, discord began, but everyone was a professional. Einar, could you prioritize taking down the shaman first? Tertia, aim for the one with the hammer first. I'll block the one with the sword. Bethel, Ra. Over time, they realized they weren't getting anywhere, so they started giving each other feedback, collaborating and creating opportunities. Despite being just at rank 6, Orion diligently swung his weapon near Erwin, helping with the mob control. And finally, the ancient hero Belta has been defeated. EXP plus 5. Superior mutant elimination bonus. EXP plus 1. They managed to bring down one of the 3 heroes, and this quickly shifted the momentum in our favor, and the fight came to an end. The ancient hero Danish has been defeated. Superior mutant elimination bonus. EXP plus 1. The ancient hero Derugus has been defeated. Superior mutant elimination bonus. EXP plus 1. Checking the time, the total duration of the battle was about 35 minutes. Considering there were only 4 of us, that was fairly quick. Nothing dropped. We went through all that trouble for nothing. 0 loot. No essences. No numbers items. But what can you do? This kind of disappointment is all too common when playing Dungeon and Stone. Okay, let's quickly collect the mana stones and move on. Oh, Emily, you can tell the mage over there that they can leave now. Soon after, we manually farmed the altar stones and left the orc settlements. Up to here, there were no problems. However, we were waiting near the witch's forest, hoping for a rift to open before day 13. That's when the ominous signs began. A 5th sacrifice has been offered to the cabin. A 6th sacrifice has been offered to the cabin. A 7th sacrifice has been off. The surroundings had grown so bright that we no longer needed torches. When we looked up, a blazing red light was scattered across the ceiling. Special condition, the 7 sacrifices has been met. Tisk, just my luck. Some bastard is starting shit again. Whoever it was, the Lord of Chaos, Ryakis, has begun roaming the floor. This just got complicated. See 458, Raid 3. To truly enjoy Dungeon and Stone, you generally need to be good at thinking on your feet. I don't mean aggressively juggling your stats setup, but rather the fundamental style of play itself. You might be hunting when suddenly a rift opens, you encounter plunderers, or a comrade betrays you, among other things. Every game has such unexpected situations. For example, what's happening right now? Mr. This. Yet, it's what you think. A floor lord has been summoned. In other words, someone among the explorers on the 3rd floor put 7 human corpses inside the cabin. I don't know if it was intentional or not. Well, I'm pretty sure it was on purpose. But, because sometimes it's just a coincidence. And the proof of that is none other than me. Back then, something similar happened with me and Misha. We desperately needed a place to rest, so we burned some corpses in the cabin. Unbeknownst to us, someone else had already burned corpses there beforehand, and that accident ended up summoning the floor lord. Anyway, that's not the main point right now. Jandel, what do we do? First, let's get out of the forest. We can't reach the 4th floor anyway. When the Lord of Chaos, Ryakis, is summoned, all portals on the 3rd floor become deactivated. In other words, the entire 3rd floor turns into a giant boss room. Just as we were getting as far away from the forest as we could, familiar creatures began to appear. Bjorn, something creepy is crawling over there. What is that? It's a chaos spirit. Once Ryakis is summoned, these token-type monsters start swarming all over the 3rd floor, chasing its aggro targets to their death. It's been a while, you bastards. I'll handle them. Erwin managed to kill 3 chaos spirits at once using a fire spirit, without even needing to shoot arrows. Chaos spirit has been destroyed. The location will be eroded. When fighting the boss, it's necessary to keep a record of which locations eroded away, but since we aren't planning to hunt Ryakis, crew. Just then, I heard a familiar howling sound from the direction of the witch's forest. I was somewhat disappointed. I thought the next time I heard this sound, I'd be finishing off this creature. Bjorn, should we be doing something rather than just running away? So, are you suggesting the 4 of us take on a floor lord? Strictly speaking, including Aryan makes 5, but no one thought of correcting me. That doesn't turn the impossible into possible. Bjorn, that's not what I mean. Isn't there something we can do? You said last time Ella died, right? Certainly. I hadn't heard that. I was honestly pretty upset because I also bore responsibility for the accident. Oh, and another thing. I heard that when a disaster occurs, upper layer explorers are obligated to step forward. Yes, the explorer's oath. Indeed, that was why the Jarwi clan, who were on the 3rd floor at the time, tried to protect the lower level explorers. Big clans inevitably have to watch out for the Explorers Guild. Well, they didn't want to take a loss, so they ended up extorting some small change. But one thing is clear, if it weren't for the Jarwi clan, many more casualties would have occurred. They not only gathered the lower floor explorers and protected them all day, but also held off the floor lord for nearly 4 hours once it arrived. Of course, I know nothing but fighting, so I don't know what to do in such situations. But Bjorn, you might. Einar, calm down. I stopped running and turned around, and Einar fell silent. Even so, she met my gaze, looking anxious, like someone who's done something wrong. I noticed it in her eyes. Einar is righteous. He shows no mercy toward monsters or plunderers, but she's fundamentally warm-hearted toward others and wants to help them if he can. And also, don't worry, I'm not planning to just stand by. Overall, the situation wasn't too bad. I've learned over time, extending kindness doesn't always mean you end up on the losing side. I knew it. You thought I'd just let it be? We have many of our fellow barbarians on the 3rd floor. Truth be told, even if it wasn't a matter of our tribe, I had no intention of just watching the situation. How much reputation have I built up to now? If it gets out that I shied away from a disaster, public opinion would surely turn against me. So, then what should we do now? I'll follow you anywhere, even if you tell me to jump into the fire. For now, we keep watch from here. We set up camp at a safe distance, observing the forest. For a very simple reason, you think there might be no need for us to get involved. The Explorers Guild rarely grants permission to hunt the 3rd floor's layer lord, so maybe a clan decided to summon it without permission, right? So if they manage to kill it, then there's no problem. Exactly. Of course, this is speculation, and nothing is confirmed. That's why, as the fierce roar echoed through the forest, I received real-time updates through Irwin. Ryacus is moving towards the western part of the Witch's Forest. I can't see well because it's too far, but there seem to be quite a few people around. How many? I don't know. It's too far to tell. Then we should get a bit closer. So we circled around the edge of the forest to the west, relying on Irwin's extraordinary detection skills to get more accurate information. Around 15 people. It looks like they're being chased by Ryacus. Well, rather than being chased, it seems more like they were luring Ryacus to their chosen hunting ground. After all, the Witch's Forest, with all its obstructive terrain, is not the best place to run a raid. But there was something else that caught my interest. 15 people. That's not enough to form a dedicated raid party. Sure, a well-prepared raid party might manage. But, chances are those 15 are a lure, and the main group is waiting elsewhere. That makes sense. Can you also find out what they are talking about? No, maybe they were using a voice control spell or something, because I can't hear a thing. I see. It was disappointing, but I was relieved. If it had really been a coincidence, I would have had to rush in and deal with it myself. Drip, 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 drip. Then, it started to rain from the sky. Chiaek. Black rain that made my skin sting just by touching it, as if it contained acid. It was Ryacus's passive aura skill. Your character is taking continuous chaos damage. Your character's magic resistance has been greatly reduced. Warning, continued exposure to chaos damage may inflict a confusion status effect with a certain probability. In other words, we'd gotten close enough for it to affect us. We need to move back further. Without a priest among us, we had no way of resisting its passive effect. So we retreated until we stood on the very edge where the black rain fell. How much time has passed since then? We'll be outside the forest soon. Even though I don't have the superb vision Irwin or Amelia have, I could make out a group of 15 explorers dashing out all at once. Boom, boom, boom. And of course, right on their heels was a colossal beast. Irwin, check if they belong to any clan. They're not wearing any emblems, so they've all removed their emblems? Makes sense if they're here without permission. As they sprinted away with Ryacus behind them, Amelia asked me, Jandel, what now? We follow. Why? Because if they fail, it really will be a disaster. You never know. If we don't follow them, we won't know if we need to take action or not. By tailing the group that appeared to be the lure, we eventually reached the thorn reed field. I guess this spot does make sense. No major terrain obstacles, flat ground, and plenty of open space for tile management, an ideal field for a raid. Whether they had done the preparatory work or not, the thorny reeds reaching up to their shoulders were all burned down. Sir, there's the main force. All of a sudden, the radio feed I was getting from Irwin cut out. What happened? They've noticed our presence on the other side. One person is quickly approaching us now. Can we get away if we try? It'll be tough for all of us to escape together, especially since it's just one person on their side. Well, that settles it. No point agonizing over it now. I made a quick decision. Then, we wait here. Why run when I haven't done anything wrong? I was curious, after all. Who are these people who are conducting unauthorized subjugations, inevitably creating innocent victims? They're here. Before long, someone appeared beyond burnt reeds, sprinting towards us like an arrow. He stopped about 10 meters away. The 7 daggers attached to his belt made it clear he was very agile. As soon as he saw me, his expression hardened, and he said nothing. Eventually, I was the one to break the silence. Why so quiet? You were running so fast just now, didn't expect to meet a celebrity here. Ah, that's why. The reason for his sour face. It's an honor to meet you, Baron Jandel. I never expected such a big fish to be on the 3rd floor. Enough. Who are you? Cutting him off, I asked, and after a moment of consideration, he spoke. My name is Malrid Kevrin. I didn't know if that was his real name, but that's how he introduced himself. Let's call him Dagger Boy for now. What clan are you with? I asked the Dagger Boy. We're from the Jirfang clan. Jirfang, huh? One of the 10 largest clans, now reduced to 4 because of the war. James Carlo once served as their vice captain. It's interesting. Don't you think it's strange that you guys are on the 3rd floor rather than me? I smirked and asked, and Dagger Boy boldly retorted. We have our reasons, but by any chance, did you summon the Lair Lord? He was really quick-witted. I didn't expect him to take the initiative in this situation. It wasn't me. Is that so? And if I ask you the opposite, you'd obviously say it wasn't you, right? We really didn't do it. The ones who were moving with Ryakis, they have nothing to do with you. They are indeed our members. However, we only acted to resolve the situation according to the oath, as we were nearby. Wow, he's a smooth talker. Well, that's perfect then. We'll lend a hand, too. At that, Dagger Boy's smile froze cold. While I appreciate your help, we believe it's neither necessary nor proper to burden a noble with such a dangerous task. Oh, why's that? Well, these dangerous matters are best handled by explorers, don't you think? So now that I'm a noble, he doesn't even see me as a fellow explorer? For a moment, I wanted to smash his head with a hammer, but I restrained myself. I'm sure the other lords would also prefer that you do not tarnish the nobility's dignity by putting yourself in danger. What did I just hear? By other lords, you mean people like Count Almanus, one of the Jirfang clan's patrons. I double-checked, and the bastard shamelessly grinned as he answered. Yes, exactly. So I did hear him right. He's basically saying, don't get in our way, we know what's good for you. There was no need for further polite conversation. What are you saying, you arrogant bastard? Excuse me, I must have misheard. I took a step towards Dagger Boy, who froze like a new recruit who didn't know what he'd done. Hey, Dagger Boy, what? Do you happen to have goblin shit in your head? What are you talking about? Now, that's more like it. Look at him acting all superior until now, and now sweating profusely while backing away. Well, I guess I'll find out once I crack it open and have a look. I slowly lifted my hammer. C459, raid 4. As soon as I lifted the hammer, I pulled Dagger Boy by linking, transcendence, and Eye of the Storm. Swiggish. It was effective, as his scrawny, anchovy-like body was yanked in without resistance. I stretched my hand and firmly gripped his fragile neck. Right then, Amelia called out to me. Jandel. Her voice was thick with worry. If she actually thought I was going to kill him for real, that's a bit disappointing. I'm not going to crush his skull just for something like this. I'm not a barbarian. Crunch. This was merely a performance, one with a bit of emotion in it. Mister, they're almost here. Sure enough, the moment I grabbed this guy by the neck, explorers appeared from the distance, and it took them only a moment to reach me. What are you doing, Baron Yandel? They already knew my name. Not that surprising, really. They'd probably been overhearing our conversation with something like a message stone. I tightened my grip, and the Dagger Boy struggled even harder. Release him immediately. And why should I? No matter if you're a noble, there are lines that shouldn't be crossed. Trying to harm an innocent explorer for no reason. Do you really think this will be tolerated? His words were nonsensical. First off, someone who summons a floor lord without permission has no right to preach to me. Second, why is he innocent? I spoke clearly so all could hear. This man is a traitor. He dared to threaten and insult a noble of Raftonia without a shred of fear. What twisted logic is that? When did he ever? What was that? Are you insulting me too now? And no, that's not what I meant. While we were talking, the Dagger Boy kept thrashing around. MMPH, arg. He's got some endurance, I'll give him that. At this point, he might have drawn his dagger and swung at me. He knows it'll only make things worse. How about letting him go first? Clearly there's some misunderstanding, and if we talk things out, since it didn't seem like he would attack me any further, I threw him towards his companions. Vice Captain, are you alright? So he was the Vice Captain. He had been promoted after James Calla was dismissed. No wonder he lasted till the end. I don't think he's going to attack me if I push him further, so I throw him towards his companions. Vice Captain, are you alright? So he's the new Vice Captain. He must have been promoted after James Calla was dismissed. No wonder he held out till the end. I can respect his sense of responsibility for his clan, but that doesn't mean I like him or the Jirfan clan any better. So, tell me, then, what part of this was a misunderstanding? The man who'd been telling me to let go started to speak, but the dagger boy held up a hand to stop him and stood up. Then, I sincerely apologize for disturbing Baron Jandel's mood. Please, we beg for your forgiveness. He offered an apology without a hint of excuse. It was clearly my mistake to have mentioned Count Alminus. He was shockingly quick on the uptake. It was as if he knew exactly how to step around every landmine I'd laid down. If punishment is due, I will gladly accept it once we return to the city. In that case, going on about it any further would be awkward for me. He neither cursed nor directly threatened me, and technically, it was all said indirectly. I didn't have enough grounds to request an official sentence from Moslin, and once we're back in the city, Count Alminus's influence could come into play. By that point, I could be the one looked down upon for trying to intimidate him over something trivial. So, then do you still feel the same way you did before? I held off on accepting his apology, asking again. After all, I wasn't looking for an apology or punishment in the first place. I, too, as an explorer, wish to contribute so we can resolve this incident as quickly as possible. I see. Do you still intend to block me? The dagger boy seemed to pause, organizing his thoughts. Then he spoke. Forgive my impertinence, but what do you plan to do once the incident is resolved? Basically, he was asking about the distribution of the loot. Aren't we all explorers here? We'll roll dice fairly, of course. Is that so? Dagger boy sighed and cleared his throat before answering. If that's the case, we will withdraw. What? There's a saying, a mismatched team is scarier than an enemy, and we can't really stop Baron Jandel from joining in, can we? If we fought that wicked monster by your side, we'd wind up tripping over each other's feet, and the losses could be huge. So, you're just pulling out? Yes, if it's Baron Jandel, the so-called hero, we're confident you can handle it without us. Well, look at this guy. We will fulfill our duty by aiding other lower-tier explorers who remain on the third floor, which basically means, rather than having someone else come in and mess things up, they'd rather flip the table themselves. He's protecting his position quite fiercely. The problem is, I can't stop them. If today's events become known, I might be blamed for their withdrawal, leading to further damage. No, they'll definitely turn it into a propaganda campaign. What will you do? In the end, I had only one choice. I will leave Ryakis to you. It's regrettable that I couldn't get involved, but it is what it is. Best to defeat the boss as quickly as possible. Who knows how many will die if we don't. That settles it then. Watching the dagger boy eagerly return to his team, I left him with one last word of advice. But remember this, if you fail, you'll be responsible. It was you who adamantly refused my help. His response came after a brief pause. We will keep that in mind. Yeah, right, like he's listening. After the Lair Lord incident was resolved, I left the reed fields without a second thought. What's the point in watching? Chaos Lord Ryakis draws upon the power of the origin. If Ryakis ends up devouring all the orbs and unleashing its instant kill move, it'll only create hassle. It's not hard to escape from the instant kill area, but someone might be marked as prey. And if that happens, they could pass the blame to us. Yet, washing my hands of it is the right move. Bjorn, so where are we heading now? Einar asked. Anywhere with people, From the look of things, this raid is going to drag on for a while. As I said that, Amelia joined the conversation with interest. What makes you think that? First, it's the date. Yet, if they had enough power to finish it quickly, they wouldn't have summoned it this early, before even the 13th day. It's a matter of unauthorized extermination. Best to summon, quickly defeat, and flee before the labyrinth closes. But they're taking plenty of time. That suggests they're planning for a prolonged fight, and the second reason, there was a torch of purification on his belt. You mean the torch of purification? An item numbered in the 8000s. Specifically, it's number 8645, but anyway, if every member of their raid group has one, they can breeze through Ryakis' second phase for free. But why is that a problem? Because if you use that item, a long-term battle becomes inevitable. It lowers the overall difficulty, sure, but if your goal is to finish the fight as quickly as possible, that's the one item you absolutely shouldn't use. I felt like I'd explained too much, so I hurriedly added, or so I read in a book. Ooh, that's amazing. Fortunately, Einar didn't seem to notice anything strange. She's so used to moments like this, she doesn't really question them anymore. In any case, it might stay this way all the way until the labyrinth closes. So I was saying, let's rescue as many people as we can in the meantime. Everyone okay with that? Of course. Definitely. Even if the floor lord is being handled by them, if this state drags on, some won't be able to hold out. I'm okay with it. We can't go back upstairs anyway, so I don't mind. But why ask us when you've already decided? It's just a formality. Okay, so we're all in agreement. I agree too. As we started to move around, every explorer we met recognized me and asked for help. There were plenty of capable folks who could handle the chaos spirits on their own during the remaining days, but they also asked for help anyway. Hey, that's Baron Jandel, Bjorn Jandel, the giant. He's alive. We're saved. Well, they all believed Ryukus was roaming the third floor. Must have been terrifying for them. Thank you so much for taking us in. Ah, it's the chief. The chief's come to save us. In about 8 hours of walking around non-stop, we'd gathered more than 100 people. So, I decided to set up a base somewhere suitable. Moving around with that many people just wasn't practical. Warriors, can you help me? Absolutely. Just give us the order. However, there weren't enough people to cover the entire base, so I assigned the barbarian warriors to perimeter duty. But how did this happen? Lord, we want to help too. Is there nothing we can do? I want to help too. Other adventurers also volunteered, and in no time, a rotational defense system was in place. It seems we don't have much to do. Unless Ryukus shows up, the current forces here are more than enough for defense. Deciding that, I sent Erwin and Amelia out on a mission. Erwin, Emily, can I count on you too? Yes, leave it to me. Somehow I always end up doing these troublesome tasks whenever I'm with you. Amelia sighed inwardly. Their mission was simple, to roam outside the base and bring any stragglers or isolated explorers to this safe place. Bjorn, what about me? What should I do? Unfortunately, Aner, who doesn't have the skill to find her way back alone, ended up appointed chief of security for the shelter. And then, character's fame stat increases by +1. Character's fame stat increases by +1. Character's fame stat increases by +1. Day 13, day 14. Time passed quickly, and before we knew it, the closure day arrived. Mister, I'm back. When I opened my eyes after a short nap, I first saw Erwin's amber eyes. Good work. How many did you bring back this time? 31. I scouted pretty far, but there really aren't many people left in the area. I see. Get some rest. Sure, I thought you said you were resting. Resting means being right next to you, mister, With nothing else to say, I checked the time. 04:01:04. 104 hours, and 1 minutes. About 18 hours remain until the labyrinth closes. The low-level explorers, who had been shaken with fear, were finally starting to relax. After all, with 1,000 explorers gathered and creating a shelter, depending on one another, they felt secure. Meanwhile, I was growing increasingly anxious. That raid's still going. The reason for my unease, the Floor Lord. I expected a long battle, but I never imagined it wouldn't be resolved by now. Judging by the fact that the Chaos Spirit disappeared hours ago, the longest-lasting second phase must be over. So what happened to the raid? As annoying as they are, I hope things have gone smoothly for them. If they failed, and Ryukus is wandering around in its third phase, that's gonna be a catastrophe. What the heck really happened? Feeling restless, I took a walk around the shelter to clear my head and check that everything was alright. No real issues. Well, no more Chaos Spirits were appearing, so that was expected. After completing the patrol, for the first time in a long while, the entire team gathered for a meal, and the time was 6:30 a.m. The vibration from the ground made us freeze mid-meal. Bjorn, was that? Gruer. Damn it. The Floor Lord. It's here. The last time, in just one day, over 100 people died. Fear and confusion spread through the crowd in an instant. I jumped to my feet, took a deep breath, and shouted as loud as I could. Everybody shut up. How you? That's better. Using gigantification to make myself easily visible from afar, I could feel the stares of hundreds waiting for me to speak. I quickly gathered more information. Erwin, is it heading this way? No. Well, that's one piece of good news. Glancing around, I first locked eyes with a certain man and called his name. Louis Sire. He was a mage I'd met at the orc settlement. Yes, me? Why me? From now on, you're in charge here. Why yes. What? I had a chance to speak to him after the whole affair, when the Floor Lord was first summoned, and he struck me as quite competent. So lead these people and run as far as you can. But, Baron, what about you? Why is he even asking? I'm going to stop it. But Miss Tertia said it's not coming this way. So, we just let it go. Not everyone on the third floor is gathered here. There are at least several times this number scattered around. If that thing, already past its certain second phase, starts roaming around for real, there'll be countless casualties. Baron, if you've got something to say, spit it out. You really are, exactly like the rumor said. Whatever, I'll take that as a compliment. Grabbing my hammer, I headed in the direction Erwin mentioned, and my companions quickly followed behind. Thud, thud. Given the situation, our steps were urgent. As we moved forward, the low-level explorers in our path stepped aside to give us path, and then, may Raftonia's blessing go with you. They quietly bowed their heads to us. Geez, it's like I'm marching off to die or something. Louis, what are you doing? Hurry up and take them away. I called out to the mage I'd left in charge, but he didn't respond. He just bowed from a distance. Feeling somewhat awkward, I increased my pace. Amelia taunted me, asking if I was embarrassed. Now that I thought about it, something about this was off. Why did I feel burdened by that simple gesture? Surely no upper floor explorer would go this far to help the low floor ones, especially one who is a titled noble. Yet, this is worth a bowl of respect. It's not like it costs anything. That thought put my mind at ease. Thud, thud. Once we made it outside the shelter, we broke into a run. And, honestly, I felt a flicker of regret. If I'd known it would come to this, maybe I should have forced my way into that raid back then. Because if it was the floor lord in its first phase, I could at least manage to hold it off alone somehow. Worst case, if I got tagged as its prey, I'd just marathon it out until the labyrinth closed. I'm confident enough that I wouldn't die. But once it hits the third phase, that's an entirely different story. I thought this raid would be more relaxed for once. Of course, it's not a desperate situation like it was in Ice Rock. There are some positives here. Which phase is it? Third, or fourth? If it's at the third phase, there's no real way to fight it. All we can do is run around like a pack of moving meat shields. I hope it's at the fourth, because if the raid group pushed it all the way to the final phase before failing, woo, woo, woo. Just then, Riotous came into view in the distance, and I stopped in my tracks. A grin spread across my face. Its belly looks really shrunken. Alright, if that's the case, maybe we can make this work. Everyone, get ready. You said we were just going to block. Are you planning to fight? How could I resist landing the final blow? C460, Raid 4, Floor Lord, a type of field boss that appears on each floor of the labyrinth when certain summoning conditions are met. Typically, you only attempt them once you have the specs to reliably clear a Tier 7 rift, which is why they were categorized as upper tier raids, at least up until the 5th floor lords. From floor 6 and onward, the difficulty spikes dramatically, and those floor lords are considered top tier raids, effectively endgame content. But to face a floor lord is our very first raid. Considering that the doppelganger forest on the 4th floor was the highest tier raid before, this is an absurd situation, especially since there are only 4 of us able to fight, not even a full party, let alone a raid group. However, with a few 3rd level essences, we might manage to deal the final blow. The moment I spotted Riotous from afar, I made up my mind. This isn't just about being greedy. Not being greedy would be foolish at this point. It's a bit Chunibyo-ish, but it was a promise to myself. If the day ever came when I saw it again, gruer, then things would be different this time. Jandel, what do we do next? I'll hold it off. You just keep hitting it. That's all. Hearing my concise instructions, Amelia looked at me like I was insane. But there was no helping it. This is just how Riotous' Phase 4 works. There's no clever trick to the strategy, just pressing it down head-on. Chaos Lord Riotous senses the source of life. As soon as we entered its range, it stopped galloping on all fours and looked our way. Then, roar, with a vicious howl, it charged at us. The sound of its footsteps was different from the first phase. Tap, tap, tap. It's still heavy, yet much lighter and faster than before. Of course, that means its speed now is on a different level. After all, the concept of Phase 4 is agility. Everyone, fall back. I sent my companions behind me and linked Transcendence with Gigantification. Your physique rose in proportion to your strength. In Phase 1, when it was massive with swollen flesh, matching its size with it would have been impossible. But now, with its skin clinging to its bones, I'm roughly on par. It's one of the advantages of capital Gigantification, capital Gigantification. Chaos Lord Riotous feels a great threat to your character. The threat value skyrocketed, which made aggro management much easier during the raid. After all, how often does it come across a prey the same size as itself? Bethel, Ra. I cast Wild Burst in charge, spiking my already high threat level once more. I will call it the Giant Shield Charge. Boom. A giant barbarian with a shield clashed with a monstrous creature, creating a loud crash at the point of impact. Screech. Unfortunately, I was the one being overpowered in terms of strength. Not that it was surprising. These floor lords have always had outrageous base stats. Thump. I cast Swing, and hide it with my hammer, but it literally didn't even flinch. You'd think smacking its jaw might cause it to flinch, but it instantly lashed out with its forepaw. Kiak. In Phase 4, its attack speed was terrifying, so there was no way I could dodge. Well, there wasn't really a reason to dodge, either. Thwack. I'm tough, too. Just like my attack didn't harm it much, its attack doesn't really hurt me. But why is my vision spinning all of a sudden? As soon as I confirmed how little damage I was doing, I reconsidered my judgment. My resistance wasn't lacking enough for my head to be torn off or to be shredded by its claws. But the head won't do. The shock transmitted to my brain made my body sway. It didn't feel this bad when I was smacked full force by the PE teacher in middle school. Bjorn. Memories of childhood flashed through my mind, but I pushed them out and refocused on the present. Whoosh, the creature swung its paw again. Kwong. Luckily, this time I blocked it with my shield in time. Meanwhile, the damage dealers finished setting up. Amelia Rainwales has cast self-replication. Amelia charged in from both sides with her clones. Slice. Not sparing any resources, she activated Power of the Abyss from the start and began targeting Riacus's ankles and thighs. Simultaneously, Aner Fenneline casts repeated slashing. Aner leapt high into the air and brought her greatsword down onto Riacus's shoulder. There was no explosive sound like usual. Well, that's because we are not fighting small fry here. Aner Fenneline has cast Wild Control. It was the essence I recommended to Aner when she was debating which royal reward to take. The effect of this skill is very simple. All conditional activation effects of the next attack are converted into cutting damage. Explosive Scar, Mendel Oil, Residual Heat. The damage of these three conditional skills is converted to cutting damage. Simply put, SSSK. It means that the modes between raid and hunting can freely swap. Of course, this doesn't mean it automatically leads to critical hits. It's just enough to cut through its thick skin, letting out a few drops of inky, oily blood to flow. Roar. I knew Amelia would be able to deal some damage, but Aner is also holding up better than expected. That leaves only Erwin. Erwin Fornacy de Tertia has cast Focused Fire. Erwin Fornacy de Tertia has cast Elemental Synthesis. Erwin Fornacy de Tertia has cast Rupture. Needless to say, Mr. Dodge, having teamed up with Erwin more than once, as soon as I heard those words, I immediately stepped aside and gave her the angle she needed. And at that exact moment, flash, a beam of light shoots out. Swoosh, then came the compressed shockwave of air. Boom, beyond the scattering flares of light. Roar. I smirked as I watched the creature wail in pain. While Erwin's attack was far from being fatal, wow, it cracked its forehead in one hit. The damage was sufficient. So, in other words, Chaos Lord Riacus has cast Corrupted Horn. The real raid starts now. Chaos Lord Riacus. The first phase of this creature is straightforward. With a passive aura, Reign of Despair, and the erosion of the field by chaos spirits, it continuously damages players. Periodically, orbs appear from the eroded ground, healing Riacus. There is only one thing to be careful of, Gap of Malice. This is an instant kill move it uses after devouring a certain number of those orbs. The solution is simple. Just run out of the affected area. However, the issue is that escaping the area causes the designated prey to become incapacitated. During this time, Riacus's aggro will be drawn to its prey, and if it successfully kills the target, its base stats will increase and the next phase will become more difficult. Well, aside from that, it's easy enough since it's basically just a battle of brute force. The real fight begins in phase 2. Once its HP falls below a certain level, Riacus feels threatened and opens a gate of chaos, sucking everyone inside. There the ground is permanently corroded away. High-level mental corruption. Players must track Riacus down in this nightmarish field, where it's juiced up with all sorts of combat buffs, and face it head-on. Strictly in terms of phases, this is the most difficult point. However, if you have the Torch of Purification the story changes. You can simply light the torches and wait it out. If you manage to hold on to the torches, the Gate of Chaos will reopen, and you return to the original field. Though it's tricky to gather enough purification torches for everyone, but it's the easier way to go. Of course, there are drawbacks to this strategy. If you skip straight to phase 3 by cheesing it with torches, Riacus not only fully recovers its HP but also becomes even stronger. Still, using the torches is far more beneficial, and I typically use them in most of my runs too. Anyway, once phase 3 begins, chaos spirits no longer spawn on the 3rd floor. Instead, Reign of Despair gets powered up. Areas exposed to the rain quickly become corrupted zones, which disable all equipment. Until the labyrinth closes, numbers items completely lose their effect, and adamantium armor is reduced to the level of ordinary steel equipment. I'm guessing that's probably where those Gear Fang guys started to fail. You can't rely on mental immunity from the torches anymore, and you have to fight a stronger Riacus under those conditions. My guess is that the Gerafan clan tried a battle of attrition approach. They probably juggled aggro while steadily shaving away its HP. Otherwise, Riacus wouldn't be wandering around 6 hours after phase 3 started. I'm not particularly curious about the exact details of how their raid failed. Surely something went wrong somewhere along the line. That's just how Dungeon and Stone is. A single small slip-up can lead to irreparable consequences. Still, they must have made a decent effort if they managed to push it into phase 4. In the end, it just worked out in my favor. The most challenging aspect of phase 4 is that you can't rely on equipment buffs, but we don't have such penalties. How could I just pass this up? It's almost like it's being handed to us on a platter. Even if it causes stomach problems later, I have to eat first. It's uncertain whether an essence will appear, but if it does, it will make things insanely easier from then on. Quang. We've been locked in bloody combat for over 30 minutes now. Erwin's arrow burrowed deep into Riacus's left eyeball. Lord of Chaos Riacus has cast Corrupted Left Eyeball. Alright, so both eyeballs are gone now? Whoosh. Ominous black smoke poured out from the torn eyelid, and beyond it glimmered a sinister light. It no longer groaned even when its flesh was pierced and its eyeballs popped out, as if it's becoming less and less of a living creature. We've already cut off quite a few of its claws. I think that makes 7 parts that have been corrupted. Phase 4's concept is simple. If we keep pounding Riacus, it summons corrupted body parts to heal itself, each time becoming a bit stronger than before. And that makes 11 so far. We only need one more solid blow. Of the possible 36 body parts that can be corrupted, once 12 are corrupted, the raid is over. Everyone, get back. I barely finished shouting when it started its last desperate thrashing. Corrupted power runs amok. As befits a boss, it has at least one berserk pattern. Now it's a race against time. Pilgrim's Blessing. A hidden aura within the chaos begins purifying the corrupted power. Riacus needs about 5 minutes to cleanse its corrupted body parts and return them to normal. We have to corrupt at least one more within that time. Mister. Just then, Erwin called out to me in a panic. At this point, there shouldn't be any threats coming from behind us. So what is it? There are dozens of people heading this way, and they're coming really fast. What? Dozens of people? Who could they possibly be? Could it be my fellow barbarians from the shelter who came looking for me? Worried? That was the first possibility that came to mind. But, I think it's the Jiarfang clan. Right, no way the world would be that kind. What? I thought those bastards were wiped out. Aner couldn't hide her surprise. I felt the same. Seriously, what's going on here? I can't make heads or tails of it. If they still had dozens of people, why was Riacus wandering around on its own? Were they not completely wiped out? All sorts of questions swirl through your mind. But one thing was clear. They're coming here. This is a very negative variable for us. Put yourself in their shoes. Right when it only needs one last hit, they're not going to stand by and let us land the finishing blow. So, nothing changes. Purification, 1%. About 10 minutes remain until Riacus is fully restored, maybe less, in the straightforward, fearless way of a barbarian. Bet, Helra. Mister, what are you all doing? Hurry up and finish it off. We'll worry about the aftermath later. C461, Proof 1. The time limit of the berserk pattern is about 10 minutes. If that time passes, Riacus instantly recovers his body, rendering all of the hard work meaningless. However, 10 minutes was quite reasonable, at least by the standards of Dungeon&Stone, which is filled with far more unreasonable situations. Purification rate, 3%. We only need to land one more good hit within those 10 minutes. If we do, there won't be any additional patterns or phases. The boss battle would end. So I tried not to get too anxious and focused on safely finishing it off. However, zwoong. Erwin's fully charged arrow whizzed through the air, missing its target. Have both eyes been upgraded or something? It seemed like Riacus saw the arrow coming and dodged accordingly. Can't it just die already? We don't have much time left. Purification rate, 7%. The longer the battle goes on, the more impatient I get. But maybe it's not just me feeling that way. Erwin, why would you shoot your arrow there? If you don't like it, why don't you do something about it yourself? Bethel, Aner, who habitually blamed our ranged dealer, let out a roar and leapt high into the air. She landed on Riacus' shoulder and brought her greatsword down on its neck. Swish. Once again, the slash didn't cut deeply. Perhaps because of that, Aner became greedier than usual. Whoosh. Maintaining her balance on Riacus' shoulder, she pulled out her greatsword and tried another strike. However, this second attack failed to connect. Riacus' tail, moving like a tentacle, wrapped around Aner's waist and lifted her casually into the air. Fortunately, Amelia, who was nearby, quickly swung her dagger to free Aner. Thank you. Calm down, barbarian. At least during battle. Sorry. Apologize properly to that kid later. Aside from Jandel, she's contributed the most. Erwin. Sorry for scolding you for missing. I didn't really care. Amelia scolded Aner, and Erwin awkwardly accepted Aner's apology. It was a rather heartwarming scene. From a team leader's perspective, it's very desirable. Still, I don't know why they're behaving like this during combat, especially when we're running short on time. Instead of talking, how about you get in one more hit? I shouted with a hint of irritation, and they seemed to snap back to reality, ending their conversation and focusing on the fight. Coon. Right on cue, another 4+ swipe comes our way. Rather than absorbing the impact directly with a shield, I step back to deflect it. It's still manageable. I forcefully calm my growing impatience. Purification rate, 9%. Our current condition isn't bad at all. Sure, after over 30 minutes of relentless attacking without rotation, the dealer's MP is running low, but that's about it. This type of boss's difficulty drops sharply the moment you can start holding it in place. Whir. Seeing that it has started making noise again, it seems the purification rate has reached 10%, but that's not particularly important. Who cares about the purification rate when the Jiarfang clan is approaching? Erwin, how much time until your next shot is ready? About 75 seconds. So that's basically our last chance. Uarg. I let out a cry and cling even closer to Ryukus. Normally, for this kind of boss fight, you periodically use Wild Burst to maintain the threat level, making sure the aggro doesn't shift. Squeak. I could block it with my shield and step back, but the dealers couldn't. Purification rate, 15%. If they get hit squarely by those forelegs, even someone sturdy like Aner won't last more than a few hits. That's how lethal a Floor Lord's basic attacks are. Why else would I have decided to just pull aggro and run during phase 3? Mister, has your arrow finished charging already? It hasn't even been 62 seconds. They're here. Although the shout was short and missing a subject, I understood immediately what it meant. Shit. It's been less than 3 minutes since I first sensed them. How fast did they sprint over here? As I scanned my surroundings, fending off Ryukus's attacks, Erwin gave me the information I needed. To the right. I shifted my gaze to the right and saw a group of dozens of people in the distance, growing in size in real time. So, boom, I tossed my shield and hammer to the ground. Amelia, who met my eyes, flinched. Then, seeing me run toward her with my hands out, she widened her eyes. Yeah, you don't see something like this every day. Tap tap. Pushing off the ground, I leap and sling an arm around the giant monster's neck, as if about to tackle it, and then, Bethel, RAAHH. Using the momentum of the run, I rotate onto the monster's back. Clench. With all my might, I tighten my arms around the monster's neck. Its name will be Bethel, Ra. Giant barbarian choke. In some ways, it was similar to the time I wrestled with a troll on the 4th floor, but there were two differences now. The first was that both the wrestler and the victim were several times larger, and the second was strength. It wasn't a perfect hold like last time. Grew. As I tightened my grip, my legs that were binding the front paws easily broke free. After all, similar size doesn't mean similar strength. Bjorn. Then the monster stood up on its back legs and grabbed my arms, which were strangling its neck. 72 seconds. A struggle between the one trying to hold on and the monster trying to break free. 73 seconds. Despite my best efforts, it was in vain. Crack. The wrist part of my already half-destroyed Latinium armor crumpled like a can, and my arms that were strangling the monster's neck went limp. 74 seconds. But, what could I do about it? You're too late, bastard. 75 seconds. Finally, Erwin's charging is done, and with the monster beautifully unguarded trying to get me off. 76 seconds. What's going on? Why isn't she shooting? Feeling puzzled, I look forward to see Erwin frozen with a bow drawn. Phew, so she hasn't miscalculated the timing. Fire. The moment I roar out the command, there's a flash of brilliant light. Zwoong. From this angle, that's what it looks like. It really is like thunder splitting the sky. Kaboom. A powerful explosion enough to momentarily knock out my consciousness followed, and when I regained my senses, I found myself rolling on the bare ground. Beep. My ears are ringing, but my hearing doesn't matter right now. Chaos Lord Ryukus has cast Corrupted Heart. I scramble to my feet and look toward the monster. Exclamation mark. Its entire body stained black. It let out some sort of anguished cry, but I can't hear a thing. The corrupted power begins to run wild once again. Its body inflates and deflates in blotches of red, like an unstable balloon pressed under a fist. Aner and Amelia keep their distance, weapons drawn as if on guard. Well, it's all over now. No need for that. The ancient pilgrim rejects the corrupted power. Like an unstable substance, the monster's body exploded outward. Then, flash. Then, flash. As if a nuclear bomb had exploded right in front of me, a fierce flash bursts forth. Although the color was dark red, the brilliance was still blinding. The ancient pilgrim is extinguished. As the light subsided, my vision slowly returned. Everything changes at once. The labyrinth is no longer dyed red. Also, you have defeated the Chaos Lord, Ryukus. EXP plus 100. Floor Lord kill bonus. EXP plus 15. In the place where the monster once stood, there are only countless fragments of light particles scattering in the air. Achievement unlocked. Condition: defeat your first Floor Lord. Reward: your soul power permanently increases by plus 50. This truly marks the end of the hunt. Achievement unlocked. Condition: defeat Chaos Lord Ryukus. Reward: I felt a wave of emotion. Though I only landed the final blow, years ago I couldn't even stand against this monstrous creature and had to flee. However, there was no time to dwell on feelings. The end of the raid meant it was time to gather the rewards. Swoosh! In the swirling light, fluttering like cherry blossoms in spring, I look around to see what's left. What would it drop? Thump. My heart begins to beat like crazy. A Floor Lord provides 3 rewards. A floor artifact, which is a higher tier version of a numbers item. A floor stone, which can open the floor's rift one time. And, please, let it be an essence, an essence, an essence, an essence. A floor essence, which in some ways is even more important than a level 1 essence. Sure, a floor artifact is nice, but I want an essence. After waiting for a while with my heart in prayer, the brilliance of the light swarm softened, and the thing I had been waiting for finally appeared. Number 9999 beginner's luck has activated. It's an essence. Neither a floor artifact nor a floor stone had dropped. Bjorn, since an essence had dropped. The problem is, look at their faces. The faces of the Gearflan clan members, now close enough to see their expressions, grew desperate, they even seemed to be shouting something urgently at me. Regrettably, I really couldn't hear them. Well, what now? No need to waste precious time pondering. As soon as I identified the essence, I moved my legs. Erwin replied, but my hearing hadn't fully recovered yet, so I couldn't understand. Therefore, am I supposed to? Rather than, after grabbing Erwin's slender waist with both hands. Explanation later. I threw Erwin straight up, I vaguely hear a strange noise when my hearing starts to come back, but I don't pay much attention to it. After all, I've done this before. Kind of nostalgic. I did the same thing when I fed her the goblin essence. The essence of chaos deeply permeates the soul of Erwin Fornaxi Tertia. The first words from Erwin, who had absorbed the essence of chaos, were these. Why did you give this to me? You really should have taken it, mister. So that's what she was trying to say earlier. I appreciate her concern, but there's no need for her to feel so burdened. I planned on giving you this essence eventually anyway. More precisely, ever since I found out she'd contracted with all 4 elemental spirits. The true value of this essence would be revealed from that point, though I didn't expect to give it to her so soon. But this is an Floor Lord's essence. Why? Are you going to leave me right after you take the essence, like when you got that goblin essence? I asked her. No, absolutely not. I'd never do that. Alright, that settles that. A barbarian doesn't really pair well with a chaos essence anyway. Sure, it's extremely valuable, and it's far better than eating some random level 3 core essence, but a Floor Lord's essence is limited to 1 per character, and you can't have it removed at a temple later on. The Floor Lord essence I'm going to consume is higher up, anyway. Right, so, Jandel, time to focus on the present, because they've just arrived. Baron Jandel, what is the meaning of this? The dagger boy shouted as soon as he arrived. I told you to stop, didn't I? Wow, he's not even bothering with proper courtesy anymore? Oh, that? I didn't hear you. That's ridiculous. Even if I had heard you, I wouldn't have stopped. I cut him off decisively, and he fell silent, glowering at me. Amelia quietly called my name. Jandel, I know. Before I realize it, the Gearflan clan members have surrounded us in a perimeter. They look like they've done this more than a few times, a well-practiced maneuver. The dagger boy didn't even have to issue any commands, so it must be routine for them. Still, I show no sign of backing down. Vice Captain of the Gearfan clan, Malred Kevrin, speak. Do you have any idea what you're doing right now? He meets my eyes boldly and answers. What we're doing? We're simply asking you, Baron, why you stole Ryakis when we were already in the middle of a raid, as Baron Jandel, a former explorer, you must know, no mercy is shown to pillagers in the dungeon, Daggerboy added. Sigh. I thought once the essence is consumed, they'd have no choice but to back off, even if it doesn't profit us much. They're seriously pissed off, aren't they? C-462, Proof 2. The lingering heat of the battle still seared my skin. Over that heat came a chill in the air and hostile gazes. I didn't think they'd be this blatant. The atmosphere was tense, as if a fight could break out at any moment. Still, I didn't let myself get swept up in it. I remained as calm as possible to assess the situation. Fortunately, this was not the worst-case scenario. A threat usually means they want something. If they were really out to finish me off, they'd have pretended to leave with a smile, then ambushed me. So why were these guys resorting to such obvious bluffing? I need to figure that out first. I had a guess or two, but nothing was certain yet. Plunder, huh? Once my thoughts were in order, I continued with a broad smile. First, let me ask this. On what basis did you decide that I committed plundering? When I met Ryakis, it was definitely wandering alone. Isn't that right, Erwin? Yes? Yes, that's right. I didn't detect any explorer within a minimum radius of 1 kilometer, and in such cases, it's often argued that no ownership can be claimed. With that, Erwin helpfully confirmed the circumstances at that time, offering me covering fire. But the dagger boy wasn't about to retreat so easily. That applies to regular monsters. You cannot view a floor lord on the same level. So what exactly are you trying to say? I'm saying that the fact Ryakis was separated from our clan was merely an unavoidable part of our ongoing strategy. It doesn't mean we gave up our claim on him. Unavoidable process, my foot. One glance at their equipment told me everything I needed to know. They'd cleared Phase 3, yet their gear was all intact. They must have needed time to pull out new equipment from storage space. They'd likely used that decoy squad I saw earlier to create a distraction. While the main force pulled back to re-equip, the decoy would stall for time, then circle back to regroup. That had probably been their initial plan, but they failed. The evidence? Among the dozens of clan members surrounding us, there was no sign of the decoy squad. They must have realized late that the decoy squad got wiped out, searched the vicinity frantically, and eventually found us. Then they rushed over here. Now, I was beginning to see the bigger picture. Well, I don't know what the real story is. Well, maybe the actual details differ a bit, but probably not by much. Baron Jandel, you intercepted the floor lord we were in the middle of subjugating, and we suffered immense damage in the process. We had no idea you'd run into complications, but in the end, you ignored our pleas and took the essence for yourself. How is that a problem? I took the spoils of the monster I killed, but without us wearing it down first, you never could have defeated that monster. Alright, I had to concede that point, but from the looks of it, you guys summoned that thing without permission, didn't you? In any case, you failed to keep it under control, and I stepped in so that lower-level explorers wouldn't suffer harm. No need to say all that out loud, though. So, what do you want? I cut straight to the chase. No matter how many logical arguments we made, neither side was going to admit defeat. Ultimately, logic wasn't what mattered here. In the name of the honorable royal family of Raftonia, we ask you to make a promise right here, in the labyrinth, in the city, in any world, in any era. Admit you made a mistake, and when you return to the city, pay us the equivalent value of the floor lord's essence. Power was always what proved logic. Yes, if you promise to do so, then today's issue won't be plundering at all. In other words, if I refused, they'd label me a plunder and start a PK, player kill. Things were getting simpler now that we were at the heart of the matter, which left me with three choices: agree without a fight and pay compensation. I'd lose all my money, maybe even go into debt for a few years, but since I did get the essence, maybe it wouldn't be such a bad trade. Agree without a fight, and then break my promise later. But there was a recording crystal running even as we spoke. Breaking my promise would be an insult to the royal name, costing me my noble title. So, realistically, I had only one choice: prove that my logic was correct. Having decided, I didn't hesitate. Now, Baron Jandel, what will you do? What do you think? No matter how I look at this, I rested the warhammer I was holding on my shoulder as I spoke. I don't recall making any mistakes, so you're going to choose the poison wine, are you? Does it matter? Wine is never sweet, anyway. You think we really can't do it, Baron Jandel? It's not that I think you can't do it. After all, clan warfare is part of this game's content, too. Aner, Emily, Erwin. I swiftly called my companions. I realized too late that I'd forgotten our sailor Orion, but I didn't bother correcting myself. He'd handle herself fine, anyway. Not that he'd be of much help in a situation like this. Prepare for battle. At my command, the party moved as one, drawing their weapons and taking positions. We formed a tight circle, our backs facing one another. With Amelia's glance, Orion cleverly positioned himself right behind me, and we were ready in an instant. Therefore, kill anyone who approaches immediately. I told Jagger Boy, fixing my gaze on him. I'll take full responsibility. Now, it all depended on his choice. There is a shivering silence as we both point our weapons at each other. For quite some time, I wished he would make a decision soon. How long was he planning to keep this up? Though I was getting impatient, I didn't rashly provoke them. It was best for us not to fight. Even if we were superior in individual skill, the difference in numbers was overwhelming, and there was too great a risk of casualties on our side. But still, I chose a head-on approach. The reason was simple. It's just as risky for that guy. If a floor artifact had dropped, that'd be a big prize. But now, what could he gain from fighting? Not like the essence would spill out if even he cut us open. At best, the equipment we wore was all he could take, and if we somehow slipped away and reported them in the city, they'd be accused of attempting to kill a noble. But letting us go like this would be irritating for them. That's why we had this standoff, a kind of game of chicken. We were speeding toward a cliff, and whoever stopped first would lose, but if neither side stopped, both would plummet. Just then, the Dagger Boy finally broke his silence. We'll demand only half the value of the essence. A dramatic compromise, offered as we both teetered on the brink. Half, is it? In reality, we suffered the biggest losses pushing the floor lord to that point. He mentioned they'd lost 14 men, each one elite. It'd take years, plus astronomical funds and effort, to fill their ranks again. Even half the essence's value would merely cover the cost of broken gear and spent consumables. Once he started talking, the Dagger Boy didn't stop, adding persuasive arguments. Of course, the value of the essence will be fairly determined based on the appraisal set by the guild's committee. I didn't need to hear more. Thanks for the offer, but I declined. When I cut him off, he mumbled blankly. Refuse? You refuse? Why the surprised look? In this line of work, when you back down, you don't get anything in return. Explorers risk their pride for a reason. The moment you take a step back, it confirms one thing. This bastard isn't willing to see it through to the end. So why should I concede anything? Now that I've confirmed it's all bluffing, not betting would just be stupid. Just so you know, even if you cut that in half again, my answer won't change. I seized this chance to apply more pressure. So cut the chatter, and come at me. A bold provocation I hadn't dared until now. Still, even then, the guy didn't draw his weapon. Once again, he just kept flapping his gums. Please, calm down and think this through. I've never been more rational. You truly are a reckless man, Baron. Well, I don't think someone who tries to brand a royal baron as a plunderer is in any position to speak. Can you truly handle what comes next? What is he even talking about? Do you think I would be standing here if I were afraid of that? I don't bluff clumsily like you. I'll give you a count to 3, if you're still in front of me when I'm done, I'll assume you've come to assassinate me. That's just 1. As soon as I began the countdown, the dagger boy clamped his mouth shut. His expression clearly showed his inner conflict. What to do now? Just back off? No way. Would he really charge? There are so many of us. But he's a madman. Maybe he really would. Reason doesn't work on him. 2. He still hadn't decided. He had just become the vice captain. After all, it wouldn't have been easy to make such a crucial decision. Therefore, 3. Time's up. I decided to give him a push. If I really swung a hammer, it might make his decision easier. Vice. At that moment, an archer standing to the right of Dagger Boy suddenly stepped forward and whispered something into his ear. They must have activated voice control as I couldn't eavesdrop on their conversation. As I was about to intervene quickly, wondering what this trickery was about. Mister, I'm picking up multiple explorers approaching. Around a few hundred of them. A few hundred? Where the hell would that many show up from out of nowhere? It's probably the same people we met back there. I'd almost forgotten about them. I panicked for a second, wondering if they were the enemy's reinforcements. But it looks like it might be good news for us. Sure enough, the Dagger Boy, after double-checking, was grinding his teeth with a furious scowl. He must have gotten a similar report. With no chance to handle this quietly, he had only one choice. Everyone, put your weapons down. Yes, that's right. Hurry and get out of here. The moment he gave the order, the group started breaking formation to leave, but apparently leaving just like that was too humiliating. Then, I shall see you in the city, Baron Jandel. Oh, it seems my tasks have just increased. After the Girfan clan had left, I waited a while before hundreds of low-rank explorers arrived. Chief, congratulations on your magnificent achievement. I knew it. I knew you'd pull it off. They came running and cheering as soon as they spotted us, afraid they might trample us. I used gigantification to keep them at bay. Then I picked one guy out of the crowd to ask what had happened. Louis Sire, what exactly is going on? Well, as soon as everyone realized the Floor Lord had been slain, they wanted to come and thank you. So they sprinted off in the direction we disappeared earlier. Their intentions were nice, but, well, I guess I should be grateful for that, too. They did inadvertently help us get out of this jam without a scratch, and I might need them to testify when we get back to the city. Having made my calculations, I approached the other explorers besides Louis Sire and struck up a conversation, asking for their names. But for some reason, Bent Mahilo, was it? Got it. I'll remember, what an honor. The longer we spent exchanging names, the stranger the looks from these lower floor explorers became. He treats people like us this way. He may be of a different race, but there's no doubt he's truly worthy of respect. Yes, surely this is what they mean by calling someone a hero. All I did was find out their personal info. I felt a little like a con artist, but I saw no need to correct them. Your character's fame level has increased by +1. 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 Yeah, gotta raise your fame whenever you can. Alright, then we'll be taking our leave. After learning everyone's names and where they lived, I left the scene without any hesitation. Are you leaving? Are you heading to the upper floors? That's not it, but I have other things to do. There's no point in going up to the 4th floor anyway. Even if I enter the 15th day, the labyrinth will close before I reach the 5th floor. Honestly, after dealing with this event, I also want to rest a bit. Mister, where are we going now? Once we were away from the group and among ourselves, Erwin asked about our destination, and I candidly answered, we're going to the witch's hut. That hut? You mean the rest area in the forest? But why there? Why, indeed, Tisk, these dungeon newbies. We just defeated a Chaos Lord. Achievement unlocked. Condition, defeat Chaos Lord Dryacus. Reward, I've got to pick up that unknown achievement reward before I go. See 463. Proof, 3. The character enters the witch's hut. It was the first time coming back to the witch's hut since being stranded with Misha. Many parts of it had changed since the last time. Swoosh, no more grass lawns filled with wildflowers, nor the lush green trees with abundant leaves, snow. It was a snow-white expanse. The snow-laden trees were dried out and withered, and in the distance, one lone cabin stood between them. Oh, is this snow? Wow, it's actually cold. Aner, seeing the snow piled on the ground, was thrilled like a child. Well, it makes sense. It never snows in Raftonia. Other than a few islands on the 6th floor of Icelock, plus a few rifts, it's hard to see snow. The Frost Canyon on the 5th floor is closer to an icy field rather than a snowy one. Hey, Rockrick, come over here, it's not Rockrick, it's Aryan Rocklov. Don't be so stiff. This is how we become friends. Anyway, come over, ugh, ack. Amelia tried to correct the mistake, but Einar dragged Orion off to have a snowball fight. Ouch, it hurts. Miss Rians, Jandel, you're just going to stand and watch. Amelia's voice implied she wanted someone to stop them immediately. Well, can't a barbarian enjoy a little snowball fight? Just leave them. We'll be busy checking Erwan's essence for a while anyway. So basically, you have no intention of solving this. No, that's not what I mean. Enough. Go check the essence. I'll stay here, you're not coming with us. I've been thinking I'd need to put them in their place one day anyway. With that cryptic remark, Amelia leapt forward to where Aryan and Einar were, and then, oh, are you joining us? Yes. After activating even self-replication, she began hurling snowballs at Einar in rapid succession. Ha, take this. At first, Einar was pleased to have another playmate, but it didn't take long for his smile to vanish. Oh, arg, what are you? Not content with flipping her over by grabbing her arm and slamming her onto the snowy ground, Amelia proceeded to rub Einar's face into the snow. MMFF. There you go, you like snow so much? This isn't the kind of snowball fight I heard about. Why would there be any rules in a fight? I won't just sit back and take this. Einar quickly used his brute strength to get up, but Amelia jumped on his back, locking her arms with her legs. And then, what are you going to do if you won't let me do this? Her clones mercilessly planted snowballs in his unguarded face. Thwack, 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 thud. It was like a skilled pitcher aiming at a perfect target. Mister, let's just go. Yes, after watching for a while, we left the three of them alone and headed to the back of the cabin. After all, there's no better training ground than the witch's hut. Not only is it a private environment, but unlike a city training ground, there's no risk of destroying anything we'd have to pay for later. Erwan, have you gotten used to it? Yes. Noticing any changes? I'm not sure. It feels like all of my abilities have improved overall, but I don't sense a dramatic increase in any single aspect. There must be more. I've been having a terrible headache. Not just hurting, probably hard to endure. Still, if I compare it to the time before, the fact she isn't making a big deal about it means she's drastically improved. Don't worry too much, it's because of the essence. Wait, because of the essence? Erwan's eyes lit up with curiosity, and I slowly began to explain. First, I had to talk about the stat changes. Chaos, your negative stats double, and all your stats increase in proportion to those negative stats. In the game, the description in the base status window is basically just that. Figuring out the formula was, as always, up to the player. By negative stats, are you talking about the stats that reduce ability values? I should explain from the start. It includes those, but that's not all. In Dungeon & Stone, each stat has a coefficient, and according to that coefficient, physical, mental, and special ability stats increase. For instance, for dexterity, which has a coefficient of 0.5, increasing your dexterity by +1 raises a special ability stat by 0.5. High-value stats like magic resistance have a coefficient of 3. Anyway, that's not the main point. Most stats have a coefficient above 0, but sometimes you see stats with a negative coefficient. I called them negative stats. For example, among the stats you have, impulse and distrust fall into that category. Basically, if you get +2 stat with negative coefficient, they have a negative effect on your physical, mental and special ability stats. Conversely, when stats with a coefficient of 0 or above are marked with a comma, they were what known as debuff stats. This was the case with the essence giving her rupture, which gave her -30 control. After quickly explaining to her the basics, I quickly moved on to her stat calculations. First, from Evan's essence, physical resistance decreased by -80. From the royal reward Ritkanen, which I recommended, soul regeneration decreased by -40. And then from rupture, control decreased by -30. From Calvin, impulse is +30, and distrust is +30. There's no need to include the possessiveness from the Metcrow essence since its coefficient is 0. She also erased the +40 craving stat before we entered the labyrinth. After multiplying her stat values by their respective coefficients and summing them up, I multiplied by the chaos essence coefficient of 0.2 to complete the calculation. The number came out, 53.8. That's how much Erwan's chaos essence was boosting all of her existing stats. Well, not literally all stats. Innate stats like luck or bone density do not increase. Still, this efficiency is ridiculous. It felt a bit surreal. Ritkanen was my recommendation, but the rest were chosen by Erwan herself. Losing so much of her mental stats might be dangerous, but she seemed to be doing fine. Proof of that is, she's still calm now, even though those negative stats were now higher than before. Still, I'm worried. I should change her other essences soon. Mental stats have low coefficients, so they weren't very effective even when used with the essence of chaos. Control is tolerable, but distrust has a coefficient of only 0.6, Substituting it with a stat that has a greater coefficient value would be more beneficial over time. For instance, if she were given an item with a magic resistance of -50, all her stats would increase by +30. Well anyway, thanks to this effect, the essence of chaos is great for any main damage dealer. On the other hand, there aren't that many good essences for tanks, as they tend to increase defense in exchange for low damage output. I see. Now that I think of it, you told me before to focus on what I'm best at? I don't remember, but it was time to move on, even if it's not the usual pub room we test abilities in. Alright, let's test your abilities. Use your powers. We might not be in our usual place, but we still have to check. Chaos Essence consists of 2 skills, one passive and one active. That's all. Comparing it to Guardian Essences, which can sometimes offer 5 or more active skills, it might seem extremely lacking, but sometimes, one can be better than 100. Chaos Circuit. All resources held by the character are combined into one. You can use the power of chaos when all resources are depleted. First, the passive is quite unique. Simply put, it's a skill where mana, natural power, soul power, divine power, etc., are integrated into one gauge. It alone is worth a lot. Increasing natural energy, needed for spirit magic, is incredibly difficult. Perhaps that's why Erwin consumed the essence of Earths. She can use its passive to replace her soul energy with natural energy. In that sense, we need to erase that essence once we return. Active, elemental fusion, isn't bad, but it's not the kind of essence you'd want to keep forever. By abilities you mean, use focused shot. We're testing how to completely empty your resource pool. Oh, and summon some spirits. In that case, wouldn't it be faster to summon Declo? It'll burn through my energy quickly. Oh, that's a good point. I told her to hurry and summon it, and Erwin reluctantly used her ultimate move. Erwin Fornacy Detertia summons the Dark Spirit King Declo. A human-shaped mass of darkness emerged, tearing through space. At Erwin's command, Declo began blasting orbs of darkness in the direction away from the cabin. Boom, boom, boom. They collided with a barrier in the distance and exploded. As expected, the barrier didn't show a scratch. Accumulated energy has been depleted. All of Erwin's resources ran out about 30 seconds after she started using them. Previously, the limit was 5 seconds when used at full power. Her mana pool must have grown a lot, so she can maintain it far longer now. Of course, that's not the key point now. A mysterious power infuses the empty vessel, triggered by fully depleting her resources. Chaos Circuit activated. For 1 minute, no resources consumed. The infinite power mode, it really isn't unsummoning. Erwin looked at Declo, who was still emitting explosive firepower, in admiration. I was just as impressed, honestly. Maintaining this kind of firepower for 1 minute and 30 seconds, and that's not even the full extent of what she can do. Unlimited MP means you can still do more. She can let the Spirit King keep fighting while she casts her own skills. Erwin, now use focused shot. I gave one more order, and Erwin silently lifted her bow, drawing back the string. Whoosh, white light formed at the tip of the arrow. This skill, which had greatly contributed during the Ryakuses, has a simple effect. The longer you charge, the more MP is exponentially consumed. Whoosh, and the more damage it deals. Usually, I wouldn't allow more than a 15-second charge. Past that point, the MP drain becomes enormous while the damage boost grows too slowly. With a cooldown of about 60 seconds, it's more beneficial to wait and shoot another arrow. But, if the MP is infinite, it's a different story. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4 seconds. As time passed, the density of energy gathering at the arrowhead increased, and then some more time passed. Now, Erwin released her hand from the string. Exclamation mark. A flash of light erupted, bleaching everything to white. Again, not a single scratch appeared on the barrier. But, yeah, that's it. I could intuitively feel it. The instantaneous firepower was even greater than Declo's. The energy contained in the vessel is escaping. Temporarily, all stats decreased by 70%. Just as Erwin collapsed into my arms, exhausted, a frantic shout came from afar. Bjorn, where are you? Bjorn, it was Einar, who had been playing with Amelia. What was that just now? Isn't it a dimensional collapse? We might have to run. She sounded like a frightened wild animal facing a natural disaster. In a way, her utter naivety was so pure it made me laugh. Don't worry, it's not a dimensional collapse. Really? I was so startled. Suddenly, the world flashed, and the ground seemed to shake. Yes, calm down. It's okay now. As I was soothing Einar, Amelia came up beside me and asked, that thing just now, was Tertia the one who did it? Yeah, remarkable. So that's what a Floor Lord's essence is. Don't worry, I'll make sure you get one later, too. I spoke reassuringly, but Amelia turned her head with a huff, as if to say, don't treat me like some barbarian. Still, from the look on her face, I could tell she was secretly anticipating it. So, is everything done now? Yeah, it's all finished. We didn't get to test out the active skill, but it's not like I can test it here anyway. I'll have to experiment with it later in the city. It's quite an unusual skill, after all. Erwin, can you walk? No, I can't walk. I tried to lift the exhausted Erwin, but someone was quicker to step forward. Oh, then let me carry you. Einar had always performed admirably as a mount in the past. Come on, get on, comma. Thanks. With Einar carrying Erwin, we headed towards the hut. Unlike the outside which had turned into winter, the inside of the hut was just as it had been before. A bookshelf, a dining table, a carpet, a small bed that my feet slipped out of when I lay down. Flicker. The fireplace was blazing. Yandel, what do we do now? Enter the flames, and it's over. Then the reward would come in, the witch's hut would be closed, and the character would be banished to the forest. Björn. Suddenly, Einar looked at me seriously. I've been thinking it over, and really going into the flames doesn't seem right. What is this betrayal? Since it wasn't worth responding to, I simply said I would go first and squatted down, walking into the flames. Flicker. A warmth that could not be described as hot. Your mental resistance stat permanently increases by +50. Okay, so the stats should have increased well. It was the moment I closed my eyes in an inexplicable comfort. When I opened my eyes again, I was frozen. It wasn't the witch's forest but a space I had never seen before. What are you? A girl with a ghostly pale complexion was staring at me. C464. Proof. 4. The hidden reward for defeating Ryukas is straightforward. After the raid, if you step into the flames at the cabin, your mental resistance greatly increases, and your character is transported to the witch's forest. And then, achievement unlocked. Condition, defeat the Lord of Chaos, Ryukas. Reward, mental resistance +50, permanent. If you open the achievement window again, you will see that has changed. It was a very unique hidden piece in Dungeon & Stone. The fact that it's an achievement reward that requires you to go to a specific place, and the fact that it's a time-limited reward if you don't visit later. Above all, your mental resistance permanently increases by +50. The phrase ends carelessly in one line. No mention of unknown powers inhabiting the body. No blessings bestowed by hidden beings. The usual phrases that pop up when you discover hidden pieces are completely absent. So, I tried various experiments wondering if I missed something, but the result was the same. So I just thought there was nothing hidden. Error occurred. Where am I? This definitely isn't the witch's forest. Unable to locate character. Character log transmission temporarily suspended. Who is this girl? Tap, tap, tap. The campfire burned and dimly lit the place. Despite looking around, the girl did not answer my first question. Just when the girl was breaking her silence, Elise Groundia. It sounded like a voice in my head, not through my ears. The voice itself was surprisingly ordinary. But, what the fuck? The words came out of my mouth with goosebumps all over my body. That's how famous the name was. Sorry for swearing. I'm a barbarian. I get like this when I'm too shocked. I took a deep breath and scrutinized the girl. She didn't seem to be joking around. But that didn't mean I could just accept it easily. Is she really the Earth Witch? It's just too hard to believe. Yet, I decided to coolly acknowledge it. After all, why shouldn't I believe it? Wasn't the witch supposed to be alive? After all, a girl I met in such a place couldn't be just any girl. So, this could actually be a good thing. If she really is the Earth Witch, I might get a chance to have a long conversation and gather valuable information. You must not open the gate of the abyss. What on earth does that mean? Before I can ask, it happened. Whoosh! A strangely eerie wind blew, and the space mixed like clearing fog. I reached out desperately towards the blurring witch. But in the end, what my fingertips meet is, Jandel, what in the world are you doing? Amelia's angry face. Character position confirmed. Resuming character log transmission. We returned to the witch's forest. After a moment of feeling like I was possessed by a ghost, I checked with my companions to see if they had experienced a similar phenomenon. A field covered in fog. What are you talking about? We just came out here. So, they experienced nothing of the sort. Guess I must have been seeing things. Since I didn't fully understand what happened myself, I gave a vague explanation. Amelia glanced at me suspiciously, but didn't probe further. 23:50. After checking the time, we decided to end the exploration here and spent the time freely relaxing. Hey, BJO. Phenyline, don't bother him. He looks like he needs to think. Oh, alright. Although it was only a few minutes, thanks to Amelia, I could peacefully organize my thoughts. The event I just experienced was definitely not a dream. That girl I met must be the Earth Witch. There was no doubt about it. But, do not open the door to the abyss. What was that supposed to mean? And why did it only happen to me? Oral Gavis was the same, and for some reason, everyone seems to have bizarre expectations of me. Is it just because I'm an original clear user? Phew, I think hard every day, but why does it feel like there's always more to consider? The labyrinth has been closed. In the end, I didn't find the answer to my thoughts until the labyrinth closed. The character is moving to Raftonia. As usual, the city sky was blurry. Wait, is that him? It's Baron Jandel. Returning to the dimensional plaza, explorers who recognized me whispered. By now, it's basically routine, so I pay them no mind and look around. This time was really dangerous. At least no one died. Let's hurry and get some rest. The explorers from the 7th floor looked particularly tired. Their equipment was in terrible condition. Was there some incident? Must have been some big incident. I'll ask about it later. I don't even have to go to the round table for that kind of intel anymore. I can just ask Versal in person. The more fame I get, the less I need the round table. Still, that clown bastard and the GM side chick are there, so I can't skip it entirely. I slowly started walking towards the checkpoint. In the past, I'd have rushed to line up as soon as possible, but not now. Bjorn, here. This is the integrated checkpoint that only rank 4 or higher teams can use. At this level, most groups are clans, so there's basically no line. Groups of 10 or more must use a different checkpoint anyway. I should probably raise our clan rank soon. I don't want to waste time at checkpoints later. Because the line is short and we didn't pick up many magic stones, it doesn't take long to get through. So, Aner, you heading straight to the pub? Yeah, see you later. After parting ways with Aner, I headed directly home. Right, I have to deal with this house by the end of the month. Even though I'm home, which is a place to relax, I have to think about the tasks I need to handle next. I've literally just returned from catching Ryukus. I'm going to wash up first. You guys take care of yourselves and get some rest. Thank you for your hard work, mister. Get some rest, Jandel. I wash off all the grime from our expedition, then collapse onto my bed. Phew, time to sleep. I'll need to get up early tomorrow. The next morning at 6 a.m., trying not to wake Amelia and Erwin, I quietly washed up and went out to the streets. Yawn. I'm so sleepy. I went to bed around 2 p.m., so I slept about 15 hours. Thanks to the 15-day exploration ending at the 3rd floor, it's a bit better, but my body was still tired. Phew. Usually, the day after an exploration is stay home and relax time. It's an honor to have you aboard, Baron Jandel. Soon after reaching the public station, I boarded the noble's carriage and headed to the capital, Karnan. It had been a while since I took a carriage to the capital. When meeting the Marquis paid, and when attending a royal event, the royal family covered the costs. I might as well sleep on the way. Thinking I saved 700,000 stones despite this slight inconvenience made me comfortable enough to drift off to sleep. 13:10. It was a little after noon when the carriage arrived at its destination. Chew. As I made my way to the manor's gates, stuffing my face with jerky, a rabbit-eared guard approached me. There were no problems with him not recognizing my identity. Welcome to the House of Larivia, Baron Jandel. The guard, welcoming me to the Baroness's estate, led me inside. I was struck by the extreme hospitality. So this is the dignity of a noble house. Every little part seemed to contain unseen efforts. Even if I buy land, erect a building, and call it House Jandel someday, it would take a long time to match this level of detail. Baron Jandel, it's been a while. Following the guard, I arrived in a room where the Baroness I had met during the ceremony entered. Long time no see. Baroness Larivia, your home is quite nice. Thank you for your kind words, but it seems you're not nervous. Should I be? No, not really. It means that you seem comfortable. And honestly, I can't imagine Baron Jandel being nervous. I do get nervous when my life is at stake. Such words make you sound like a true explorer. A veteran of high society, Baroness Larivia has excellent communication skills. She kept the conversation flowing even though I was basically just answering her questions. Oh my, time's running short. I have some work to do as host for today's meeting, so I'll be going. I also have to greet the other families. So, where should I go? When I asked, she tilted her head and laughed. You don't need to worry about that, Baron. When the time comes, someone will come to guide you. Until then, please make yourself at home. Got it. See you later. Then, about 30 minutes after the Rabbit Baroness spoke, the guide came. The heads are waiting for you. We soon arrived at a large study that instantly reminded me of the round table. It's no wonder, a round table was placed at the center of the study. Does this world not have meetings without a round table? The thought made me laugh, but I controlled myself. I couldn't leave a first impression of being a weirdo, without looking around. I noticed that everyone in the room was looking at me. Everyone seemed curious about the new member. If they were this curious, they could have at least said hello during the promotion ceremony. But apparently they didn't come because they feared drawing attention. Recalling what the Rabbit Baroness had said and seeing this scene, I can't help but think, there really are a bunch of shy herbivores. Pardon me, Baron Jandel, but could you stand over there for a moment? It won't take long. Alright, well, now that everyone's here, let's open with our first agenda item. The Rabbit Baroness, sitting at the head of the table, acted as the moderator for the meeting. Today's first agenda item is Baron Jandel's admission. In keeping with our council's principle of equality, anyone may freely speak before we vote. Once a majority is reached and the motion is approved, we will accept that result graciously. So this is the vibe here. No wonder they're using a big round table where everyone can face each other. There's something I'd like to ask Baron Jandel first. As soon as the meeting started, a ferryman with a mustache raised his hand. His blue hair indicated which family he was from. Go ahead. First, let me introduce myself. I am Baron Huskara. It's truly a pleasure to meet a hero like you in this setting. Likewise, I am Baron Jandel. Now, what did you want to ask? Rumor has it you recently became the barbarian chief. Is that true? It is. There's no point in hiding it, so I gave an immediate nod. None of the other house heads looked surprised. It seems they're already aware. After all, the important part was what came next. We've heard much about you, Baron Jandel, so I'll be direct. Why did you do such a thing? Were you unaware of the unwritten rule here? Of course not. I was aware. Recognizing my cool acknowledgement, the family had seemed intrigued. You knew, and yet you still did it. Because that unwritten rule wasn't benefiting me in any way. Those words can't be taken lightly. Why not? We've been making efforts not to rouse hostility from the established noble houses. But Baron Jandel, you've undone our years of effort. I know. We've shown everyone that we distance ourselves from our sanctuary and are loyal to the royal family. Baron Jandel, even knowing that, it was time to leave my first impression with them. But so what? I interrupted the mustache baron. This behavior might seem rude to those born and raised in noble houses. What has changed, really? After all, I am a barbarian, Silenced by my question, the fairy gentleman looked bewildered and I looked around the room. It was the perfect moment to make my character known. Let's be honest, everyone here knows it, don't they? No matter how much we pretend to draw a line between ourselves and the sanctuary, they'll never truly accept us. Besides, it's not as if that line was ever firmly drawn in the first place. It was more like turning a blind eye, hoping no one would notice. They simply avoided directly sitting in the seat of power in their respective tribes. Nonetheless, every single noble house here maintains some sort of behind-the-scenes connection with their sanctuary. The reason they were so eager to bring me on board was precisely because they can gain the support of the barbarians. If you're going to bow down, do it completely. If you're going to stand up, do it quickly and decisively. That's the way politics usually works. How come these politicians seem to know less about it than I do? Right, then, any more questions? None from me, at least. I feel I now know what sort of person Baron Jandel is. Once Baron Huskara ended his turn, Baroness Rabbit continued the proceedings. Does anyone else have questions for Baron Jandel, or any other opinions to express? If not, we shall begin the vote. Those in favor of Baron Jandel's admission, please raise your hand to show your support. The vote began unexpectedly. I had no problem with it not being a secret ballot, but I never imagined it would be done simply by a show of hands. In the silence, the heads of each household began to raise their hands one by one, much to my astonishment, given the outdated method. Fortunately, the results were as I expected. 31 houses have voted in favor. Therefore, Baron Jandel's admission is approved. Unanimous. From today onwards, an enemy of Baron Jandel's house is an enemy of ours, and we will not abandon Baron Jandel's house under any circumstances. The barons clapped their hands at the end of Baroness Rabbit's words, but they weren't particularly pleased. After all, this was the first barbarian noble house in 600 years. Even if I had dropped my trousers and defecated in the middle of the room, the result would likely have been no different. They had come to terms with their powerlessness and the inevitability of waiting endlessly for a change. They would have been fine with accepting me, even if I were a senseless mass murderer, and waited until I had a son, hoping he would possess some humanity. Baron Jandel, you may now take your seat. The applause stopped as I made my way to the only empty seat and sat down, and Baroness Rabbit offered a few words of advice before continuing the meeting. The second agenda is regarding support for Baron Jandel's house. Essentially, the outcome of this was also predetermined. Supporting the establishment of Baron Jandel's house was a foregone conclusion. However, discussions continued on how much to invest, which lands to purchase, and how much support would follow. And, this much is certain, I've drawn the maximum support possible. Thanks to Baroness Rabbit's vigorous representation, the support funds were set a bit higher than expected. So, on to the next item. The third agenda is. Baroness Rabbit glanced at me nervously and continued. The formal support for Baron Jandel and Clan Anabada, Clan Anabada, that's the clan under Baron Jandel's command? Right. Yes, that's correct. As expected, the room buzzed with whispers as she finished speaking. We accepted that Baron Jandel's house would benefit us, but this is a completely different matter. Support for a private entity, not a noble house? There is no precedent for that. Questions flew from all directions, and they all converged on one critical point. Why should we do this? Was there a valid reason for this action? That's because, before Baroness Rabbit could respond, I stood up. No, I can't leave this to others. After all, one must prove their own worth. Chapter 465, Proof 5. The moment I stood up, everyone quickly shut their mouths as their attention snapped to me. Even though we were all in the same room, their gazes alone spoke of a wall between us. The mustachioed baron met my eyes as he spoke up on the group's behalf. Baron Jandel seems to have something he wants to say. His message was loud and clear. They would hear me out, but I shouldn't expect them to change their minds. It seemed that all the other houses here were in agreement as well. I sighed inwardly. I'm not trying to steal your money so I can live in the lap of luxury. Gathered here were 31 people representing 31 noble houses. Of them, the only one I could genuinely consider my ally was the rabbit baroness, who was struggling to keep order. Still, that was fine. I only need to persuade 15 people, including my own. Melbeth was made up of 32 houses. To reach a majority vote, I needed 17 votes, and mine and the rabbit baroness's votes were already secured. Then, you may speak, Baron Yondell, the rabbit baroness said, a tinge of anxiety hidden in her tone. I finished gathering my thoughts as the words left her mouth. Let me make one thing clear first. I am not asking this out of greed. That was the first thing I needed to establish if I wanted to have any chance of persuading another 15 people. This item that Baroness Larivia brought to the table is for the sake of the entirety of Melbeth. It didn't take long for the expected arguments to roll in. How does supporting a clan that is directly under you help the entirety of Melbeth? Because I'm different from you all. The mustachioed baron tilted his head at my response. A noble's power typically comes from their house. However, my house hasn't even found a piece of land to settle on yet. I watched as they all leaned forward in their chairs, curious as to what I was going to say. The tide was now turning in my favor, and yet, not one single noble out there would dare look down on me. I continued. Isn't it strange? Marquis Syrian and Duke Lunas are both people who are far and away above my rank, yet even they respect me and treat me as someone important. What do you think the reason for that is? Isn't it fame? Wrong. Well, strictly speaking, he wasn't entirely wrong. But where did fame come from? It's power. I was the great barbarian known as Bjorn Yondell, who had become a baron purely thanks to his strength and power. I earned my reputation and position purely because I am strong, and that is why you should all support me. With that, I got to the crux of my argument. If I become stronger, then my position will rise as well. I don't plan on staying a baron for the rest of my life. In other words, supporting me meant supporting Melbeth. 31 houses, or rather, 32 now that I'd joined, made up Melbeth. This group had two major weaknesses. One was that they were being ostracized and kept in check by the other nobles for being non-human. And two, their highest-ranking member is only a count. The strongest member of the group was a single count. Support me. If you do, our wish will come true. However, though my logic had clearly landed, their reaction was a rather surprising collection of blank stares. Perhaps my argument hadn't been enough to convince them. I understand your point, but isn't this still unprecedented preferential treatment toward a specific house? Well, I knew I would never convince every single one of them. Rejecting change in favor of tradition was a normal response. Still, a few of them seemed to be interested in what I'm saying. Now that I had tried my best to convince them with pretty words, it was time to try another tactic. Of course, that's not the only reason you should support me. I marched forward and continued my pitch. Right now, Melbeth has no connections to the labyrinth whatsoever, but supporting my clan is our opportunity to get a foothold in the world of adventurers. There's nothing to lose. Numerous nobles openly supported various adventurers and clans, and they didn't do so just to show off their wealth and power. Having a clan underneath you meant that you could exert your influence in the labyrinth whenever you wanted. The whole kingdom was reliant on that single labyrinth, so its importance went without saying. Yet even now, Melbeth wasn't associated with a single clan. I understand what you are trying to say, but the reason we are not involved with a labyrinth isn't because we can't be. We simply chose not to be. And why is that? I asked, even though I already knew. The mustachioed baron kindly broke it down for me. Because if we did, those above us would obviously descend to keep us in check. On the surface, it was similar to the situation with their holy lands. Melbeth's motto was to sit back and avoid angering those with real power as much as possible. Hasn't that changed now that I've joined the group? Now that they'd accepted me, someone who became a noble because I was a famous adventurer, into their group, wasn't that all irrelevant? But it seemed the mustachioed baron wasn't willing to back down. That's why supporting you any further would be dangerous. We already brought you into Melbeth. If we support your clan in any official capacity, then we really won't be able to avoid conflict with the other houses. From their point of view, it would look like we are using you to get our hands on the labyrinth, and that would also harm you as well, Baron Yondell. His answer was firm, indicating his unwillingness to give me even a single stone of support. However, if I was the type to bend to so little pressure, I wouldn't have even tried in the first place. Are you that scared of them? I provoked. To change their minds, I needed to change my approach. His response came without a moment's hesitation. That's a pointless question. Why do you say that? Everyone here is a rational actor. That's what it means to be the head of a house. We are in a position where we must make decisions that not only affect the present members of our households, but future generations as well. Even though he spoke sternly, his tone wasn't hostile. If anything, I got the sense he was giving me sincere advice, but all that meant was that I would have to provoke him more. To me, that just sounds like you want to shove your responsibilities onto future generations. There's no reason for me to entertain your slander any further, the mustachioed baron said, voice now I see. I felt bad. He seemed like a nice old man who was just trying to help me, but right now, I had to do what was best for both my party and my clan. There's been a misunderstanding. It was time to change strategies again. Baron Heskara, I didn't mean to slander you. I simply meant that now is the time for us to actively build up our strength. Isn't that why you are all interested in me? Even though I'd softened my tone, the mustachioed baron didn't respond. Instead, for the first time, someone else spoke up. I see the logic behind Baron Yandel's words. It was Baron Bwellen from the White Wolves. At 30 years old and as one of the youngest in his family, he had already become the head of his house. Haven't we all agreed that something needs to change? Just as the Rabbit Baroness told me, many people within Melbeth were unhappy with the current state of affairs, and it seemed the dam holding back the flood was finally cracking. That doesn't mean I am fully in favor of supporting Baron Yandel's clan. I just believe that it's about time we make a name for ourselves and expand our influence into the labyrinth. This entire war, all we've done is watch the other houses make great contributions and raise their family status. Baron Bwellen's speech triggered a full-fledged debate. I also agree with you. It's a hassle to have to borrow from the Holy Land every time we need an adventurer. But is it necessary to support Baron Yandel? If we were to go and gather our best adventurers from our own races, we would be able to create our own clan in no time. That's true. I heard that Baron Yandel's clan doesn't even have 10 members yet. Yes, perhaps we could gather talented individuals from our own houses to build and support a clan ourselves. Shit, this wasn't good. Before I got completely pushed out of the discussion, I hastily intervened. Why do you all speak of things you don't understand? Pardon. By the time you do all that, the war will be over. What could convince even the most cautious people to get greedy about entering the labyrinth business? The war. Many houses benefited enormously from the war by supporting clans. Watching other houses spread their influence without lifting a single finger must have been painful for them. Or, that should have been the case. Anyway, well, wouldn't it be too hasty of us to try and benefit from this war? I agree. We should work toward preparing for future wars, rather than trying to capitalize on this one. Rushed decision-making always results in major mistakes. Damn nobles. This was their problem, their narrow-minded focus on the future. How was I supposed to convince them to make major changes when they were so complacent and relaxed? They had been in the exact same position for thousands of years, and yet they'd made absolutely no breakthroughs. As a K-barbarian who valued expedient work, this conversation was suffocating. I need to change my approach again. In dealings with past and present blind politicians, there were two strategies I could employ. The first involved catering to them and appealing to their goals of building a better future. That, or I could show them that the decisions they were making now would turn said future into a dumpster fire. So of course I chose the latter. Blockheads. While you keep wasting time like this, the houses that look down on you will only continue to gain power and surpass you. If there was one thing I knew, it was that politics was always fueled by the negatives. Just look at the Prime Minister. He's taking full advantage of the war to bolster his house's fame. He's giving his own people all the opportunities and credit. But wasn't the one who benefited the most from the two, Baron Yandel? The Marquis was the one who vouched for your skills for that mission. I am an exception. I had to quickly shift the focus off of me. Just look at his own son. He has no name of his own and no skills, yet he is constantly being given opportunities. He was made a commander and reaps the benefits of said position without taking a single step on the battlefield himself. I wouldn't go so far as to say that the future head of Tercerian has no skills. Anyway, I got lucky and became a baron. But what will happen as the war drags on? I'm sure more new noble houses will be born, and they'll all align themselves with the houses that supported them in the labyrinth. Are you planning to just stand on the sidelines and wait to see if I'm right? If we take action now, we might be able to create another non-human noble that we can bring into Melbeth. I did my best to get them fired up, but they were a tough crowd. It can't be helped. It's our fault for not preparing for this war ahead of time. This war did come on rather unexpectedly. To be honest, it's hard to say whether another war will break out in the future, so perhaps it would be best if we just continue doing what we always have. What the hell is with these guys? The Rabbit Baroness, who was watching me fight a losing battle, quickly joined in and tried to help me. In the end, however, we were unable to fully change anyone's minds before it came time to vote. We will now begin the vote. Those in favor of formally supporting Baron Yandel and his clan in Abada, please raise your hands. The results seemed obvious. I never imagined they would be this conservative. I guess I would just have to keep an eye out for the next opportunity. I am in favor. The Rabbit Baroness and I were the only two raising our hands when Baron Bwellen's hand suddenly joined ours in the air. He was the first of the family heads here to acknowledge a need for change. Surprisingly, the number of people who began to raise their hands slowly increased. 1, 2, 3, 4. When it came time to count the votes, the number of people who voted in favor just barely exceeded those who didn't. Then, that makes 17 houses in agreement. As the majority has voted in favor, the motion to formally support Baron Yondel and his clan in Aberta has hereby passed. Even the Rabbit Baroness, who had been a member of Melbeth her entire life, couldn't hide her shock at the outcome. However, after the vote was finalized, further discussions began. Slowly, my ecstatic joy started to melt away. While we have agreed to support him, we will not be using Melbeth's official funds to do so. Regardless of whether they voted yes or no, everyone agreed to restrict the amount of support that'd be given. In the end, I got barely anything out of them except, 1. I was allowed to take out loans using official funds, with interest and limits. 2. I was given one of Melbeth's empty, cheap, buildings to use as a clan house. 3. I would have to accept exclusive quests from Melbeth. In the end, the main thing was number 3. If Melbeth needed my clan's help, they could make a request, and we would be paid accordingly. Of course, the first step is always the hardest. I decided to just be happy with the progress I'd made today. After the meeting, I rode back home by carriage. The next morning, I was forced to leave the house early once again. This entire month, I would be on an extremely tight schedule. Hello, Mr. Bjorn, you're here. Good morning, Shavin, is it already morning? I headed straight to the Holy Land to take care of my chieftain duties. I checked in on the progress of our real estate plan with the administrative team, who had been working day and night, and heard out any urgent reports and approved anything that required my authorization. Even then, however, that was not the end of my duties as chieftain. Oh, Bjorn, you're here. It's not Bjorn, it's chieftain, right, chieftain. I had to check with Einar to see how many of our young warriors who had recently gone through the coming-of-age ceremony had returned alive, not to mention gauge if there were any other issues to address in our tribe. I'll be the second elder. You don't want to be? Of course I do. I'll do it. I will do my best. Just tell me what I need to do. I appointed Karen, son of Tarson, as the tribe's second elder. This was the very same warrior who had been betrayed by his teammates in the labyrinth, but had luckily been saved by me before anything bad could happen, after which he returned to the tribe and started the backpack revolution. Einar couldn't take care of all the work alone, and with a new month beginning, we had to prepare for the next coming-of-age ceremony. Unfortunately, I didn't have the spare time to manage each one every month, and I didn't want to put any more work on the administrative team, who were already dying. The next few days flew by until finally, a new dawn brought us to the 5th day of the 7th month of year 157. It was Real Estate Day. Chapter 466, Landowner, 1. With half an hour left until the first real estate sale in barbarian history took place, I couldn't stop the corners of my mouth from lifting at the good news Einar shared. So 130 people came. Yet, everyone is yelling and asking when you are going to start the sale. The turnout was higher than I had expected. I quickly turned to the Minister of Barbarian Urban Development and asked, Rick, what's the maximum number of plots we can sell today? 73. One plot of land was 4,306 square feet or, in Korean terms, 121 pyeong. That brings the total area available for sale today up to 8,833 pyeong. I could only imagine how hard it had been on Rick to divide and survey all that land by himself. But, are you sure it's okay to sell the land like this? A single plot of land is only. Don't worry. This way will be much easier for everyone. If you use numbers that were too big, the barbarians would end up confused. It was much easier to simply call a 20 square meter area one plot of land. Naturally, we would eventually be making plots of various sizes to sell to our consumers as well. Half a plot was 200 square meters. 1.5 plots made 600 square meters. Doing it by the hundreds was much simpler. Anyway, I said, we're only selling about 40 this time. What? You're not going to sell them all? It's not time yet. I had asked Rick to prepare as much land as possible just in case, but if I were to simply wave my hand and sell all of it now, my plans would fall apart. I understand. He looked a bit depressed, which was understandable given the tough time he'd had with this project, but there was nothing for it. The heart of real estate was in a piece of land's future value. Then it's about time we start. Under my orders, they adjusted the lottery box so that fewer people would be chosen. Then there were plots of land available. We then headed to a section of the forest near the outer gate, which was chosen for its convenient access into and out of the city. Whoa, the chieftain is here. Sell me the land quickly. I've brought plenty of money. The warriors started to shout excitedly when they spotted me. I offered perfunctory greetings as I eyed each one's equipment. I'd say they're around 5th floor on average. That meant the warriors here were among the upper middle class of barbarians. That made sense. They'd be the only ones able to pay the 2 million stone price tag of the land, and barbarians weren't the type to save money when they could spend it. According to Einar, some of the warriors here today had even sold their cherished weapons to be able to afford the land. It's good to see you, warriors. You all know how not to let an opportunity pass you by. I took the stage Einar had prepared for me and jumped right into it. Do you all see these 4 yellow flags? We do. The land located inside those 4 yellow flags will be for sale today. First, it was necessary to explain the basics. Some of the warriors might have only come to watch, but I would make sure to pique their interest for next time. What do you all think? It's big, right? More than 100 of us can fit inside. Sure, just think of the inn you are all forced to live in. That small space can only fit one bed, but in this one piece of land, you can easily fit 100 beds. A room at the inn had other furniture as well as walls and a roof, of course, but this was neither the time nor place to bring that up. That's true. It's big. That's right. Yes, it's a big piece of land. You can even build a house with a training ground in your yard. Oh, and it will be private property. That means you can use your special abilities on your land, unlike in the city, private property. That means the land will belong entirely to you. Whoa, the warriors exclaimed, apparently impressed by the totality of the term. In the city, hundreds of millions of stones would not be enough to buy this much land. In fact, unless you're a noble, you're not even allowed to buy it. I decided to skip the part about how that was only technically true in Kernan and not every district of the city. They wouldn't be as excited to buy this land from me otherwise. Judging by their growing excitement, I decided they were now ripe for the picking. Ahem. I cleared my throat and cut to the chase. 40 pieces of land will be sold today, all the same size as that. 40? But there are over 100 of us here. The barbarians' eager demands to purchase land turned to confusion at the lack of supply. I didn't allow their discontent the opportunity to fester, though. Don't complain. This land is so precious, we were barely able to prepare 40 plots to sell here today. If you're not happy with that, then don't buy it, I declared. The supplier had the upper hand, not the consumer. The warriors immediately went silent, allowing me to proceed as planned. Now, each of you will take turns and draw lots. Whoever draws a black paper will be given the chance to buy land. After dividing the 130 warriors into 6 groups, they began drawing lots one by one. Before long, the field was full of shouts of both joy and sorrow. Black. I got black. White. That's not fair. This is why I didn't want to pick first. Let me pick again. I made sure that the ones who complained weren't given the chance to draw again. Those who picked black were then sent over to Rick Anderson to purchase their plots. But Mr. Human, I can't read. That's okay. The chieftain himself is selling the land, so there's no need for you to worry, that makes sense. All the contract stated was that the land could only be owned by a barbarian and that if the owner passed away before designating an heir, ownership would be transferred back to the tribe. Nothing special. Now, let's have you stamp the documents. The barbarians grinned as they slathered ink on their hands and pressed them against the paper. I can't believe I made 80 million stones just selling land. The average coming-of-age ceremony cost around 10 million stones, meaning I've made enough for 8 of them in the blink of an eye. Hey, what are you doing? This is now my private property you're standing on. Get out. Sorry, I just wanted to take a look. Tisk, just for a minute. Got it? And if possible, hold your breath. I will. Soon after, the warriors who purchased land began to pitch their tents while the unlucky warriors who couldn't simply watch in envy. Vukin, son of Shreve, would you sell me that land for an extra 100,000 stones? 100,000 stones. Things were already starting to play out as I had hoped. The deal between those two didn't seem to go through. However, I'm sorry, but I don't think I can do it for that price. Oh, well, if you change your mind later, come and find me. 100,000 stones extra wasn't enough for him? Well, that wasn't an issue for us. Aner. I quietly gave her orders, and she nodded her head with a determined look in her eyes. Once she snuck away, I looked at the now empty spot where she had been standing and heaved a sigh. Phew, there was no time to rest on our laurels. The day after the 40 plots of land were sold, a rumor swept through the Holy Land. Did you hear? Vukin, son of Shreve, sold the land he bought yesterday for 3 million stones. He earned 1 million stones for free in just one day. No way, is that true? 1 million stones are enough to buy lithium armor, the type our chieftain wears. A piece of land had been sold for a 50% profit in just one day. Needless to say, this wasn't an ordinary transaction. The one who bought it, were they not right in the head? I know the chieftain said the land is valuable but for that many stones. Yet, who bought the land? The buyer's name was none other than Sirik, the second son of Bertel. He was a member of a group run by our second elder, the Backpack Revolutionary. I heard that he made lots of money during the Backpack Revolution, but I had no idea he earned that much. I was told by Karen that he was good at keeping secrets, so I secretly funded him from behind the scenes. I did so for one reason and one reason alone. Then maybe what the chieftain said was true. With that, I no longer had to preach the value of owning land for my fellow barbarians to realize its worth. Right. And he said that we won't be able to buy it later because it will become too expensive. Yet, I heard they were going to sell even more land later this month. I'm thinking of participating this time. But I thought you said you didn't need any land. Did you change your mind? I still don't need it. But think about it. If I buy it and sell it afterward, doesn't that mean I'll be able to buy a new weapon for free? You should do it too. Let's both buy land. I'm not sure. I think it's better to just save money to buy a new weapon. Weapons can be used to fight enemies. What can you do with land? Well, not every warrior would be open to the idea right away, but it was only a matter of time before they started to change their minds. A plot of land worth $2 million was sold for $3.5 million, then $3.7 million the next day, and $4 million the day after, all because of our strategically placed moles. Who the hell is spending that much to buy land? Did everyone lose their minds? After only a few days, the attitude across the whole of the Holy Land began to change. Why won't you sell it to me? I said I'd give you 4 million stones. Some barbarians rushed around trying to buy land, but now, no one wanted to part with their plot. After all, the landowners weren't complete fools. Why would I sell it today when I can sell it for more tomorrow? But, as one discerning landowner said, the price of land skyrocketed. The warriors who had stayed on the sidelines during the initial auction began to panic as they scrounged up as much money as they could. But it wasn't that barbarians were inherently less intelligent or something. Even modern people who were well versed in economics tended to behave the same way. Going for 4.3 million. I'll buy it for 4.3 million stones. Everything had changed in the span of a few days. The market was so active that we no longer needed our moles to do anything, though I still ordered Karen to have his people continue purchasing land with the 50 million stones I gave them. That was 2/3 of our net profit, yet I didn't regret it. At this rate, we could sell a plot of land for 6 million next time, and they'll all still buy it. Of course, there was the matter of what we would do if they complained about the price increase. However, if everyone was going to buy it from each other at that price anyway, then wasn't it only natural that we also increase the cost? No matter how high the price got, they would do anything to purchase a plot. In their eyes, owning a piece of land was no different than owning a money-making machine. Great, then I don't think I need to worry about real estate anymore. Just as I was about to leave the chieftain's tent, Rick Anderson approached me. It's strange, isn't it? What is? The price of the land. I don't understand why it's rising so high. After all, the barbarian Holy Land is massive. Mathematically speaking, even if we were to give a plot to every single warrior, we would still have some to spare. Is that so? Yes, all the warriors who are spending ridiculous amounts of stones to buy land now will come to regret it. I'm sure of it. Why don't you stop them? Well, why should I stop them if they want to buy it? That's true. Anyway, I should get going. Phew, how long has it been since I've gone home? I'm sure Erwin and Amelia will give me an earful. Well, that was what I assumed, yet when I got home, they didn't scold me at all, much to my surprise. Emily, Erwin, I'm back. Read this. Amelia quickly threw me an open envelope. It's a letter from the Moslin, I read through the letter, feeling inexplicably nervous. Since the Moslin served as the aristocracy's police force, the letter they sent me was unnecessarily long and formal. Only the last few lines were actually important. On behalf of Count Almanis, the sponsor of the Sawtooth clan, the Moslin Dispute Committee has been asked to formally oversee. One told me who exactly had filed this complaint against me. Hereby request a sum of 2.135 billion stones, constituting 1/2 of the total value of the essence of the Lord of Chaos, Riotous. The next told me what they wanted from me. That the Right Honorable Lord Bjorn Yondell respectfully visit Moslin's main office within 15 days of receiving this letter. And then came the final line, which told me where I needed to go and when. Rip. I ripped the letter into pieces and swallowed it. Back home, I could have never imagined receiving a letter of complaint like that. It was a strange feeling, reflecting on how much I'd changed since coming here, but I wasn't terrified at the realization. I'd been here for 4 years already, after all. Count Almanis. And in those 4 years, not once had I been beaten, especially not by a guy who had a lot to lose. Chapter 467, Landowner, 2. House Almanis was not one of the great houses that had risen to power back when the Raftonian royal family first took the throne. Almanis Central Exchange Almanis Bank. However, as the person who ran the Almanis Stores brand, Count Almanis wasn't far behind the palace in terms of influence. His status as a supporter of one of the largest clans in the city, the Sawtooth clan, allowed his reach to extend even into the labyrinth. I figured they were going to do something, but I never imagined they would get the Moslin involved and go public with it. Amelia lamented under her breath as if talking to herself. That Count has more guts than I thought. I didn't expect him to make such a public affair of it, especially since they were clearly attempting to take down a lord of the floor without approval. Emily, it's not your fault, so you don't have to feel guilty. Guilty? Why would I feel guilty? Oh, I just said that since it seemed like that was what you should say in a situation like this, but I guess I shouldn't have. Feeling awkward, I hurriedly changed the subject. But why are you only giving me this letter now, 2 days after it arrived? We knew you were busy, and there were a few things I needed to check on first. If you didn't come home today, I was planning to go find you. Things you needed to check. Amelia then began to list off the things she had been looking into over the past few days. Unfortunately, it was all pretty bad news. First, it looks like they've already started sending their people into pubs to sway the general public. So Count Almanus was trying to make this a battle of public opinion. I expected as much, but what are they saying? It depends on who you ask, but ultimately, it comes down to swiping the Lord of the Floor's loot from right under their noses. Also, they're implying that we might have been the ones who summoned Riacus in the first place, just as I thought. Still, quite a few people are refuting the claims, saying they're just rumors. Fortunately for us, the work you've done to build up your reputation hasn't been in vain. Yet, it looks like the reputation stat I've been nursing is coming in handy now. I guess I should be proud that, but you have to hurry. What? I already saw them approaching the adventurers you saved in the labyrinth. It looked to me like they were trying to sway them into testifying in their favor instead. How? Verification magic roots out any lies, so they won't be able to give false testimony. Did you not know? In a Moslin trial, you can exercise your right to remain silent. They'll probably refuse to answer any tough questions and just give some vague truths that'll make the other side look better. But still, don't we have a lot more people on our side than they do on theirs? In a trial like this, that won't matter. It's an issue of conflicting narratives, so they are probably going to limit the overall number of witnesses. It's a common strategy. I sighed. So that was how they were going to play it. But how do you know all of that? I spent the last 2 days eavesdropping and reading up on it. Maybe she was the real genius around here. Since I was nervous about the upcoming trial, I eagerly asked her for advice. What do you think I should do? There's no avoiding the trial, so the best thing to do is find people who will testify that you saved them in the labyrinth. And ask Melbeth for help. They must have gone through disputes like these before, given how long they've been around. I'm sure they must have at least one good lawyer. Okay, and then what? As I stared at her in anticipation, Amelia awkwardly avoided my gaze, looking overwhelmed. What I'm good at is finding things out, not coming up with solutions. In other words, nothing else had come to mind. Mister, is there anything I can do for you? Erwin, who had been listening this entire time but unable to contribute to the conversation, asked. Warm gratitude filled me at the offer. If I need help, I'll make sure to come to you first. For now, though, I'll take care of this on my own. I've done more than enough chieftain work these past few days, so it was now time for me to fulfill my role of clan leader. It had been 4 days since my last visit to the Holy Land. While what I really wanted to do was sleep in, I was forced to leave the house and head to Moslin's main office. I needed to gather information before I could start working on a strategy. So far, none of that was that big an issue, aside from one thing. Why did they have to call me to headquarters? When Dwaki was arrested, I'd had to go to the District 7 branch, but now, I was being asked to go to their main office, which was located all the way in Karnan. Should I spend some money to use the military carriage platform? I was tempted to use a teleportation circle to get there faster, but as a clan leader, I had to resist such temptations. Then again, how much money would one ride end up costing me? It wouldn't be a waste if I used the journey to catch up on sleep. It's an honor to have you visit our headquarters, Baron Yondell. Allow me to show you inside. Shortly after I arrived at Moslin's headquarters, I was politely greeted by the guards and guided onto the premises. Was this the sort of treatment I should expect now that I was a baron? When I tried to get into the District 7 branch to save Dwaki, they wouldn't even let me set foot in the building. Anyway, this wasn't the time to be reminiscing. I am Christina Bellin. The elegant middle-aged woman who greeted me inside was none other than the head of Moslin herself. Though she was dressed in civilian clothing, I knew she had to be a knight, given that she was a part of Moslin. Bellin? Are you related to Count Bellin? Yes, Count Bellin is my brother-in-law. I see. But is it normal for the head of Moslin to come and personally handle a case? Normally, that wouldn't be the case, no. However, disputes between nobles are of a rather sensitive nature, so I decided to take it upon myself to oversee the process and ensure that no mistakes are made. Is that so? Then you can start with an explanation. You wrote in your letter that I would be filled in once I arrived. Of course. After all, there is only so much that can be said over a letter. Where should I begin? She looked me up and down, a cautious look in her eye, and slowly began. However, like the noble she was, she spoke in a way that was decidedly eloquent and entirely roundabout. After a long series of pleasantries, she finally filled in the missing blanks. Ordinarily, in such cases, I would advise that you settle out of court. Count Almanus has agreed to lower the amount owed if you, Baron Yondell, comply with his request, but she met my eye. I'm guessing you don't want to do that. She was exactly right. Of course not. Then it can't be helped. Your case will be brought before the Royal Justice Court. She then began to explain the legal procedures and what I would need to do. One such thing was to write an affidavit. I can summon a scribe to write one for you now if you wish. I decided to postpone it. However, this was a document that would be used during the trial. The best thing to do would be to meet with a lawyer to make sure it accomplished its purpose. That was why after I left Moslin, the first place I visited was the Rabbit Baroness's house. Baron Yandel? My mother hadn't mentioned that you would be visiting. The Baroness's daughter greeted me at the door. Apparently, the rabbit baroness was out on business. I decided to stay put until she returned, but the time I spent waiting quickly added up. Baron Yondell, what brings you here? I heard from many that you've been waiting for me for half a day. Baroness Larivia, I need your help. My help? Tell me what you mean. After being out all day, the rabbit baroness finally came home. Unfortunately for her, she now had to sit down and listen to my story rather than rest. As I explained what happened to her, she let out a heavy sigh. I hope you don't take offense, but storms really do follow in your wake. Baron Yondell, well, don't worry too much. I know a man well versed in law that can help. Unfortunately, it's a bit late to call on him tonight, so I'll schedule a meeting for tomorrow. Thank you for your help. By the way, do you happen to have an empty room? An empty room? Going back home now only to come back tomorrow would be a hassle. That's right, you did say you live in Revision. I'll have one of my maids prepare a room for you. Thanks, great, I even got free accommodations for the night. After having dinner with the rabbit baroness's family, I borrowed a crystal ball to let Amelia and Erwin know that I would be staying over. It's nice to meet you, Baron Yondell. My name is James Elk. Early the next morning, I was able to consult with a legal professional thanks to Larivia. When I told him my side of the story, his expression only darkened. This is quite the predicament. Just to clarify, Moslin is officially charging you with the unjust distribution of loot according to contribution. Is that correct? Yes. The clan was also going around calling me a piece of trash that did other horrendous things, like summoning the Lord of Chaos on purpose, but that wasn't important right now. Unfortunately, since it is clear that Sawtooth contributed to the battle, they're well within their legal rights to ask for compensation. The basis for this lawsuit was the Labyrinth Disaster Act. The act stated that in the event of a disaster, every adventurer was obligated to work together to overcome it, and the resulting loot would be evenly distributed after the fact. Because of that, there were clear grounds for the Sawtooth clan to receive compensation. This is quite a tough case. Is it that bad? Yes, their demand for their share of the reward is completely legitimate under the Labyrinth Disaster Act. Not only that, but their confidence implies that they must have proof of their contribution. He sounded apologetic that he couldn't offer much more help than this. I must ask, how do you feel about accepting Count Almanus's offer? We might be able to lower the amount you have to pay if this is taken to court, but at the same time, there is a much greater risk that things will turn out even worse for you, even though we have enough circumstantial evidence to suspect them of summoning the Lord of the Floor without permission. My tone was much sharper than I'd intended, but he continued to talk to me in the same calm, businesslike tone. Unfortunately, that has no bearing on this case. It is a completely separate matter that will have to be addressed in a different courtroom. Even if you were to prove it in court, it doesn't change the fact that the Sawtooth clan contributed to the battle yet returned without their share of the loot. In other words, whatever fines Count Almanus would have to pay or jail time he might have to serve, I would still have to pay restitution regardless. I am only giving you the facts as I understand them so that you can make an informed decision. You understand? I hope you don't suspect otherwise. I sighed. Yeah, I know. It's not like he's the one who's screwing me here. James, is there anything else I can do? Once again, my recommendation is to reconsider Count Almanus's offer. You of course have the option of taking this issue to court to lower the payment, but the risk is much too great. It would be safer for you to simply accept the settlement. What if I don't care about the risk? Is there anything else I can do? Despite my persistence, James didn't change his stance. Unfortunately, this is your best option. You will most certainly have to pay compensation, whether you accept his offer or not. Unless Count Almanus withdraws the request he sent to Moslin entirely, I see no better an alternative. So that's that. My consultation came to an end, and all I had learned was that I had no legal grounds in this case. But thanks to James, I was still able to come up with a plan of action. I just need to make him withdraw the lawsuit. My goal was now to get Count Almanus to withdraw the suit on his own. In other words, I needed to point a gun at his head. After meeting with my legal counsel, I went straight back to Moslin to write my affidavit. I planned to not go to trial in the first place, but just in case, I prepared the necessary documents. They said the trial wouldn't take place for another 2 or 3 months. There was plenty of time between then and now, so I decided to put off my meeting with Count Almanus until later. What difference would meeting with him now even make? Ring. Instead, I dropped by the Adventurers Guild on my way back and immediately filled out a raid application. The form was completed under the supervision of the branch manager rather than a regular employee, of course. The target for my next raid would be the first floor's Lord of the Floor, the Lord of Terror, Dreadfear, it's been a while since someone applied for this one. That made sense. A rank 5 clan had several avenues open to them if they wanted to be promoted to rank 4. Most clans that had just been founded but were composed of highly skilled members tried to raise their clan's rank as quickly as possible through various means, but the best way to do so was to take down this guy. Your raid will take place the next time the labyrinth opens. I will need to hurry and send an official statement to the other branches. Thankfully, I received permission without any issues. But Baron, you should know that once the official statement is released, there is going to be an uproar. How could I not know that? In fact, that was exactly what I was hoping for. Attempting a raid with only 5 participants. If you succeed, this will be the 10th time since the era of the last great sage. This would be my first shot fired on Count Alminus. Chapter 468, Landowner. 3. The first thing Count Alminus did before even filing the lawsuit was start a battle of public opinion. Why? One might ask, did he do that? He was guaranteed a certain share of the loot so long as he filed the lawsuit and went to court. So what was the point of trying to sway public opinion? After thinking it through, I reached the only likely conclusion. Count Alminus doesn't want this to go to court. If my hypothesis was correct, then there was a high chance that this entire lawsuit was just a formality. Perhaps the more appropriate term for it would be intimidation or a scare tactic. He was making the difference in our stations a point of contention, warning me that I should fall in line or else things would only get worse for me. Count Alminus doesn't need the money. It must be about saving face. Although I hadn't been a baron for long, I understood just how much reputation mattered to nobles. In this world, there were only winners and losers, and letting me steal something of his would inevitably make him a loser. That had to be why he was trying to sway public opinion in his favor. So how was he doing so? He's spreading rumors that I don't have the skills to take on a Lord of the Floor with my clan in the first place. Strictly speaking, he wasn't wrong. By laying the groundwork and claiming that I wasn't strong enough to take down a Lord of the Floor without the Sawtooth clan's help, he could then start to throw gasoline on the fire. Bjorn Yondell heartlessly stole the Lord of the Floor's loot from the Sawtooth clan, even after they put their all into defeating the beast. Is that what a hero would do? The Count must have immediately clocked that the source of my new house's power was my reputation. So you applied to raid a Lord of the Floor without discussing it with us first? Yes. When I went home and told them my plans for our upcoming expedition, Amelia glared at me. However, the ice in her gaze melted more quickly than usual. She sighed, the look in her eyes shifting into that of a parent whose kid had just made a mess, then switched to problem-solving mode. Don't you know just how many 5-person clans have ended up decimated while trying to defeat a Lord of the Floor? I know. I also know just how much more dangerous a raid is with only 5 people, which is why most people go in groups of 20 to 30 instead, and those 20 to 30 people were usually all adventurers skilled enough to reach the 6th or 7th floor. But don't worry, I have a plan. In-game, the Lord of Terror was originally designed to be defeated by 5 people. That was the only way you could unlock the full reward for killing him. Some people were apparently aware of that, which is why clans of only 5 people had attempted the raid before. However, the groups who were willing to risk their lives on that gamble came few and far between. There had been maybe about 2 or 3 attempts over the past 100 years, but it's actually easier to clear it with 5 people rather than 30, as long as you know the right attack strategy. That was the very reason I chose the Lord of Terror as our next target. Defeating that particular boss with 5 people would be an even greater feat than defeating Ryakis. Once we succeeded, any doubts about my abilities would be put to rest. Ian, who had been quietly listening to our meeting, started to fidget in his seat, looking uncomfortable. I'd been wondering for a while why he was even present for this conversation, but I didn't bother asking. Yet, I guess he's one of us now, given what he went through with us. Rockrick. Yes, Baron Yondell, what do you need? I told him exactly what he was hoping to hear. You don't have to join us this time, so don't worry. I see. He let out a deep sigh of relief. Then who's going to be the last member? After sending Ian off to his room, we began to discuss our strategy, starting with who would fill our open slot. After a long discussion, we finally came to an agreement. Yondell. Amelia caught me as I was heading back up to my room to rest. I think you've been making too many enemies lately. Shouldn't we slow down for now? In other words, I was going around drawing too much attention and too soon. Take the Count. We'd have been much better off if we just avoided provoking him in the first place, or even paid him the share he wants. Amelia's concerns were entirely valid. The Count, and many of the other powerful nobles keeping an eye on us, had a long history of ruling over this land. Watching me, a non-human, ascend to the position of Baron and Chieftain of the Barbarians in quick succession had to have been disturbing for them. But, Amelia, I said in an unwavering tone, even if you're scared of being hunted, the moment you run away with your tail tucked between your legs, that's when you get shot. This was a long-held belief of mine. Amelia merely stared at me like I'd lost it. The next day, Erwin and I went out alone for the first time in a while. We were headed to Raven's lab in the Magic Tower. You're here. It's been a while, Raven. I heard about you officially becoming a Baron. Congratulations. I tried to visit you, but you never seemed to be home. I've been really busy lately. It had been a long time since I'd last visited her lab. Unlike last time, however, it was covered in a thick layer of dust. My lab is pretty dirty, isn't it? I've been stuck with my unit in the capital, so I haven't been able to come back here for a while. Thanks for helping. I didn't expect you to cut into your break time for us. Hey, of course I did. This is an opportunity to study an essence from a lord of the floor. Any self-respecting wizard would jump at the chance. Well, she wasn't wrong, but there was no wizard out there as trustworthy as her. I tried asking Versilgaland as well, but she had no confidence that she'd be able to help since she specialized in magic tools rather than essences. After you contacted me, I did a little more research into Ryakas's essence. It's a rather fascinating one. That makes sense. Well then, shall we start? When Raven stepped forward with a disturbing grin on her face, Erwan stepped back. Even though she'd been quiet and obedient this whole time, she finally opened her mouth to ask, "Mister, can't we just test it without her, like we used to?" Erwan may not have been excited about being treated like a science experiment, but there was nothing I could do. I told you, we need the help of a wizard to properly understand your new powers. You can do it, right? My persuasion must have worked because Erwan nodded. Yet, witnessing this exchange, Raven burst into laughter. "Miss Erwan, you're the same as ever. I don't see how that's any of your business." "Well, fair enough. Then come over here." The tension in here was so thick I could barely breathe. They used to call each other by first name and get along so well. I wished that everyone's relationships would go back to the way they used to be, like the good old days before I went missing. Back when I was going to add Erwan to our team, I brought her along with us wherever we went, and I thought she and Raven were slowly growing closer. I didn't know what had happened to change that, but I figured it was up to them to sort things out. Rather than focus on their relationship, I focused instead on the experiment. "Here, put your hands in these bracelets." They were the same bracelets I had to use back when Raven was experimenting with a corpse golem's essence. How could you even call those things bracelets, though? Ugh. As soon as Erwan sat down on that terrifying chair, the bracelets on the chair snapped shut, locking her arms in place. "Not to worry. I'm just going to slowly insert a magic conductor into your blood vessels to monitor your vital signs. Shall we get started?" Raven proceeded to go through the initial stages of the experiment, and once she was done, she asked Erwan to use her new skills. "I know this is your first time and it might be difficult for you, but just try to visualize it as clearly as you can. It might help to think of the name that the great sage gave the ability when you... I know how to do it, so please be quiet. Let me concentrate." "Alright then. Well, I'm just a wizard, so I'm sure you are much more of an expert than me when it comes to these things." Within a few seconds of Erwan closing her eyes, something started to change. Outwardly, there was no noticeable difference. Beep, beep, beep. However, the graph on the magical device connected to Erwan started to fluctuate wildly. She had successfully activated the essence's active skill. Erwan Fornaxi has cast Fusion. Fusion was a transformation type skill similar to Transcendence, though the way it worked was a bit different. All of her passive skills have fused together. While Transcendence affected active skills, Fusion affected only passive skills. I wonder how this will turn out. I thought back to each and every passive skill currently in Erwan's possession. The energy of chaos engulfs attribute strengthening. The rank 5 Evanescence had a passive skill that buffed each of the 4 great attributes water, fire, wind, and earth. The energy of chaos engulfs absolute focus. The passive skill of the rank 4 Ritkanen essence she received from the palace amplified the damage dealt by all casting type skills twofold. The energy of chaos engulfs harmony. The rank 5 Scott Ertz essence's passive skill converted soul power into natural power. The energy of chaos engulfs half blessing. The passive skill attached to the rank 5 Wolf Monster Calbrin's essence gave you buffs at regular intervals. The energy of chaos engulfs Pursuer's Eye. The rank 4 Mitprow's passive skill tripled all stats related to psych and adjusted long-distance attacks accordingly. The energy of chaos engulfs the food chain. Lastly, the passive skill attached to the rank 3 Monster Heaven's Adjudicator's essence, which she obtained with the help of the elves after our team disbanded, increased all damage dealt to monsters in proportion to the target's level. While not as destructive as the active skill Rupture, it was an extremely valuable skill to have, especially considering it was passive. Since the Lord of the Floor's essence isn't included in fusion, that should be it. I had no idea exactly what form a fusion of those skills would take. With how many essences there were in Dungeon and Stone, it would have been physically impossible for me to experiment with every combination one by one, even more so because I didn't play the jailbroken version of the game. Though I'm pretty sure I tested every possible combination of high-rank essences. I did find quite a few powerful combinations that way, but attaining any of those was more a long-term goal rather than anything achievable in the near future. The only thing we could do now was see what our current combination of passive skills would create. The energy of chaos fills Erwan Fornaxi body. That was why it was essential to have a wizard's help here. It wasn't like I could read the system log to see what was happening. How do you feel? Does anything feel different? I'm not sure. Really? Then we'll have to go through the checklist. Raven continued to experiment on Erwan, just as she had done to me. Of course, the experiment couldn't be completed within a single day. I've taken the whole month off, so please come here every day from now on. With that, Erwan's calendar for the month was filled. The energy of chaos fills Erwan Fornaxi body. Her soul power and natural power increase significantly in proportion to her level. When dealing damage to monsters rank 4 or below, additional chaos-type damage will be inflicted. While active, all damage she receives will be circumvented through the consumption of soul power. Even after checking my visit to the magic tower off my list, I still had a busy schedule ahead of me. A lot of people have been saying strange things about you lately. Of course I'll help. I'll do my best to put those rumors to rest. I met with the lower rank adventurers I helped in the labyrinth, and they quickly assured me that they would provide their testimony if needed. A fierce battle took place at the top of the Dragon Mountains, and apparently, one of the 7 powerful was even killed. Oh, and there's one more thing you should know. I also visited Versilgallen to get updated on information related to the war and anything else I may have missed. Bjorn, let's go to the Holy Land. They need you there. At some point or another, something happened with the tribe, so I needed to visit the Holy Land as well. It hasn't even been a month yet. What do you know about being a blacksmith? To properly melt mystium, I first need to prepare the proper equipment. You weren't trying to rush me? Don't lie. On top of that, I stopped by the dwarf's forge to check on how disposing of the loot and melting down the metal I gave him were progressing. Even in the game, you needed to make sure to click on each gauge frequently so they'd be completed as soon as possible. Has it been half a month already? I was starting to grow more and more exhausted as the days dragged on. That night, I returned home late, collapsed onto my bed, and squeezed my eyes shut. Unfortunately, it wasn't time to rest yet. There was one more job I needed to get done before I could get some sleep. Your soul has resonated and is being drawn into a different world. Alright, let's see. Chapter 469, Between an Ally and an Enemy, 1. Ding. As soon as the computer turned on, a cheerful notification bell sounded. Mail. I hurriedly checked my inbox to see an unread message sitting at the top. It was just a few seconds old, meaning whoever it was must have sent it to me the moment the community opened. Click, click. I opened it up to check out what was inside. Ghostmaster, I'd like to talk to you for a moment. The entire thing was a single sentence. Below it, the name and password of a secret chat room were written. What should I do? If I accepted the invite, then I would be making Biko wait. The thought of doing so worried me a little, but it didn't take long for me to decide. I can take care of this quickly first. I wonder why he even wants to meet with me. Maybe my conversation with the GM would give me ideas for dealing with Biko. Besides, surely the guy wouldn't just leave because he was forced to wait a little, right? It's been a while, Mr. Lion. The moment I entered the chat room, a white man with the username ilfnunalove stood up and greeted me. I ignored his greeting and sat down on the sofa. So, what do you want this time? I have unbanned Biko Lee, just as you asked. Have you already met with him? Did you call me just to ask about that? No, of course not. The GM sat down on the sofa as well. You told quite an interesting story at the round table last month, but I wanted to hear it for myself. Is it true that Ilfnuna has already entered this world? So that was what this was all about. I was pleased that my bait had worked, but I couldn't let it show on my face. Why do you ask? Let me be blunt. Are you perhaps Ilfnuna? Even as a barbarian who liked to get straight to the point, that caught me off guard. I didn't expect him to be so direct. Well, why should I answer that? Because I'm the one who unbanned Biko Lee, the GM replied when I dodged the question. Did you really think I would fulfill that request without expecting anything in return? Especially when doing so has put my safety at risk. It was true that he had unbanned Biko Lee, even at risk to his own life. I could still personally remember his last encounter with Biko, and the memory of that moment was enough to make even me, an unrelated party, break out in a cold sweat. However, that wasn't the issue at hand here. You need something from me, and I need something from you, he said. Give and take. The GM gave up his advantage over Biko because he wanted something from me. He must also be curious whether I might be able to provide him with any other useful information. And of course, the moment Ilfnuna was mentioned, he messaged me right away. I couldn't help but be curious about what his deal was. If you want us to maintain this friendly relationship, please answer my question. Are you Ilfnuna? Why was he so obsessed with Ilfnuna? The reason I had mentioned that old username at the round table was to answer that very question. Before I answer that, let me ask you one thing. I responded with a question of my own. Asking him outright why he wanted to know more about Ilfnuna would only put me in a tough spot and make me seem uninformed and out of the loop. Instead, I needed to act like we were at the round table and go on the offensive. Do you believe what that old man said? I thought back to something the GM had said to me when he was still a newbie. This isn't certain, but the person you mentioned last time, I think I know who they are. He was very famous in our forum, which was called Stone Ivan, and someone I respected very much. Back then, the GM had mistaken me for Oral Gavis and said all that, so I deduced that his obsession with Ilfnuna might have stemmed from a sincere belief in Oral Gavis's whole "the original clearer will save us all" narrative. There's no reason for me not to believe him. At the very least, the record stone corroborates his claim. Anyway, his response to my question was strange. Record stone? This was the first I'd heard of it. What was that? Is this something left behind by the great sage? Like the fragment of record stone that can take people back in time? I had no idea, but I knew that whatever it was had to be important. Perhaps it would even answer all my questions. However, I kept my mouth shut and hid my confusion as I listened to the rest of his story. He's the only one who can do it. If not him, who else could possibly clear the original game? Maybe it was because I didn't know what the record stone was, but the GM's story was hard to follow. But I knew at least one thing for sure. No matter what anyone else says, I know that it'd be impossible for anyone but him. The GM was no different from a fanatic. That look in his eyes was the same as the one in my aunt's when she fell prey to cult. Since the person in whom he'd placed his faith was none other than me, I was struck with a feeling of discomfort. Still, right now, my priority was to act fast and figure out how to handle this. So please tell me, Mr. Lion, are you Ilfnuna? He'd asked me the same question quite a few times already, and I'd spent more than enough time mulling it over. If he really did have complete faith in me, it might be beneficial to reveal myself so I could enjoy his full support. The GM could even become a close ally of mine in the future. I'm not him. But in the end, I decided to take another route. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't interested in hearing about the record stone or taking advantage of the network and resources the GM had accumulated over the years. However, this is the right choice. I decided I shouldn't tell him the truth until I at least figured out what this record stone was. After all, most irreversible mistakes were a result of ignorance. Don't open the gate of the abyss. There was also something about my encounter with a witch that kept replaying through my mind. I see. Fortunately, the GM seemed to accept my answer as he quickly moved on. I had wondered if he had some basis for suspecting me, but apparently, he was only asking just in case. Then please tell me about Ilfnuna. Where is he now? What race did he? As the GM began to bombard me with questions, I cut him off. How disrespectful. What? Giving you an honest answer to that question was my thanks to you for fulfilling my previous request. In other words, I no longer owed him anything for unbanning Bikaholi. The GM's stunned expression actually made me feel pretty guilty, but it couldn't be helped. It would be weird to backtrack now, so I decided to just stick to my guns. If you want a favor, then you need to give me something in return. You're asking to be paid for more information. These were the same rules that were used at the round table. But, isn't this unfair? As expected, the GM wasn't happy. But what was he going to do about it? I took a risk and lifted the ban on Bikoli. But you only answered one question of mine and I guess you aren't as smart as I thought. Do you really think that was one simple question? Information on that person is worth the same as unbanning Bikoli, wouldn't you say? The GM was at a loss for words. As a result, I decided this conversation was now over. Now that I've made myself clear, I'll get going. With that, I quickly left the chat room. I was back in Hansenli's room after dining and dashing out of my meeting with the GM. Phew. After a quick breather, I moved my cursor over to the chat rooms. Long live Korea's independence. 2 people are online. There were 2 people inside. One had to be Bikoli and the other had to be Hyung Bil. Fortunately, it looked like they didn't leave just because I was late. Let me gather my thoughts for a moment before I go inside. I reflected on the conversation I just had with the GM as I leaned back in my chair. There's no reason for me not to believe him. At the very least, the record stone corroborates his claim. Anyway, I couldn't be certain yet, but the reason why Bikoli was interested in Ilfnuna might also be because of this mysterious record stone. I should try to use this opportunity to ask Biko about it. Alright, I was glad I went to the GM first. After getting my thoughts in order, I clicked the mouse to enter the chat room. I can't tell you that. If Big Bro Hansu finds out, I'm dead. He won't know if we keep this between us. 2 people were sitting on the sofa in front of the fireplace, having a rather suspicious conversation about me. As I observed them, wondering what they were talking about, they finally noticed me standing off to the side. Bikoli jumped like he had seen a ghost. Hyun Bilol, who was next to him, also flinched when she saw me, then shot me the same meek look she always used to whenever she did something wrong. What are you 2 doing? Bikoli jumped up and ran toward me, rushing to make excuses. Bro, it's not my fault. Hyun Bilol kept pestering me, trying to figure out who you were. That's about what I figured. When I looked at Hyun Bilol, she avoided my eyes to glare at Bikoli. You really are someone I can't get along with, Mr. Bikoli. She spoke without any emotion, simply stating a fact. Haha, but big sis, it's not like that. Oh, am I like a sister to you now? But I've been calling you that since. Does it look like our relationship is the same as before, Mr. Lee? Every word Hyun Bilol spoke struck Biko like a bullet. He smiled awkwardly, then looked up at me in a plea for help. Well, he did keep my identity a secret from Hyun Bilol. Just as I was about to step in and sort things out, something suddenly occurred to me. No, wait a minute. Why should I defend him? Not too long ago, I was fighting with a bastard myself. He even threatened to take my life like it was nothing. I almost let him off the hook without realizing it. Recalling the emptiness, anger, and humiliation I felt that day, I made up my mind. Hiyan Bilal, I called in a cold, emotionless tone that made her flinch. What? Please leave for a minute. He and I need to have a little chat to make sure that something like this never happens again. Okay. Hiyan Bilal quickly left the chat room without another word, perhaps because she felt guilty about her transgression. Now that it was only the two of us, things in the chat room immediately took a turn for the awkward. I glared at Biko until he finally opened his mouth. Haha, are you still upset? I didn't waste my breath answering that. Am I still upset? What the hell do you think? Forget it. Just give me your answer. You said you would the next time we meet. Or did you already forget? Ha. About Kitty. I mean, Miss Shah. Biko scratched his neck, looking sheepish. That expression only made me raise my guard even more. I could no longer see him as the funny and quirky guy I once thought him to be. Now, I knew just how clever and calculating he actually was. Everything he did, including the way he acted, was a carefully planned act. I've been thinking about it and, surprise, Biko Lee, have decided to give her back to you. Haha, clap your hands. Congratulations. Hurrah. Was there something wrong with this guy? Biko continued to be bizarrely enthusiastic and excited, despite my underwhelming reaction. For some reason, he was always acting like this. What do you think, bro? Are you still upset with me? Don't be mad anymore, alright? We have to work toward a brighter future together. In the end, I wasn't able to hold back the deep sigh that escaped my mouth. Oh, did you let it all out just now? Then you're not mad anymore, right? Why would a single sigh mean I'm not mad anymore? Hey, why do you sound upset again? Come to think of it, I was always bad at getting along with people like him. I seriously wanted to punch him in the face, but sadly, that wasn't an option here. Cut the crap already. When are you going to give her back? Whenever you want. I can even give her back to you tomorrow. Then do just that. And don't tell her about what happened between you and me. Can you do that? I'm sure the moment I bring up your name, she's going to ask to go back to you right away anyway. Why are you talking like that? Haha. Okay, I got it. I won't talk like that anymore, so don't get mad. I sighed. I tried my best to avoid getting sucked into his theatrics as much as possible, but it wasn't easy. Who knew what would happen if the relationship between us soured even more? At the end of the day, the fact was that Biko Lee was willing to back off and give her back to me. Things would have taken a turn for the worse if he'd refused to let her go. Then that's enough about Miss Shah, right? Can we move on to the next topic? Next topic. Yeah, last time you told me you would return the favor if I gave Miss Shah back to you. I remember. Yeah, don't worry, bro. It's not a bad deal for you either. That's for me to decide. So get to the point and tell me, how can I even help you clear the 10th floor? There's a lot you can do, and there's a lot you've already done. I shot him a look that told him to stop beating around the bush and hurry up, and he gave me a triumphant grin. Marquis Syrian, the Prime Minister. Yes, that bastard. You can't touch him. What the hell was he talking about now? Chapter 470, Between an Ally and an Enemy, 2. The Prime Minister of Rafdonia, or to put it plainly, the second most powerful person in the entire country. Marquis Syrian had been a concern of mine for a while now. After all, he was the same man who tricked me into leading a suicide mission with a smile on his face. He saw me as a thorn in his side. Then again, there are a lot of things he's done that just don't make sense to me. One such example was my glorious return. As a marquis with tremendous influence and power, he could have easily prevented the ceremony from taking place if he wanted to, but instead, the event went off without a hitch. What was more, his insistence on getting his daughter, Rana, to pass the Evil Spirit Incorporation bill was questionable. He was an enemy of mine that I found hard to understand. I'll try to keep this as short as possible. Biko's explanation resolved the majority of my questions, however, at least to some extent. First off, the reason why the Marquis announced that Bjorn Yandel was an evil spirit and tried to pass a policy to accept evil spirits into society was actually because of me. Biko had tried to use my reputation and fame to elevate the status of evil spirits, who were all considered innately evil. It was a ridiculous plan, but it might have actually worked. Take Rana, for example. The main reason she was so passionate about passing the policy was because she knew me. I was the perfect pawn to play if you wanted to show that evil spirits could be good people. But why did you want to give evil spirits legal status? To give players more power. That's the only way we'll be able to deal with the royal family. His goal was to overthrow the monarchy. Then, did he think there was no other way to get past the 10th floor? But why the Marquis? I don't see why he would agree to help you in the first place. It's because I blackmailed him. You did what? His son is a player too. I was genuinely shocked to hear that. No wonder the Marquis was so willing to betray the royal family. I had no idea there was such a juicy backstory to all this. There's a player who popped into this world as the son of such a powerful house from the get-go? How is that at all fair? The players who started in Nork would probably shrivel up and die if they heard about this. But that wasn't important right now. After realizing how much trouble the Marquis would be in if news of his son being an evil spirit broke, I used it to threaten him. Lee blackmailed the Marquis, who in turn was trying to protect his son. He needs time to get his affairs in order before news like that goes around. It's not like he has any other kids. If his son is killed, the Marquis won't have anyone left. When that happens, how do you think the rest of his household will react? It goes without saying. They would all aim to be his successor. Exactly. They might not go so far as to attempt to assassinate him, but their entire house would never be the same. But I still don't understand. Wouldn't he prefer another relative inherit his title instead of an evil spirit? I told you, right now, the Marquis is trying to buy time. I'm pretty sure he spends his nights squeezing out whatever juice he can. Yeah, okay, way too much information, thanks. How old was the Marquis, anyway? Did he even have anything left in the tank at this point? Maybe bringing Rana back into his life is meant as a plan B. While I was toying with the possibility, Biko suddenly apologized. By the way, I'm sorry, bro. It's probably my fault that the Marquis sent you on that quest. What are you talking about? When you came back alive and made it clear you wanted to announce you weren't an evil spirit, my whole plan to use you as an example to push for an evil spirit acceptance policy came crashing down. To avoid failing me, he must have tried to have you secretly killed before it could affect the plan. So when I came back and declared that Bjorn Yandel wasn't an evil spirit, it threw a spanner in the works. Afterward, he contacted me and told me that he had no choice. Biko figured he couldn't fault the Marquis for this since he had technically made a logical call for the sake of their plan. Instead, Biko decided that they could just not use me in their plans going forward. After all, they already announced I wasn't an evil spirit, so I was no longer of any use to them. But that's when he asked me if I could kill you. I can't get into it, but he thinks you'll be a major problem for us in the future. Goosebumps ran down my spine. It seemed that my life had somehow already been in grave danger the moment I returned to the present. Back then, I told him I would think about it, Biko admitted. The terms he gave me weren't all that bad, either. Is that why you said last time that you were glad that you knew who I was now? Ha, you're quick to catch on. I had almost died without even realizing it. In the end, it turned out that Bjorn Yandel was actually my big bro. So of course I told the Marquis no. I also warned him not to even think about bothering you. What do you think? Don't you think that makes up for what I did? I had to hand it to him. The fact that the Marquis wouldn't be able to lay a finger on me at least until the issue of his son was resolved was a big help. That's a relief, I guess. I didn't expect to receive such good news, but I kept my expression as blank as possible as I said, so, what else is there? If I let it slip that I was satisfied with that, I might miss out on a bigger payday. Biko then confidently proceeded to list out other things he could do for me in an attempt to convince me to help him. One was unexpectedly useful. If there's someone you want me to kill, just tell me. I'll make sure to do it in a flash. Really? Then kill the Marquis. Yeah, about that. Even if I kill the bastard, he'll just respawn in the palace. Respawn? What are you talking about? Oh, right. I guess you don't know since it wasn't in the game. Anyway, there's a royal heirloom that can revive you, and the Marquis is currently holding onto it. What about Count Alminus? That guy is also tricky because he has a Dragonian by his side. The little bastard specializes in defense. If I had enough time, I would be able to get past him and kill the Count, but doing that in the city would be a bit. What the hell? He spoke so confidently before. Then who can you even kill? I figured it would be faster to just ask him that instead. Biko seemed hurt by my question, as his head dropped. Come on, it's not my fault. It's just that the guys you pick are a bit much. Why are you picking them of all people? He grumbled. His depression was, of course, short-lived. It didn't take long before he was back to full form, full of energy and running his mouth again. Oh, then how about this? I heard you are doing a raid against Dreadfear. How about I join you and... No need for that. What? I know you'd be helpful in the raid, but revealing that we're friends will only complicate things. Oh, then I can just disguise myself. Never mind that. I can defeat the boss without you anyway. Biko was rendered speechless. At this point, it would be better if I just told him what I wanted instead. Can you give me money? How much do you need? 1 billion stones. That is a little too much for me. Then 500 million. I actually don't have a lot right now. So, 100 million. Actually, I've been spending quite a bit recently. So, what is wrong with this guy? How does he have less money than I do? Then give me equipment. What numbered items do you have? I can't give you anything since all of them are core items for me. Was there anything he could even do for me? He had no money and no equipment. Biko, are you all talk? He couldn't even respond. What about an essence, then? It would be incredibly helpful if you could get one for me. For example, from Belarius. Big bro, there's a war going on right now. Biko, why are you only listing off ways you can't help me? Fine. I'll try. The next time the labyrinth opens, I'll give it a shot. Yeah, that was more like it. Why was he pretending to be weak and helpless? Who would have guessed I would be able to skip past grinding for Belarius like this? It seemed the pickings weren't so slim after all, which meant it was time to move on to the next favor he could do for me. Biko, could you answer a few questions of mine? Yes, anything. How did you figure out I was Bjorn Yandel? That? It was thanks to the GM. As soon as my ban was lifted, the GM invited me into a chat room. He told me that you threatened him to get me unbanned. What the? That happened? I was really surprised to hear that. I didn't exactly understand what was happening, so I just pretended that we were allies, and the GM was kind enough to let a few things slip. So the GM ended up leaking info to Biko too. What a pushover. First, he mentioned that you're wearing a lion's mask at the round table, so it started with my role of lion at the round table. That wasn't too strange, but then he suddenly asked me questions about you. Then the GM blurted out the most critical piece of information. He asked me why you were gone for 2 years. Even asked you if we were together the whole time. But why would he be asking me all of that? Biko started to grin. And that's when I realized, of course he would realize who I was at that point. The return of Bjorn Yandel directly coincided with Mr. Lion's return to the round table. Even some people at the round table had come to that same conclusion. I see. I would end up punching something if I had to hear anything else about it, useless GM. So I moved on to my next question. Then, when the capital was on fire, what happened with Fallen Scholar? The two of you ended up disappearing together. This was something I've been wondering for a while. How did the two of them go from being ready to kill each other to being teammates? Oh, that? He shrugged. Nothing in particular. He just said he was an evil spirit from another world and that his goal was to open the gate of the abyss, so he wanted to become allies. And since I was looking for a wizard at the time anyway, I agreed. Oh, really? I replied as casually as I could. Just as Biko Lee had been able to clock my lie in an instant the other day, I could also instinctively sense that he was lying to me. Yet, I was kind of worried since he looked so old and his teeth weren't already falling out, but he's more skilled than I thought he'd be. Biko Lee, what was he hiding? Is that so? Why was he lying to me? A skilled liar had lies with the nuggets of truth. By that logic, most of what Biko Lee had just told me had to be true. What's my plan? That's easy. We are going to team up and destroy anything in our way, whether it be the royal family or the labyrinth. Pow pow pow. That's just a joke. What I'm actually planning to do is, I continued to ask him various questions even as I carefully picked apart his previous response, trying to determine which parts were lies and which were the truth. He just said he was an evil spirit from another world. This was the truth, of course, since I already knew that. His goal was to open the gate of the abyss. This was also true. He wanted to become allies. That had to be true since they were cooperating with each other now. Otherwise, they wouldn't be working together. And since I was looking for a wizard at the time anyway, I agreed. Since that was the only option left, I came to a conclusion. Biko Lee didn't join forces with Fallen Scholar simply because he needed a wizard. That meant he had a hidden agenda, and more importantly, one he was trying to keep from me. But why? Is it information that he can't tell me for my own sake? No, wait. Biko's bright and friendly aura nearly made me drop my guard again. This guy was a serious headache to deal with. What else is he hiding from me? Come to think of it, Biko Lee hadn't actually given me a thing this entire conversation. He promised to do his best to get an essence for me, but that was it. Well, I should probably count the fact that he agreed to return Miss Shah in his favor. What a strange and confusing guy. Does he even want to help me? I honestly had no idea. The royal family is the biggest obstacle to our plan. Countless players are still being forced to hide right now, and we won't be able to rally them together in public until we improve Evil Spirit's bad reputation. Was Biko Lee my enemy or my ally? We talked for a bit longer, but eventually, it was time for him to leave. Biko still seemed to be on a 1-hour logout time limit. Big bro, if you see the GM later, can you ask about that for me? I'm pretty sure he also took an early version of the pill as well, so can you see if there's some way for me to extend the time I can stay here? Alright, thanks, then I'll get going. See you next time. In the end, Biko Lee left before I could even ask him about the record stone. It was weird to admit it, but I felt much better about him for right now. I decided I could start worrying and looking into Biko's secret after he returned Miss Shah to me. Is your conversation over now? After Biko Lee left, I spent some time talking with Hyundaeol, who had been patiently waiting for the chat room to open up. Yeah, thanks. Don't get too close to that guy, she warned. He's not trustworthy in the slightest. I know, glad to hear it. I was actually just testing him when I asked him to reveal your identity, testing him. Yet, he already knows at least a bit about your identity, right? So I wanted to test how good he is at keeping a secret. I guess he turned out to be pretty good, though, since he didn't tell me anything. I see. I had trouble believing she was really only trying to test him, but I didn't have evidence to prove otherwise, so I just let it go. We sat there catching up for a long while before I finally had to cut things short. Hyundaeol, I should get going now. I slowly got up, bringing our conversation to an end. You always leave around now. Hut, that's because this is when the round table opens. See you next time. Yet, after leaving the chat room, I headed straight to the round table. I donned the same navy suit as always and put my usual lion mask over my face. With that, I was ready to go. Step. I walked down the empty hallway, as always, and entered the main room where the meeting was held, as always. But, what's going on? Ha, Ms. Fox, it's been a while. Standing at the round table with the other familiar members was someone wearing a mask that I'd never seen before. Actually, oh, are you Mr. Lion? It's great to meet you. Hello. It wasn't just one newbie, but three. Chapter 471, Between an Ally and an Enemy. 3. Fox, Goblin, Clown, Queen, Deer, Crescent, and me, Lion, had been the regulars at the round table for some time now. However, today, 3 new members were joining us. Oh, are you Mr. Lion? It's great to meet you, said someone wearing a wolf mask, their tone distinctly sly. Hummed someone wearing a black mask with no distinctive features, the sound almost silent. Hello, said the one in the butterfly mask, their voice young and youthful. While I studied the trio, Fox quickly read the room and began to explain. Mr. Wolf here used to come here often before you joined, Mr. Lion. Haha, ever since Master left, I've been busy. I had completely forgotten about this place, but once I remembered it, I decided to come back. I thought you died ages ago. How did you manage to survive all this time? I see that Mr. Clown is as cruel as ever. Wolf, at least, had been confirmed to be a returning member. When I glanced at the other 2, Fox introduced them as well. As for those 2, this is my first time meeting them as well. So Black Mask and Butterfly Mask were genuine newbies. Fox had been at the round table the longest out of all of us, so if anyone would know, it'd be her. But that raised another issue. Why would there suddenly be newbies now? This was suspicious. The last newcomer was Queen, who had become a member through the help of the GM and not by invitation. Before the 2 of us, there hadn't been any new members added to the round table for several years. Anyway, it must be fate that we're all meeting here today like this. Let's all shake hands. So everyone calls you Queen here, right? Wolf stretched out his hand to shake Queen's, but she simply glanced at it before walking over to her seat. Haha, yeah, I guess there's no need for a handshake. He sat down too, looking quite embarrassed. Black Mask stayed put in their seat, paying the rest of us little mind. Ahem. When Butterfly's eyes met mine, she awkwardly cleared her throat and quickly looked away. Slam. The door to the round table slammed shut, signaling the chatroom had closed. An odd silence fell. The other members seemed equally taken aback by the sudden appearance of 2 newcomers. Gulp. In the silence, the sound of goblin swallowing was particularly loud. Now, since Mr. Lion is here, why don't we continue with the conversation we were having earlier? Queen, who had been silently watching the situation unfold, was the first to speak up. I understand that Mr. Wolf has come back, but I am curious as to how the 2 of you joined. Ms. Butterfly and, what should I call you? Black. Black Mask quietly replied. I was momentarily confused by how deep their voice was, but it seemed to belong to a woman. Black. Alright, so how did you and Ms. Butterfly here join? Did you perhaps meet the master? Butterfly let out an awkward laugh in response to Queen's question. Why should I answer that? Black replied bluntly. Following her lead, Butterfly quickly chimed in. Yeah, Ms. Black is right. It's against the rules to ask about our identities, right? Butterfly smiled, seemingly satisfied at having successfully defended their right to remain silent, but then much to my surprise, she didn't stop there. Just because you wear a queen's mask, that doesn't make you a real queen. What did you say? Nothing. Queen was rendered speechless by Butterfly's harsh comment. However innocent she may sound, it seemed she had a sharp tongue. It was a striking contrast. Interesting. She has more of a backbone than she seems to at first glance. It seemed that everyone there had the same impression. It didn't take long for Clown to let out a peal of hysteric laughter. Haha. Bahoha. Excuse me. Looks like we've got someone interested in joining us. Thank you. The 2 strangely seemed to be on the same wavelength. What? Did jokers like them share a special connection or something? If so, I had no desire to understand their weird little world. Let me just give you one piece of advice. Be careful what you say to Mr. Lion over there. Is that so? You're not going to ask me why. It's just, the moment I saw him I got the same feeling. Butterfly glanced at Queen with a smile. Even though she didn't say anything, it was clear what that look meant. Something along the lines of, unlike when I saw you, Queen scoffed, apparently picking up on the subtext as well. But I wasn't really interested in their bickering. So, when do we start? I've been looking forward to today. All of the returning members quickly glanced my way for approval to begin. It seemed that they thought of me as the head of the round table now, so they were asking if it was okay for these mysterious newcomers to join in today. I was fine with it, of course. I didn't even have the authority to kick them out anyway. This will be fun. Plus, I was curious about them too. Haha, I'm getting all excited. It's been a while. Then who shall we start with? It's a bit intimidating to be the first to go. Just who are these people? Wolf, who is making a mysterious comeback. Black, who looked like she had a lot of secrets. And Butterfly, who clearly had trouble keeping her mouth shut. All three of our new members were suspicious. Wolf was a returner, though, so he at least didn't seem as bad as Black and Butterfly. But still, to come back out of nowhere after being gone for years, his return today didn't seem like a mere coincidence. Despite this being his first visit in years, he didn't even seem particularly interested in where the master was. By the way, Mr. Wolf, you said it's been a while since you last attended one of these meetings, yet you haven't asked us any questions about Master. Queen, who was apparently thinking along the same lines as I was, ended up addressing Wolf on my behalf. Haha, this is Master we're talking about. I'm sure he's doing well wherever he is. Is that so? Anyway, why don't we decide on the order? Oh, by the way, I don't care what it is as long as I'm not first. Seriously, why was he acting so suspicious? From where I was sitting, there was already a good chance that Gavis, who is the master of the round table, sent these people here to mess with us. At least one of them, if not all three. Though the most likely suspects are still Black and Butterfly. There weren't a ton of ways to become a new member of the round table. You could be like Queen and get in thanks to the GM's admin powers, or you could join using an old invite code like I did. Those seem to be the only two ways. In fact, and since Gavis was the master, he probably still had several codes lying around that he could hand out. There's also the possibility that Queen is working with one of them and just pretending not to know them. Those were all just theories right now, though. Let's start with the Wolf since he's sitting next to Mr. Lion. That's tradition, after all. For now, I'd have to keep my eyes peeled and wait for them to slip up and give me a clue to work with. Tradition? What do you mean? I don't remember anything like. Wolf, a lot has changed since the last time you were here. If you don't like it, then leave. Wolf seemed a bit taken aback by Clown's harsh tone. You're not leaving, so that must mean you didn't stumble your way back here out of pure coincidence. Did you hear something about us recently? Clown was doing his best to dig for clues from Wolf too. It's just been a while, that's all. Anyway, going first is no problem. Since the rules changed while I was gone, it's only right that I follow them now that I'm back, Wolf said with a hearty laugh, kicking off his turn. So, I'll start. He then sank deep into thought, trying to decide what to tell us, before finally opening his mouth. Actually, I came back because I recently learned something amazing, but there was nobody else I could. Mr. Wolf, were you always this yappy? When Clown cut him off with an impatient scowl, Wolf let out an embarrassed laugh, cleared his throat, and got to the point. The master of the round table is Gavis. Complete silence fell over the round table, and the reason for that was simple. This is huge, right? The person who gathered all of us here and provided us with information was none other than the same man who made Dungeon and Stone. This was the same piece of information Queen had given us last month. When the red light on the jewel blinked on, Wolf flinched in shock. What's going on? Isn't it obvious? That means the majority of us already knew that. Did you forget how this works since it's been a while? Why don't you try again and give us something interesting this time instead of something so boring? That was a bit hilarious of Clown to say considering he had been blown away by the very same piece of information just last month. But thanks to his theatrics, one thing was made clear. Wolf didn't know what was going on here at the round table. If he did, he wouldn't be bringing us information that we discussed last month. That also meant he wasn't in contact with any of the regular members. Well, there was still the possibility that this was all an act, of course. Wolf let out a heavy sigh before giving it another shot. Then I'll try again. The royal family is the one dragging players into this world, and Gavis's goal is to help the players escape. The moment the words left his mouth, the jewel began to glow green. So, he asked, how about that? No one answered immediately, for obvious reasons. Not only did this guy blatantly reveal that he had some sort of relationship with Gavis, but, the royal family is behind all of this? Is that information credible? This was a bombshell reveal. Countless theories were circulating among the players, but none of them suggested that it was the royal family who was behind it all. Because the royal family had no discernible motive to do all this, why would the palace bring us to this world only to label us evil spirits? That doesn't make any sense. Instead of answering Deer's question, Wolf drew a line in the sand. I can't go into details, but I can tell you that this information is reliable. It came from a trusted source. You talk as if you heard it from the king himself. Clown attempted to sound him out but to no avail. If you're curious, how about I tell you next round? Anyway, who's next? Next up was Fox, who shared information about the war. I didn't really listen to it. I already knew everything she was going to say. But is the royal family really the reason we were brought to this world? I was still thinking about it. Or rather, I was still trying to figure out whether or not there was any truth to the statement. How much of what that guy said can I really believe? The jewel might have been green, but the round table had a major loophole. Namely, as long as the person believed that what they were saying was true, then the jewel would turn green, which was the crux of the issue. There's a chance that he's mistaken. The next question, then, was why Wolf would believe this to be true, though really, that wasn't all that important. The real question was, why did Wolf bring this up at the round table? The answer lay in the information he gave us. Because he wants the players to redirect their hatred toward the royal family. And there was one person who stood to gain the most from us doing so. Orelgavis must have sent Wolf here with false information on purpose. Was that a ridiculous conclusion to jump to? I wasn't sure, but for now, I decided to clear my head and focus on the conversation. It's your turn now. Without me even noticing, we had already gotten through Fox, Goblin, Crescent, and Deer. It was now one of the rookies' turns. Ms. Black, aka the second suspect. There is another way for players to return to Earth aside from the Gate of the Abyss. Black kept things short and sweet and got a green light from the jewel in return. Given the topic at hand, the other members frantically bombarded her with questions. However, she remained silent, not answering a single one. A way back to Earth. There was only one other possible way I knew of. She must be talking about dimensional magic. I first learned about dimensional magic when I visited the Round Table 20 years ago. Fallen Scholar was studying it to return to his home planet, and he'd even achieved some success at the time. Maybe that magic was the real reason Biko had joined forces with him. That wasn't the important thing right now, though. Black, could she be a spy sent by Biko? There were several reasons why I was beginning to suspect that was the case. First, Biko would know about Fallen Scholar's dimensional magic as well. Second, it wouldn't be strange if he had another spare code lying around, just like the one he gave me. But most importantly, he has a clear motive. He wants to know more about me, it's your turn now, Queen. Queen and Clown always competed with each other to see who would dish out the highest quality information. However, this time she only spoke of general politics, presumably wary of sharing anything else with the new members. Although it was somewhat interesting stuff, it was clear that she was only using it as a way to skip her turn. How is it my turn now? It was finally time for Butterfly to go. She confidently launched into her intel without a moment's pause, almost like she had prepared it in advance. The palace can deliberately cause a dimensional collapse. Somehow, these newbies had come to the table with more useful information than the regular members. That means the rumors were true. Everyone looked surprised by this news, but no one questioned its authenticity or the source. Unlike Wolf's and Black's information earlier, we all already suspected as much. It was also clear that Butterfly wouldn't answer any questions, even if we asked. Then is it my turn? Finally, it was Clown's turn. Not too long ago, Nork began to tackle the 9th floor in earnest. This was a valuable piece of information that added to the existing members' street cred. Naturally, it got an easy green light, and everyone's eyes shifted to me. Then, it was now my turn. I'd already decided what I was going to say ages ago. How could I ever be at peace? Of course I feel sorry for you. I feel responsible as well. I will probably live with and atone for this for the rest of my life. I recall the things I felt during my conversation with Orelgavis that day. Tap, tap. I narrowed my eyes at Wolf and opened my mouth. It didn't matter whether the king himself was the one who summoned us to this world. In my heart of hearts, this is what I truly believed. Orelgavis is the enemy of all players. As if to validate my conviction, the jewel turned green. It didn't take long for everyone to react. Mr. Lion, can you really back that claim? Wolf cautiously asked. I had no reason to worry about my credibility coming into question, though. While Wolf had been gone this entire time, I had done a good job of establishing myself in his absence. Since Mr. Lion said it, it must be true. As long as the jewel turned green when I spoke, it would take dozens of documents and pieces of evidence to refute a single thing I said. Chapter 472, Between an Ally and an Enemy. 4. Clown wasn't the only one who believed me. So Orelgavis is our enemy. Fox, a once devout follower of the Master, murmured darkly to herself. Deer also nodded his head in agreement. That doesn't surprise me. That man has as many secrets as the royal family does. It would be stranger if he didn't have a hidden dark side. Queen, who had investigated Orelgavis the most out of all of us, didn't refute my claim either. The enemy of the players. I'll keep that in mind. Her reply might have seemed almost dismissively nonchalant, but it was obvious she was going to run to tell the GM the moment the round table ended. Wolf, who brought up Orelgavis first, was left dumbfounded by the other members' reactions. He couldn't seem to wrap his head around what was happening at all. Am I the odd one out here? Why are you all taking his word for it so easily? Maybe Master really has done something bad, but isn't Mr. Lion's claim too subjective? Since this was his first time back in a while, Wolf didn't have much sway with the others. As such, he tried to poke a hole in my claim. But unfortunately for him, his attempt didn't work out in his favor. But can't the same thing be said of your turn, Wolf? Wolf's argument that my comment was biased could be turned against him as well. But isn't that why you were all asking me to provide more details and tell you my source? Mr. Lion didn't provide any of that, but you instantly believed him. A hint of indignation crept into his tone. I mean, I could say right here and now that Orolgavis isn't our enemy, and the green light will turn on again, so why would you automatically believe him over me? His half-assed rant was quickly interrupted before it could build up steam. Isn't that obvious? Of course we'd believe Mr. Lion over you. He's much more trustworthy than a little shrimp. I barely remember who suddenly crawled out from whatever rock he's been under for years. Wolf was rendered speechless by the immediate response to his question. Noticing the dazed look on his face, Queen decided to help him out. But one can never know for sure. If you can provide us with proof, then naturally, we will come to see things from your perspective. It was clear that Queen was just trying to get more information out of Wolf on Orolgavis, which made sense. Wolf was obviously some sort of a follower of his, so he was bound to know more. Proof, I understand. Now believing he had a fighting chance to prove he was right, Wolf finally settled down as the second round began. Since I started off the first round, how about we go the other way this time? You must be pretty confident. I just thought it would be fairer to do it this way. Well, it doesn't matter to me. Mr. Lion might even find it more interesting this way, Clown said, staring straight at me. To be honest, I had no idea why this guy liked me so much. I was never nice to him and even bullied and mocked him whenever I got the opportunity. Then I'll go first. I'm not actually certain about this, which is why I haven't brought it up before, but, for some reason, this seems to be the main topic of this month's meeting, so it fits the theme. Clown gave an uncharacteristically long-winded intro before finally getting to the point. Aren't you all curious who the old man who mass teleported over 10,000 people from Nork to the outside world was? I think that old man was Orolgavis. That did make sense. It had happened years ago, but the mention of the incident still piqued my curiosity. That didn't mean anything Clown just said was fact, however it was just something he believed. The jewel turned green and no one voiced any objections. Only Queen asked a follow-up question. Why don't you at least tell us why you think that's the case? Do I really need to? You all already know who I am. Isn't that enough for you to trust my opinion? Well, we'll let it slide this time. Was it because there were new people here this month? Queen would normally have dug her heels in and duked it out with Clown, yet this time she quietly gave him a pass. You must be an incredible person, Mr. Clown. I'm still a long way from being as great as Mr. Lion, though. That was what he said, anyway, but judging by his expression, he was overjoyed by the comment. Did he purposely share something vague this time just to make himself look cool? I shook off the thought. Even if that was the case, it didn't really matter. Now Butterfly, it's your turn. I'm looking forward to it. I feel like my turn came too early this time. Butterfly tilted her head, thinking over what to share. After a minute, she finally opened her mouth. There's a portal under the palace. Damn it. That was information I had been saving for a rainy day, but to think she took it from me and two of them, in fact. Two of them? As soon as the jewel glowed green, the other members began peppering her with questions. A portal? Does that mean the royal family can enter the labyrinth whenever they want? Who knows? What could it possibly be for? Anyway, that means I pass, right? Butterfly ignored all the questions as her turn came to an end. Next came Queen. Recently, is this about politics again? That's no fun. Queen found herself immediately interrupted by Butterfly's heckling. After a brief pause, Queen ignored her and continued. Somehow, however, I instinctively got the sense that she ended up changing what she was going to say thanks to Butterfly's complaints. Regarding the information that the royal family can purposefully cause a dimensional collapse, it has actually happened before. In fact, the most recent dimensional collapse was their doing. Is that so? It seemed that Butterfly was already aware of that. Rather than looking surprised, she looked more agitated, eyeing Queen in a way that seemed to ask, who does this chick think she is? I guess Queen ended up taking Butterfly's get-out-of-jail-free card. The other way to return to Earth aside from opening the gate of the abyss is dimensional magic. The information Black shared this turn was an extension of the information she previously provided, but no one had any complaints. However, apparently unsatisfied with just that, she threw in a little more. Orolgavis was able to travel to Earth using that method. Another wave of shock rippled through the members. I'm very curious about your identity, Ms. Black. It seemed that everyone was growing more and more interested in who this black mask-wearing woman was. The round continued with Deer, Crescent, Goblin, and Fox all saying their piece. They all provided decent information about the goings-on in the world rather than any earth-shattering secrets. It's finally time. It was now Wolf's turn. Everyone looked at him, curious as to what his evidence would be. Wolf was going to say something to defend his assertion that Orolgavis was not the enemy of all players. Then, once the jewel turned green, the ball would be in my court and I'd have to refute his argument. In a way, we were engaged in a sort of one-on-one duel. I've met with a king before, and I was able to learn this world's secrets. I didn't expect that. Even I, a new noble, still hadn't gotten the opportunity to meet with a king. When did you meet the king? I'll just say it was within the past year. Perhaps because he was trying to convince us of his credibility, he generously answered the follow-up question. That's a rather interesting piece of information you've shared, but does it really count as proof? This world's secrets is too vague and lackluster, Queen said, quick to take issue with his statement. However, this wasn't the first time she had tried to egg Wolf on, and it was obvious she was getting overzealous and trying to milk him for all the information he had. The other members also seemed to notice what she was doing, but none of them bothered intervening. After all, we all felt the same way. None of us would argue with getting more answers. I don't think I can say much more without knowing who you all are first, but let me make one thing clear. Wolf rejected a request for clarification and added, Orelgavis is not the enemy of the players. If anything, he might be the best person to help us. The jewel emitted a green light as his turn came to an end. Now that it was my turn, everyone's eyes turned to me. Meeting with the king, that's definitely convincing. Perhaps because Wolf had mentioned such an important figure, all of the returning members who fully trusted me now seemed to be wavering in their faith. Wolf himself had been giving me self-assured looks from the moment he name dropped the king. This was the perfect time to show these newcomers exactly where I was in the food chain. Tap, tap. Wolf may have mentioned the king, but I wasn't going to be cowed. So, like this was the moment I had been waiting for, I spoke. The Earth Witch, Elise Groundia. She had disappeared immediately after telling me not to open the gate of the abyss, and she definitely didn't say anything about Orelgavis being the enemy of the players. However, in this situation, none of that mattered. I've met her before. They could interpret that however they wanted. It wasn't like I'd said anything untrue. Elise Groundia, the Earth Witch, was the mythical being who had driven this world to ruin. The moment I said her name, everyone's jaws dropped in shock, including Wolf's. I had mentioned at a previous round table that the Earth Witch was alive, but actually meeting with her was a different thing entirely. The Earth Witch, you always surpass my expectations, Mr. Lion. I can't believe I doubted you for even a second. There's no way you could ever be wrong. It wasn't just Clown who felt ashamed for doubting me. I could tell that every person in this room had fallen right into my trap, immediately flipping back to my side. But that was a given. It might have been different if Wolf was buddy-buddy with the immortal king who had ruled for thousands of years, but the current king had only been ruling for just over 200 years. Not only that, but he had disappeared from the public eye due to health issues. Compared to the Earth Witch, the king's name meant nothing. There's also value in the fact that I'm the one who said it. I had been building up my reputation with the usual group for a while now. A little shrimp who had faded from the public consciousness after being gone for years didn't stand a chance against me, I guess it's been decided who we are going to trust on this. But there's also a chance that Mr. Lion is being tricked by the Earth. What are you saying? The same could be said of you too, Mr. Wolf. And if one of you were to be fooled, it would most likely be you, What do you mean? I don't know the two of you all that well, but I can still tell that you're much more gullible. Butterfly giggled to herself as she mercilessly dunked on Wolf. In the end, Wolf seemed to realize that it would be tough for him to change anyone's mind at this point. I guess I should get going for today, then. It was nice to see you all again, and it was nice to meet you, Mr. Lion, Ms. Black, and Ms. Butterfly. I will see you again next time. Wolf left the round table after deciding to sit out the third round. Look at how naturally he was able to leave. Still, the fact that he said he would see us next time meant that he'd be back in the future. Now that someone had left, the round table felt emptier. There was a strange silence in the air as we all looked at each other. Sensing that nothing else of importance would be shared today, I decided I should also take my leave. Oh, you're leaving. See you next time. I quickly left the round table. Moonlight flooded the bedroom through a large window, and under its rays stood a woman whose voice trembled with barely suppressed emotion. How could it not? She had just heard a shocking tale from the uninvited guest who had come to see her in the middle of the night. What? He's alive? Bjorn is alive. Her mind went blank as rage overwhelmed her senses, the hate in her chest boiling over. You, our heartless bastard. However, Biko Lee just let out a sheepish laugh in the face of her anger. Weirdly enough, that's the second time I've heard that today. Get the hell out of here. If you play a prank like this again, I'll seriously. Miss Shaw Karlstein. He said her full name, which he had never done before. Miss Shaw flinched, falling silent in surprise, and Biko's voice lost its playfulness as he continued. I am not joking. Bjorn Yandel is alive. Where's your proof? Everybody already knows. If you walk around the city for a bit, you'll definitely hear people talking about it. Biko then briefly recounted what Bjorn Yandel had been up to lately. As he went on, Miss Shaw gradually realized he was telling the truth. Bjorn is alive. All sorts of emotions started to bubble up inside her. She was happy, sad, confused, angry. Bastard. Yet, what's wrong with that guy, am I right? How could he let all his teammates think he was dead only to come back years later working under the royal? Not him, you. You must have known for a while now, but you're only telling me this now. Oh, sorry. I've been trying to make sense of this as well. But you know, I did tell you to stop holding yourself up in your room and to go on walks. Whoa, that's a nasty look in your eyes. Damn. Miss Shaw didn't deign to acknowledge Biko's teasing. For a moment, an awkward silence filled the room. Eventually, Biko opened his mouth to ask her, "Are you going to go back to him?" Of course. What was the whole reason I joined you in the first place? It was to use the Stone of Revival to save Bjorn Yandel. Exactly, so get out. I need to pack my things. I'll be out of here by dawn. Well, if you say so. Miss Shaw was confused by the strange way he was dragging this conversation out. If there's something you want to say, go on and say it. She had a strangely ominous feeling about this, and it was rare that her gut instincts were wrong. No, it's nothing. Biko smiled. I was just wondering if you could do me a favor. He smiled the exact same way he did when he visited her that fateful day. Chapter 473, Between an Ally and an Enemy, 5. It took Miss Shaw a moment to respond. A favor. Her voice was no longer confident and direct, like when she told him to get the hell out of her room. She tried to hide it, but there was a tremble of fear to it. She couldn't help it, not after witnessing all of the absurd lengths Biko Lee would go to, witnessing just how much power he truly possessed. Yet, a favor. There was no way someone like him would ask for a mere favor. We've gotten pretty close after spending all this time together, wouldn't you agree? You can do at least that much for me, right? It was a threat. He definitely had something up his sleeve in case she refused. The possibilities flooded her mind, unbidden. I don't want to. Yet in the end, she still flatly refused. But you haven't even heard what the favor is. Whatever it is you want, I won't help you. Her shoulders shook as she gathered the courage to look Biko in the eyes. He wasn't able to hold back the exclamation that jumped off his tongue. Wow, how could someone change so quickly? He found himself intrigued by the sight. So few knew what true fear was, and even fewer were capable of overcoming it. What could have pushed Miss Shaw to gather such courage and overcome her fear of him? There could only be one answer. Is Hansu really that amazing? How hard did Big Bro work to win you over? He let out a burst of surprised laughter. Miss Shaw couldn't exactly put her finger on what had changed, but her next breath came easier than the last as the heaviness in the air dispelled. Yet, no, I get it now. They always say that love makes you blind. I wonder if Hansa knows. What? Do you have something to say? Who is Hans? What? Biko blinked at Miss Shaw in confusion. Then, something clicked in his mind, and another burst of laughter erupted out of him before he could stop it. Bahoha. Ha. Ah, that's right. Yet, I should have realized. It totally slipped my mind. Miss Shaw stepped back, obviously disturbed by Biko Lee's mannerisms. He took a minute to calm down, then answered her question. Hansa Lee is his real name. Okay. She didn't acknowledge his condescending tone. She simply repeated the name to commit it to memory. Hansley. Not Hans. It's Hansu. Despite improving her enunciation quite a bit over the years, she struggled to wrap her tongue around it, perhaps because the syllables were entirely unfamiliar to her. Hansu Lee. Oh, that's better. Hansu Lee. So that's Bjorn's real. Miss Shaw clasped her hands together and closed her eyes as if in prayer. Biko watched in silence, keenly interested in what she was doing. But he didn't wait for long, of course. His ground rule had always been to mess around and waste time only after everything that needed doing was done. So are you really not going to do me a favor? Why should I? Oh, I don't know. He shrugged. He acted playful and naive most of the time, but that didn't mean he couldn't lie or intimidate when the situation called for it. Maybe because Bjorn Yandel will die if you don't. That, however, was an indisputable truth. After the round table, I immediately logged out and went to sleep. Spending the full 12 hours there always left me exhausted, and since I needed to wake up early, I decided to log out earlier too. Mister, wake up, 5 more minutes. Stop whining and get up, said another voice. All that's left to do now is move our things, already. When I opened my eyes and checked the time, it was already 11 a.m. I sighed. I really was planning on waking up early today. Give me a minute. I'll hurry and pack up the things in my room. Don't bother wasting time on that. Just go and wash up. Yet, there's nothing heavy in your room, so we'll do it for you, mister. I shouldn't make them do these types of things for me. However, instead of arguing, I went and washed my face, then quickly returned to help them clean up my room. By the time we headed outside, there were 4 large wagons parked out front, ready to be loaded up with our luggage. Thud. I lifted the barbarian-sized bed frame onto the wagon, and with that, we were finally ready to go. Shall we depart, your lordship? Yes, thank you for the help. The horsemen we hired quickly pulled away with the luggage-filled wagons, leaving us behind in a now empty house. It feels so strange. Erwin stared at the empty living room, looking depressed. I wasn't completely oblivious as to why. We had made quite a few memories here, some good and some bad. You won't be going outside anymore, anyway. Back then, I'd had no idea how I was supposed to deal with Erwin's obsessiveness. Luckily, she somehow managed to settle down, even though she now had stats with more severe negative effects than ever before. I guess her mental fortitude outweighs her stats. I was still worried about Erwin, but if I had to identify the source of my deepest concerns, it wasn't her. When is Bicoli going to give Miss Shaw back? What if she can't find us because we moved? That would be bad. What are you doing? Let's get going. We don't have much time, so we'll have to unpack everything as soon as we get there. After another quick look around the empty house to make sure that we weren't leaving anything behind, we finally departed. We all hopped onto a carriage I rented for the day, and the coachman was none other than our navigator, Aryan. It seemed he wasn't only good at steering ships, you're a pro when it comes to handling horses as well. I worked as a coachman until I came of age. Thanks to that, I know my way around the city quite well, though I'm nowhere near as talented as you. There's no need to flatter me like that. It occurred to me then that dragging Aryan along with us was a blessing in disguise. With him, I didn't need to hire a coachman in the future, and since there was a small stable at our new place, I could have him take care of the horses there. That's not a bad idea, actually. It sounded pretty good to me, so I ran it by Amelia. Thankfully, she quickly agreed with me. Everyone needs a place of their own in any team. As long as Aryan is okay with it, I don't mind. Rockrock, what do you think? You must have heard everything we've been saying. It would be my honor. Just leave it to me. I'll do my best to live up to your expectations, Captain. Rather than that just being empty flattery, Aryan seemed genuinely happy. Well, that must sound much better than being locked in a room all day. I should iron out the details later. We're here, Captain. Thanks to Aryan's smooth driving, I had begun to doze off. Before I knew it, we arrived at our destination of Kamobi Boulevard in the Market District. A 3-story building was waiting for us, just 10 minutes away from Almanas Central Exchange. It's in much better condition than I expected. Yet, when you told me the rent, I thought it would be an old, rundown building. Since the building was owned by Melberth, our clan was able to secure it at a reasonable price, courtesy of my agreement with him. The building was meant to act as the Anabata clan's clan house. Since we didn't have any office workers yet, I decided we would live in it for the time being, at least until House Yondell was properly established. Come on, let's get our luggage inside. Everyone keeps staring at us. Passing citizens and adventurers alike were glancing our way, apparently having come to see if the rumors about us moving here were true. Or were they staring at us because it was their first time seeing a noble carrying his own luggage? I sighed. Either way, we were able to move all our stuff inside before the day was over. Since it would be difficult to set up sleeping quarters on the first floor, we decided to just use it as a living room. Amelia and Erwin would be on the second floor, while Aryan and I would be on the third. Oh, and per Amelia's request, we made sure that Aryan got a window in his room. Living in a room on Kamobi Boulevard. To think that I would see such a day. I hadn't expected his reaction, though. I figured he would be happy to have a window, considering he'd been trapped in a basement for such a long time, but I didn't expect him to cry. Where did you live before? I asked. I grew up and lived on the outskirts of Revision, the slums near the castle wall. Yes, but he was a navigator. He should have been able to make decent money, especially since he was from a clan that plundered others. Out of curiosity, I asked why he'd continued to live there, and Aryan explained that he'd been treated as a slave by the clan and never got paid. Then why did you stay with him? You may not be aware, but there are a lot of clans like that. The moment you step into their trap, you can never escape. They trap people like Aryan through contracts and then shackled them even further using the crimes they committed in the labyrinth as blackmail, making it impossible for them to escape. Strangely enough, however, I didn't feel sorry for him. The ones I felt sorry for were the innocent adventurers who were killed and plundered by him. Keep up the good work. I'll take care of you. Oh, of course, sir. You can count on me. Despite his enthusiastic response, I didn't believe him. I spent the next hour lecturing him on how to live a good, honest life. I'm telling you all of this for your own good, so don't forget it. The best type of man is one who's hardworking and honest, just like me. You got that, yes, louder, yes, Captain. Yeah, that was a little better. The day after we moved, I still had a lot of work left to do. No, we are going to use the empty space out back as a garden. Garden? It should clearly be used as a training ground. While Amelia and Erwin were arguing about what to do with the backyard, I went out to take care of my to-do list. The Rabbit Baroness had contacted me to let me know that some land I was interested in purchasing was available, so she asked you if I had time to go check it out in person. Well, she did have some complaints, however, I still don't understand why you want to build your house in District 7 and not the capital. It's not too late, so how about you reconsider? I had decided to establish my barony in District 7. I may have been a noble now, but I was still an adventurer at heart. The closer I was to Dimension Square, the better. And if I build a house in the capital, it's going to end up being tiny and pathetic. District 7 was much more reasonable price-wise. I would be able to build a much larger and grander mansion than if I chose to live in the capital. Alright, I bought the land, so I guess I just need to build the house now. Fortunately, the piece of land on sale was perfect, so I didn't need to think too long before purchasing it. All that was left was for me to consult with one of Melbeth's architects to design and construct my house. However, that process would take an entire year start to finish. That should be enough for today. I went straight home and passed out, and the next day, I headed to the dwarf's forge to make sure he wasn't slacking. Then, my next order of business was to meet with Rottmiller and discuss an idea I had. Are you serious? You want me to teach the barbarians adventuring skills? I'll make sure you're paid well. I heard you're not doing anything. Anyway, that's true, but if you are just doing this as a favor to me, I will have to strongly. What are you talking about? I'm not doing this for you. Rottmiller initially tried to reject the offer since he thought I was asking him out of pity, but after realizing that I was seriously looking for someone to hire, he agreed to help. Then let's go to the Holy Land right away before you change your mind. The second elder will tell you what you need to do. If you have trouble understanding him, then you should go to the administrative office. Come again. Rottmiller stared at me, confused. I assumed he was wondering how the barbarians ended up with an administrative office. I was disappointed in him. How could you be so close-minded in this day and age? 1, 2, 3, 4 The days continued to fly by. Versailles Galland managed to settle her affairs with the church and then finally joined our clan, making her the first of the adventurers in our old squadron to become a member. You want me to be the vice captain? Yet, I think you're perfect for the job. That very well may be, but I think it's best to leave the position of vice captain open for now. If I am given such a high position immediately, word will spread. Don't worry, though. I'll do all the duties of a vice captain, but I'll officially maintain my status as a regular member of the clan for now. Should a situation arise that requires a vice captain to step in, I will gladly fill that role. Sure, then let's do that. Thanks, but are you really planning on going through with it? The Lord of the Floor. We have to. And you are going to help us. Isn't this a bit too much for our first quest together? What? Are you going to file a complaint with the palace about a hostile work environment? I see you've got quite the sense of humor. Once she officially joined our clan, we began to prepare for our 5-man raid in earnest. Truthfully speaking, however, I was having trouble concentrating. My thoughts were elsewhere. Why hasn't she come back yet? Miss Shaw still hadn't returned. Had Beak wholly broken his promise? Anxiety began to creep up on me, but the fact was that this was entirely out of my hands. All I could do right now was wait patiently and keep on going. You're heading out early again. Today is the last day. After today, I don't have any plans until the labyrinth opens. I see. Have a good day. I might be late, so don't worry about heating dinner for me. I'll just eat whatever leftovers we have cold. I headed outside to the wide open clearing in our backyard. I then tore the piece of paper that Raven secretly gave me a while back. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared on the ground beneath my feet, and its glow soon swallowed my entire body. It's been a while. Yes, it has. I hadn't been to the Dragon Temple in years. As I looked up at the man sitting on the throne, I quietly reminded myself of my objective for the day. Give the Dragon Slayer's heart to him and get my reward. That was my last quest of the month. Chapter 474, Man and Woman. 1. The two of us stared at each other in the silence of the empty hall, but a moment later, Mr. Dragon burst into laughter. Haha, I was wondering when you would come, but who knew it would be today? Do you know how surprised I was to hear you were alive? That was the same greeting everyone from my past had given me since my return. Naturally, my response to him was the same as the one I gave everyone else. Yet, I'm sorry. I was planning on visiting earlier, but I had a lot of things to take care of. Yes, I hear you've been through a lot recently. I know your situation to some extent, so don't worry about it. Oh, well, in that case, wait, how much was to some extent? While I was preoccupied with that thought, he continued to speak. Anyway, it's a relief to see you now. My daughter was quite depressed when news of your death broke. Should we call on her? I'm sure she wants to see you as well. I'll go see her after we finish talking. So you have something to discuss. I guess that means you didn't just come here to say hello. Did it Raven tell you? My eldest daughter only told me that you wanted to see me, so I was to summon you here with my dragon speech when that paper was torn. His eyes lit up with curiosity when I mentioned I had something to discuss, so it didn't seem like he was lying. Then did Raven really not tell him anything? All of a sudden, I felt a newfound respect for and trust in her. Then if you're not here simply to say hello, what brought you here? I need you to promise me something first. Promise that you won't tell anyone about what we discussed today, not even if the king himself asks you, I silently added. He seemed to quickly pick up on the gravity of my request. Despite that, he still calmly agreed. I swear on my soul's true name, Persere Dormus. This was the bare minimum safeguard I needed in place. I didn't really understand the purpose of swearing on such a long and difficult to pronounce name, but at the very least, I knew how seriously Dragonians took promises like that. Alright, shall we begin, then? The quickest way to get him up to speed would be to let him see for himself. I opened my subspace, took out a box, and showed him what lay inside. As soon as he saw the bumpy heart shaped like an exotic fruit, the corners of his mouth ticked down in a frown. He must have recognized it right away, being a Dragonian himself. That's the heart of a Dragonian. Does it belong to who I think it does? Yeah, this is the heart of the Dragon Slayer Regal Vagus. I see. He looked like he was fighting some kind of internal battle, as I could see the muscles around his eyes pinching with barely suppressed emotion. He surely had a gut feeling the moment he laid eyes on the heart, but hearing it aloud confirmed it. Since he was the head of the Dragonians, however, it didn't take long for him to get a hold of himself. To be honest, I am filled with many emotions at this unexpected turn of events, but let me say this before anything else. He met my eye before deliberately bowing his head, his voice ringing out loud and clear. Bjorn, son of Yandel, on behalf of the Dragonians, and as the father of a beloved daughter, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. His reaction spoke for itself, and at that moment I knew, whether or not I held the title of Baron or Barbarian Chieftain, his demeanor and gratitude would still be the same. I honestly didn't expect him to respond so strongly, but it worked in my favor. Now, there was a higher chance he would accept the request I was going to make. So, what happened? This is the first I've heard of the Dragon Slayer's death. Where did you end up encountering him? The Dragon Slayer died at Ice Rock. Do you mean, on that expedition? How much do you know about it? Just what was publicly revealed. My daughter Raven didn't want to say much about it. Then I will have to start from there. I started off by explaining everything that happened to us on that expedition. He listened quietly as he grappled with the deluge of new information, but really there was one main takeaway. It wasn't Nork chasing us, nor the royal family abandoning us, nor even the death of the Dragon Slayer. The Order of the Rose. You killed them. It was the fact that we killed members of the Order of the Rose. In other words, we had committed a direct act of treason against the royal family. Now I understand why you stressed the importance of not divulging the details of our conversation today to others. Still, why wouldn't my own daughter tell me about that? Don't be too upset. It's because of her that I was able to come meet with you today and give you the heart, I suppose it is. Then I should also give you my thanks for coming here. He let out a heavy sigh. On the other hand, though, I can't help but be afraid. It was no surprise that, as the head of the Dragonians, he was quick on the uptake. So, what is it that you want from me? It was time to get down to business. If you could get one reward from the most powerful person in the Dragonian tribe, what would you ask for? The answer would differ from person to person. As for me, countless things came to mind. Even though the Dragonians were small in number, they had a ridiculous lifespan and were nearly as prosperous as humans. Because of that, they now had the ability to grant nearly any boon. However, I want the unconditional support and cooperation of the Dragonian people. As soon as I revealed what I wanted, he flinched in surprise and raised his voice in protest. That's a ridiculous request. Well, it's not like I asked you for money or treasure. It would have been better if you had. What you just asked for, it could lead our entire race to ruin. Mr. Dragon, in an attempt to prove that his gratitude was genuine, tried to convince me that he would grant me anything else I desired, but not that. Thus, I was forced to activate barbarian negotiation mode. I don't care. Just do it, or I won't give you the heart. My stubborn refusal made him break out in a cold sweat as his expression grew even more troubled. Yet, as time passed, he slowly started to adapt to barbarian negotiation mode, even changing tactics himself. Didn't you promise that you would give me anything? Promise? Technically, I never made a promise to reward you. He fired back. No, in fact, I'd even argue that you were rewarded in advance. Am I wrong? He certainly wasn't. On top of receiving a reward for bringing back the Dragon Slayer's sword, I'd been granted the dragon's blessing before I even set off on my quest to get his heart. So, what? Are you going to ignore the fact that this is the only way to save your daughter? I keep telling you, I am extremely grateful for what you have done, but I can't grant you that favor. Please, just ask for anything else. In the end, I had no choice but to give in. No amount of barbarian negotiation mode was going to change his mind. Yet, there's no way some stubbornness would be enough to get him to change his mind on such an important issue. That was enough messing around. It was time to get to the heart of the matter. Lap here. It's because of the royal family that you can't accept my request, right? I won't deny it. You may not know yet, but the king is a terrifying man. So everyone kept saying. The more I heard that, the more frustrated I became. Hopefully, I'd get to see the king for myself soon. That way, I'd know whether or not they were telling the truth. With a smile on his face, Mr. Dragon then began to reason with me. If we limit the unconditional support to situations that don't involve the king, I can grant you that request. What do you think? Even though it was a compromise, it was still one that worked out heavily in my favor. The offer spoke to just how grateful he was toward me. Still, what did he mean by situations that didn't involve the king? Did that mean that if there was a conflict with a marquis, a duke, or even the other races, he would support me with everything he had? Well, I'm sure the deal doesn't include war. If your actions were justified, then an unjust attack on you will be considered no different than an attack on me. I fell deep into thought. Normally, negotiations were a battle of making compromises little by little. You had to give up a bit to get a bit back. This must be his final offer. This negotiation was a little different, though. He had skipped the entire back and forth process and declared his final offer right at the beginning. It wasn't out of a lack of negotiation skills but simply out of genuine gratitude. Then I shouldn't push him any further. I honestly would have been happy even if all he agreed to do was support me in my dealings with the other races. As he said, my original reward for this quest was the dragon's blessing, which I had already received. His expression was still troubled, and he hesitantly added, I really can't go. I decided to cut him off and save him the hassle. I wasn't planning on asking for anything more than this. Your offer is enough. I will take it. I didn't forget to offer my thanks, of course, and I genuinely want to thank you for putting up with my ridiculous demands. I didn't expect that. I only acted like that because I'm desperate to protect my own, but I'll make sure I don't cause you any more trouble than necessary. There's no need for that. After all, my daughter is already involved. Right, I'd forgotten for a second that Raven was his daughter, so that was why he was willing to go so far. Well, if that's settled, let's move on to another topic. I'm curious, what have you been doing for the past 2 years? Were you really on a secret mission like the Marquis said? After our negotiations, we settled into a relaxed conversation and spent quite some time catching up. Oh, I should ask this while I am here. You agreed to support me, so would you be a witness in my trial against Count Alminus? A witness against Count Alminus? Well, you are the head of the Dragonians. I think I'll be able to save some face if you come out and publicly take my side. Save face. Haha, kidding, just kidding. Luckily, it seemed the guy also had a sense of humor. Well, it sure has been a while since I've had such fun. Look at how much time has passed already. I have a meeting with the elder soon, so I should get going. Really? Are you going to leave now? Should I send you back? No, I'll go see Pen and Raven while I'm here. Oh, that's good to hear. I'm sure they'll be pleased. My meeting won't take long, so in the meantime, why don't you have tea or something with my daughters? He told me where Pen and Raven were, and with that, I stood up and meandered in that direction. Step, step. Every step I took reverberated off the marble floor. Before I could step into the hallway, I turned around once more. Is there something else you wanted to say? Asked Mr. Dragon. I can't help but feel like I'll regret it if I don't ask you this now. He straightened his shoulders, gesturing for me to continue. If, and I do mean only if, my voice echoed in the space between us. If I become stronger, and gather more support, and you judge that it's worth a shot, and not a suicidal thing to do, then, setting aside all consideration of his position, I finished asking for what I wanted. Would you be able to help me? After a long silence, he finally answered, if that day comes, then I will consider your request with more optimism. I see. I turned back around and continued down the hallway. Step, step. That was enough for today. Chapter 475, Man and Woman. 2. I left the temple and walked down the long hallway, eventually reaching the room with the two sisters, the young Dragonian shaman who bestowed the dragon's blessing on me, Pen, and my former squadron mate, Raven. You're here. When I knocked on the door and entered, Pen looked my way, made eye contact, and then quickly turned away. Why does she always act like a little kid? I had to admit, though, it was pretty cute that she was acting all aloof. Mr. Dragon and Raven both told me that she was depressed when she heard that I died. I guess I did promise to tell her more interesting stories the next time A grumble stopped my thoughts dead in their tracks. What did you just say? Did you hear that? Not really. So what was it? When I raised my eyebrow at her, Pen glared at me in agitation and yelled. What? I was just saying I knew it was really you and not some fake the moment I saw your face. That was an obvious lie. I definitely heard her say that ugly face just now. Pantosaurus. It's Pantosaurus. Since it's been a few years, I guess you need another reminder. I am not ugly, I'm manly. You got that? Yeah, fine. So she was finally willing to admit it. Anyway, now that I was done teasing her, I greeted her sister as well. It's been a while, Raven. You two seem closer than I thought. Close? We've only met once, back when I got the dragon's blessing. Still, you're probably the last outsider Pen interacted with. Someone outside of the dragon clan. Well, I guess so. How many outsiders would even have a valid reason to come to the dragon's temple in the first place? I sat down in an empty seat by the table as I asked them something I was wondering. But from the way you reacted, it looked like you knew I was coming, right? We heard from Dad. Yeah, when was that? While he was talking to you. We can hear Dad's voice from anywhere if he wants us to. So he could use his dragon speech not only for teleportation but also for transmitting messages? He was even more talented than I thought. How much did you hear? How much? Well, he just told us to sit tight since you were coming to us. Oh, he also said that you had good news to tell me. Huh, that guy. So, what's the good news? Pen looked up at me, her eyes brimming with curiosity. I avoided her gaze and glanced at Ravine, but she simply shrugged her shoulders, unwilling to help me out. I really couldn't get a read on these Dragonians. Why were they having an outsider of all people deliver such important news? Well, it's not like telling her is any skin off my back. Beating around the bush any longer was pointless, so I deadpanned. I killed the Dragon Slayer and brought his heart back. A lot had happened, but it could all be summed up in that one sentence. What? Even so, the young Dragonian just stared at me in disbelief, struggling to wrap her head around what I was saying. However succinct it was, that one sentence wasn't easy to process. I'm serious. I gave your father his heart, so you should be able to get better soon, sister. What he says is true, Pen. Even with her sister's confirmation, she still looked dumbfounded. It seemed the shock of receiving this gift currently outweighed any joy she could be feeling. After a long moment, Pen finally regained her composure. Thanks. I guess I should take back what I said about her being childish. She and Mr. Dragon were the same in that they both gave their thanks with the utmost sincerity. Of course, even after you recover, not much will change for you right away, I warned. I've got a bit of a situation right now. A situation? What do you mean? I had taken the liberty of asking Mr. Dragon for a few things while we were still speaking, and one such request was that my killing the Dragon Slayer stay a secret for the time being. That meant that even after Pen recovered, she would remain stuck in the temple for the foreseeable future. In the end, though, he agreed with my logic. I'm sorry. I'm sure you're fed up with being stuck in this place all the time, but for my sake, it's fine. Pen interrupted my apology. I don't really mind being stuck here. Those weren't just empty words. I could hear the sincerity in her tone. Not that I didn't understand why she might feel that way. That makes sense. I mean, you get to mess around all day and get meals served to you whenever you want. It's not a bad life too. What are you talking about, you moron? That's not why you're okay with it. Pen let out a deep sigh. Of course it isn't. I'm so sick and tired of this place. I want to run around in the wind and smell the flowers again. But, she trailed off and clenched her fists. My father was trapped here, all this time, because of me. But now, things are different. He'll be able to go wherever he wants to go and see whatever he wants to see. Her answer was nothing like I expected. So, that's more than enough for me. Family. In the face of her conviction, I couldn't help but wonder. Thank you, Yandel, for saving my father. What's it like to have a real family? After our conversation, Pen left the room, saying she needed some time alone. With that, Ravine and I were the only two left. I didn't mind since I had something to ask her in private anyway. Ravine, I'm listening, so say whatever it is you need to say. Why has it been so hard for me to see you? What do you mean by that? Was that too vague? I'd figured this might be a touchy subject, so I tried to phrase it as delicately as I could, but it seemed I should have just been blunt like the barbarian I was from the start. I'm talking about the after party. I thought you didn't come because you were busy, but you don't look all that busy to me. I heard that Ms. Titana Akurova wasn't there either, though. Well, true, I said, nodding. But that woman had a full plate. There was an awkward pause. I was also busy. Oh, really? Then I guess that's that. Is that all you were wondering? Ravine tried to act nonchalant, quietly sipping her tea. Did she really think I would fall for that act? Ravine, I'll be fine regardless of your answer, so just be honest. Have you changed your mind? Even though I didn't add any more context than that, it was obvious to both of us what I was talking about. No, I haven't. Really? Ever since we got back to the city, I've been getting the feeling you're trying to distance yourself from us. So, I was never on the same page as you to begin with. What do you mean? When I stared at her, brow furrowed, Ravine finally cracked. Of course I'm sad for the innocents who died in that cold place. Of course I'm angry at the Marquis and the royal family for what they put us through. But, that's it. Not everyone in the world is like you, Yandel. Unfortunately, it looked like I wasn't wrong to suspect Ravine was distancing herself from us. The reason was about what I expected too. No matter how close we might have gotten over the months, at the end of the day, it was only one expedition. Things may have been different if it was a family member of hers who died, but we were barely more than acquaintances. It wasn't strange that she'd feel that way. If you're asking me whether I think it's worth it to put my life on the line for the sake of revenge, the only answer I can give you is no, it's not. Ravine had pushed aside her emotions to make a logical decision. If anything, her reaction was the normal one. Even if it had been a family member who died, most people wouldn't ever dream of taking revenge against the royal family. I see. Thanks for telling me. It must have been hard to be completely honest with me. I'm sorry that this is the only thing I can offer you, but I'm sure there's at least one other person from the group who feels the same way I do. The momentum and energy is just making it hard for them to voice their opinions. That was probably true. People were quick to change their minds after their emotions cooled. I'll keep that advice in mind. This is a surprise. I honestly thought you would scream at me and call me a traitor. If I did that, would it change your mind? Because if it would, I would call you that 100 times. Oh, well, Raven averted her eyes, which told me everything I needed to know about her ability to be convinced. Still, we had both said what we needed to say, and our conversation came to a civil end. I watched for a moment as she glared at the floor, clearly frustrated with herself. It reminded me of the old me. I used to be just like her. After all, Raven, I heard myself say, let me give you a piece of advice as well. What is it? If everyone had been as rational as you that day, none of us would have made it back alive. There was no such thing as an objectively right thing to do. There were only the choices we made and could make. Come and see me if you change your mind, I said, moving toward the doorway. We'll always welcome you with open arms. She called out to me as I went to leave, I think my father is still in a meeting, though. Oh, right. In the end, I had to stick around for a bit longer, awkwardly drinking tea with her until Mr. Dragon eventually came back and teleported me home. Since I had left early in the morning, I was able to make it back by noon. Mister, you're back, you're home early. I thought you said you might be out late. When I walked back up toward the house, Amelia and Erwin quickly ran out to greet me. The meeting ended earlier than I thought. But what happened here? I gestured at the backyard. Before I left, it was a vacant lot full of weeds, but now, it had been completely remodeled. A line was drawn down the middle. One side was a garden full of bushes and plants, while the other side was set up like a training ground. Oh, this? Don't worry about it. It might look a bit odd, but there was no other option. Since it would be unfair for one person to have it all to themselves, we decided to split it in two, so that was why it was both a garden and a training ground now. After fighting for the past few days, this was apparently the compromise they had reached. Yandel, did you eat? Just a few snacks. What about you all? Not yet. Then let's eat together. I thought it might be nice to go out to eat for the first time in a while, but before I could even ask, I was told that Orion was already cooking for us. At first, I couldn't comprehend what I was hearing at all. That guy is cooking. You didn't know? He also made the dinner you ate yesterday. I thought you guys bought that. Is there even a kitchen here? Amelia shot me a pitying look. We converted one of the rooms on the first floor into a kitchen a while ago. How did you not even notice? I didn't respond. Yandel, I know you're busy, but you should pay attention to the place you're living. I had nothing to say to that. I was already planning to use my free time over the next few days to get a proper night's rest, at least. For the time being, I followed Amelia over to the new kitchen. You're here, Captain. Ian, who is wearing a white apron, greeted me. I glanced at the counter to see a meal laid out on clean, white plates. Mister, come here. He'll take care of everything, so just sit down. Oh, sure, what else could Ian do? The guy was a navigator, equestrian, and now a cook. Is he good at everything aside from fighting? It hit me once again just how important strength was in this world. If I weren't strong, maybe this guy would be bossing me around instead. What do you think? Is it to your taste? It's perfect. It tastes great, and there's a lot of side dishes with meat too. Since we never know when you will get back, the mistresses always make me prepare plenty to eat. Mistresses. Oh, Orion flinched at his slip of the tongue. Since he realized himself that he'd messed up, I didn't bother getting on his case about it any further and just ate my meal. You can leave it. I'll clean it up. When we finished eating, Orion came over and collected the dishes. How strange. This special treatment made me feel like a genuine noble. Mister, you don't have any other plans today, right? Yet, I left the rest of my day empty just in case. Then, how about we drink some tea in the garden? Oh, that sounds great. Terja, I want black tea, Amelia chimed in. You really are shameless. Despite her grumbling, Erwin did end up making us black tea, and the three of us sat out in the garden and talked. Beneath the sun's warm rays, I looked at the fence sequestering our house from the outside world, creating a comfortable bubble. It had been a while since I'd had a break like this. This is nice. Even Erwin and Amelia's bickering just felt like soothing background noise, and I felt relaxed for the first time in ages. Perhaps my exhausted state explained what happened next. Family. Without realizing it, the word slipped out of my mouth. It was only spoken in a murmur, meaning no one should have heard it, not unless they were listening attentively. Nevertheless, the quarreling duo next to me suddenly went quiet. An awkward silence filled the garden. Yandel, what did you just say? Yeah, what did you say, mister? The two both turned to me in unison like they hadn't been fighting mere seconds ago. Nothing. I quickly tried to brush it off, but their expressions told me that they weren't going to drop it. No, what did you mean? We clearly heard you say family. I groaned. Why did I let that slip? Ever since my meeting with that little Dragonian and what she told me today, the word had been on my mind and I ended up blurting it out. It's just, I let out a heavy sigh. I was wondering if this might be what it feels like to have a family. It was an honest answer, but despite my candidness, the two of them fell silent again, their mouths closing with a click. If they don't say something soon, this is only going to get more awkward. Erwin stared down at her teacup, refusing to meet my gaze. Then, suddenly, her eyes snapped up and she murmured, almost imperceptibly, "The left side of the fence." The left side of the fence? What was she talking about all of a sudden? Just as I was about to ask what she meant, Amelia spoke up and answered my question. "Someone is watching us." "What?" "Tertia, let's ambush them on the count of 3. All right." Without needing any input from me, the two of them crept toward the fence and prepared to attack whoever was watching us. In an instant, they pounced and began to drag the stalker out like a trophy, like predators who had just caught their prey. "Oh, it's you. I don't know if I should be happy to see you or not." Amelia's reaction tipped me off to the fact that something was wrong. Erwin, meanwhile, was dead silent, her expression frozen. Their prey fell to the floor and looked up at me with an awkward smile. "It's been a while, Bjornak." She winced in pain like she had bit her tongue while trying to wrap it around the words. "Amelia, Erwin," and I just stared at her in stunned silence. It was Miss Shah. Chapter 476, Man and Woman. 3. A Baron of Raftonia, a hero among adventurers, the new chieftain of the barbarians, the captain of the Anabata clan. All those titles belonged to one man, the great Bjorn Yandel. He was actually alive. Miss Shah Karlstein clenched her fists. She came to the city early in the morning to conduct her own investigation, but everything Bikoli had said was true. All this time, what the hell have I been doing? Countless emotions filled her mind. She was happy and sad, excited and overwhelmed, and, of course, angry. Why had Bjorn Yandel tricked her? Why had he faked his death and left her in the dark for so long? If he hadn't, she wouldn't have been forced to spend all those years with those criminals. No, that's not right. She shook her head to rid herself of the thoughts plaguing her. No matter what, he surely had his reasons. That was the kind of man Bjorn Yandel was. In the end, she decided to set aside any doubts until she was able to hear his explanation in person. Yet, that's what I need to do. She headed to Bjorn's home, determined to hear the truth from him. She'd figured out where he was living through word of mouth, but when she arrived, the house was empty. Did he move? Why now, of all times? Thanks to that, she had to spend the night at a nearby inn. The next morning, she asked around again and finally made her way to Bjorn's new residence. Kamalby. A feeling she couldn't quite identify shifted beneath the waters of her mind. He had once told her that if he made a lot of money, he was going to move to a place like this someday. So this is Bjorn's house. Even after arriving, she couldn't bring herself to knock on the front door. The moment she got there, all sorts of thoughts raced through her. How would Bjorn react when he saw her? What if he was unhappy? She had even heard that he was living with the elf and a woman named Emily Rains. Emily Rains. She's probably the same woman I met on Faron Island. What was their relationship? How did the two of them become comrades? The rumors about them having a secret relationship, they had to be false, right? She couldn't stop the anxious thoughts from snowballing. Because of that, Miss Shah Karlstein simply returned to her inn after spending an entire day wandering outside his house and sometimes peeking inside. At least I got to see him for a bit. She managed to get a glimpse of Bjorn when he returned home at night, but she couldn't bring herself to talk to him, not when he looked so exhausted. Yet, that's why. There's definitely no other reason I didn't talk to him. She planned to go back tomorrow and see him for real. However, the next day, the same thing happened yet again. Bjorn left early in the morning and only returned late at night, once again exhausted. She could have walked over and talked to him at any time, but her feet wouldn't budge. Come back safe, Mr. It would be nice if we could all have dinner together. Every morning, two women with sleepy eyes accompanied him to the door, and Bjorn scolded them for waking up so early in the morning to send him off. The sight was all the confirmation Miss Shah needed. Bjorn, he's doing fine. Even without her, his life hadn't changed much. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days. The days flew by, but she could only ever bring herself to hover around the house's perimeter, occasionally even using her special abilities to take a peek at the residents within. The two women were extremely vigilant with finely tuned senses, so she had nearly gotten caught several times, but since she never went onto the property, they never bothered to chase her down. However, she got a little bolder with each passing day. Soon, she didn't just watch them from afar but from underneath the window. When glancing through the window wasn't enough, she started hiding in a space behind the fence, and it was on one of those days that it finally happened. A magic circle burst into being, bringing Bjorn with it. The two women quickly ran toward him to welcome him home. He looked confused, asking what happened to the yard. "Oh, this? Don't worry about it. It might look a bit odd, but there was no other option. Since it would be unfair for one person to have it all to themselves, we decided to split it in two." Was this really about the yard, or something else? The thought popped into Miss Shah's mind, but she decided not to dwell on it. They then went to the kitchen and had a meal cooked by a mysterious stranger she didn't recognize. What do you think? Is it to your taste? It's perfect. It tastes great, and there's a lot of side dishes with meat too. But you always said my cooking was bland. Since we never know when you will get back, the mistresses always make me prepare plenty to eat. Miss Shaw's body immediately turned to stone. Mistresses? Were those rumors really true? She hadn't thought so, but Bjorn didn't deny it. Badum. Her heart felt like it was plummeting. When she lived with Bjorn, people always used to ask about their relationship, but Bjorn had made a point of denying it every time. Mister, you don't have any other plans today, right? After the meal, they came out to the garden to have some tea. In the vacant lot, now half garden and half training grounds, sat a round table with 3 chairs. I'm too close. Worried that she might get caught if she stayed here any longer, she carefully tried to slink away from the fence without making a sound. Her first step was quiet, and so was the second. As she gingerly moved away from them, listening in on their laughter, a sudden thought struck her. What if she had never fallen for Bicoli's offer that day? What if she had just stayed at home, waiting for the day he returned to her? Would she be sitting there next to him with a smile on her face too? She didn't know. However, one thing was clear. I was wondering if this might be what it feels like to have a family. There was no room for her in this house. Russell, it was time to head back to the inn for the day. Suddenly, the 2 women who had been sipping away at their tea sprang at her, closing in on both sides. She was too distracted by the chaotic whirlwind of her own thoughts to register what was happening right away, and when she finally did, it was too late to fend them off. By the time she came to her senses, she was already kneeling in the garden with her arms pinned behind her. She knew exactly what kind of picture she must have made. An ex-teammate. No, an ex-lover who had suddenly been caught sneaking around his house. What sort of excuse could she possibly give? At a loss for what else to do, she plastered on an awkward smile and decided to start with a simple hello. It's been a while, Bjorn. It was a horrific reunion. In a room bare of furniture, a woman stood by her second-floor window overlooking the art and bit her nails nervously. Why is she here? She abandoned him when he disappeared and now, she's back and she's taking him away from me again. Her dark muttering spoke to just how unstable her state of mind was. Amelia lingered in the doorway behind her, keeping an eye on her to make sure nothing happened. I can't hear anything because of that magic item. Is there a way to listen in? I won't deny it. Then tell me right now. But Bjorn would probably hate it if you did that, right? Erwin's jaw snapped shut. She returned to nibbling on her nails and staring out the window. Amelia couldn't stand the sight any longer, so she casually asked, if that's how you're going to act, shouldn't you have made a move on him sooner? The elf turned her head and pinned her with a glare so cold that it would give anyone chills. Amelia shrugged, uncaring, and met those icy eyes head on. What? I'm not wrong, am I? It was obvious. No matter how out of control Erwin might seem right now, she'd never do anything that might make Bjorn hate her. Deep down, Erwin was a soft, innocent girl, but because of her essences, she was covered in prickly thorns that clouded her judgment. Erwin knew that as well, which is why she was keeping her mouth shut. I'm not a fan of sticking my nose in other people's business, but Amelia couldn't bear to leave things like this. She walked over to the window where Erwin stood and grabbed a seat. Terja, what type of relationship do you want with Yandel? Again, Erwin didn't answer. Normally Amelia would have ended the conversation there, but this time, she kept pressing. Mr. Karlstein coming back won't change your relationship. Or is it that you're looking for something more? Do you want Yandel to see you in a romantic light? Finally, she answered. There'd be nothing wrong with that. Her response was meek, spoken like a true coward. I never said there was, what is it that you're trying to say, then? Erwin demanded, apparently unable to stand being cornered any longer. Amelia took a step forward, unwilling to back down. I was just curious. If that's how you feel, then why haven't you told him? You've realized it too, haven't you? Yandel is quick on the uptake, but since he has so much on his plate, he'll never make the first move. No response. Amelia pushed on anyway. So tell me, do you want me to help you? Erwin scoffed in outright disbelief. Help me? Why don't you tell me what type of relationship you want with him? Even though this was an embarrassing conversation to be having, Amelia didn't shy away from answering honestly. Well, this is enough for me. I'm happy with the way things are. She didn't hate bickering with Erwin on the daily or experiencing all sorts of wild adventures at Yandel's side. The reason for that was simple. As Yandel said, I think this must be what it feels like to have a family. Erwin couldn't say anything in response to that. The anger and paranoia filling her eyes had disappeared, and in their place, all that was left was a myriad of complicated, embarrassing emotions. There was a long moment of silence, eventually broken by Erwin's hesitant voice. Tell me, what do I need to do? She was finally opening up. Amelia smiled a gentle, big sister-like smile at Erwin and said, wait for the right moment. Wait? If you go for it now, Bjorn will only run away. Any good hunter knew that the first rule of hunting was to make it impossible for their prey to escape. Amelia calmly explained this logic. Knowing Bjorn Yandel, he's probably thinking something along the lines of she isn't in the right state of mind to be making choices like that. He wouldn't take your feelings seriously and would only think of them as fleeting or temporary. And on top of that, he's also probably concerned about ruining your current relationship. This elf and that barbarian weren't all that different. Although they both seemed confident on the outside, deep down, they were full of all sorts of fears and anxieties. That's why you have to wait for now. If you approach him now, it won't do you any good. He's just going to dismiss your feelings. Then how long should I wait? Until you can erase some of your essences. Then he'll have to accept that you've returned to normal. If she told him how she really felt then, even Yandel wouldn't be able to dismiss her feelings out of hand. I'm not saying you should sit around and do nothing in the meantime. Of course, you need to start conveying those feelings. How? How about you ask me nicely? Could you please give me an example? Amelia went on to give Erwin some pointers about romantic relationships. Erwin listened with perked ears. These tips were incredible, especially since each one seemed reasonable. I can't believe you had the idea to approach him while he was getting dressed and put his tie on for him. Once Amelia had finished imparting her wisdom, Erwin stared at her in astonishment. Have you ever dated a guy before? No. Erwin frowned like her answer discredited all the good advice she gave. Then how do you know all of this? Amelia laughed sheepishly and fell back on that man's favorite excuse. I read it in a book. Well, it wasn't an excuse if it was true. A little over 10 days had passed since my last encounter with Bicoli, and finally, the time for my long-awaited reunion had come. I never imagined this was how it would play out, though. Amelia and Erwin were sent inside while Miss Shaw and I talked. I also used the magic item to prevent any sound from carrying. I figured our conversation would only set Erwin off in her fragile state. The two of us stared at each other, not saying a word. The ease we used to share was gone now. Even though I wasn't in battle, I could feel my muscles tensing and my neck growing stiff. Why is this so awkward? I feel like I'm going to die. I finally bit the bullet and broke the silence. Your hair, it's long now. Oh, this. Yet, that didn't give me much to work with. Before things could get awkward again, I said, I don't think I've ever seen you tie your hair back like that before. Really? But whenever I was cooking for you. Oh, I mean, for you. Now she was acting like her old self. I couldn't help but laugh as the tension broke. Relax. You don't have to worry about the way you talk. It's not like I ever cared much about things like that. But, I really did fix it, while you were gone. You fixed it. Yeah, but sometimes, when I get nervous, it comes back. But I'm telling you I really fixed it. So she was nervous too? I guess it wasn't just me. Anyway, since I said hi, I should get going since I have a lot too. What was she going on about? Did she not understand what was happening here? Where are you going? I took a step forward and grabbed her wrist. Why is she so skinny? Anyway, she wouldn't be able to run away now unless she had Blink. There's no way she learned that skill, right? I couldn't be sure of anything, though. We'd been apart for a long time, Mr. Karlstein. Still, I looked her in the eyes and spoke in a tone that brooked no argument. You're not going anywhere. Chapter 477, Man and Woman. 4. For the time being, we moved to the kitchen on the first floor. Audien had been washing the dishes earlier but was no longer there, apparently having already finished all his work. Or maybe Amelia had simply told him to go elsewhere. Either way, that wasn't really something I was concerned with. We sat in silence. Things between us have gotten weird again. The sight of Miss Shaw with her eyes glued to the ground, unable to look up at me, made me feel uncomfortable. While I was busy trying to figure out how to start up another conversation, Miss Shaw suddenly broke the ice herself. Hansu Lee. That was my real name, one that only a few people in this world knew. Even though I had set up the voice control item in advance, I instinctively glanced around in a panic, causing Miss Shaw to notice her slip up immediately. Sorry. I didn't mean to. Don't worry. No one outside a 2-meter radius can hear us. Is that so? What was with her? She claimed to have fixed the way she talked, yet she seemed to be talking weirder than ever. Did you hear that name from Bicoli? I decided to ignore that for now and focus on asking her where she heard my name. Then you must also know I'm an evil spirit. But you're not scared of or suspicious of me. Why? Because I've known for a long time. What? She already knew? What? Since when? Well, Miss Shaw seemed flustered by the question. With a bright red face, she quietly answered, August 16th, year 154. Why that was the day I was sure of it. Why was she saying a random date like she expected me to know exactly which one she was talking about? At first, I was bewildered by her answer, but as I thought back, it slowly dawned on me which day she was referring to. August 16th, year 154. That was the day I confessed to her that I saw her as more than just a teammate. And then I got rejected. Was this the real reason why? I had been wondering for a while now why she turned me down like that. I'd wanted to flat out ask her, but I could never bring myself to do it. With a heavy sigh, I turned toward her. Then why did you start traveling with Bicoli after you thought I died? He said that if I helped him, he would use the stone of revival on you. I already knew that. The real reason I asked was so I could transition to my next question as naturally as possible. But why were you willing to go that far for me? Based on what you said, you already knew at that point that I was an evil spirit. Still, you were my close colleague. A close colleague. I was happy to hear that, but another question quickly replaced the first. If she didn't hate evil spirits, why did she reject me that day? Or was it that she was fine with them, but drew the line at having a romantic relationship with one? I wanted to dig a bit deeper, but unfortunately, Miss Shaw changed the subject this time. By the way, I guess she wouldn't want to talk about that. Can I ask you a question too? Go ahead. Bicoli. He kept calling you big bro. Are you two close? I wouldn't say we're particularly close since I know that guy is definitely up to something behind my back. Miss Shaw seemed surprised by my response. Up to something? Was that all you wanted to ask? And no. There's one more thing. Back then, why did you suddenly disappear on Faron Island? Biko hadn't told her about that? I wondered why. Was he purposely trying to drive a wedge between us? Or maybe he just thought it might be rude or overstepping to explain it himself? By chance, did everyone else know the truth, except me? I had decided long ago what to tell her here. Stop. First off, let me clear up the misunderstanding. What people are saying and what actually happened are two completely different things. I kept things brief, explaining my trip to the past from Faron Island. I didn't feel particularly worried about letting her in on the secret. Aside from Aner, she had always been one of my closest comrades. There was no real reason to hide the truth from her, especially when she already knew my real name. More importantly, Bicoli knows the truth too. Miss Shaw quietly listened to my story, and by the end of it, she looked almost relieved. So you suddenly disappearing, it really was an accident. She asked me what I had been up to since my return, and I told her the entire truth, including how I reunited with Erwin, how I reunited with Amelia, and how I reunited with Raven, Aner, Mr. Bear, the dwarf, and Rockmiller again. So, I was the last one, Miss Shaw murmured, voice faint, before carefully asking me another question. Then, does everyone else know your secret? Erwin and Amelia, as well as Raven and Bicoli, know everything. They're the only ones who know, though. I see. Anyway, do you know how worried I was when I heard that you were running around on that creeps team? Miss Shaw's face fell as she quickly apologized. I'm sorry. I really thought you were dead. And, you don't have to apologize. I know you were just trying to save me. Well, I still had questions about what her plan was after she managed to bring me back to life. Whatever the case, though, I was moved that she was willing to go to such lengths for me in the first place. That's enough about me. I want to hear about how you're doing. About me. How have you been? And why do you look so skinny? I'm not skinny. Her appearance said otherwise. She was practically skin and bones. Fine. But tell me, what have you been doing all this time? Miss Shaw thought hard about it, likely debating where to start. Then, after a moment, she began to ramble. Everyone died eventually. Even the immortal king, who once ruled over this vast kingdom, hadn't been able to escape death in the end. Death was a law of nature that could never be broken. So, Bjorn is dead. Nevertheless, his death had been far too sudden. It felt like a nightmare, one from which she was desperately trying to wake, which was why she couldn't refuse that fateful offer. What if I told you there's a way to bring Bjorn Yandel back from the dead? There was only one way to recover what had been lost. The Stone of Revival can revive two people. If you help me, I'll let you revive him. In the end, she accepted his offer. She did everything Bicoli told her to, from spreading rumors that Bjorn Yandel was an evil spirit to going into the labyrinth with his party to complete various missions. Still, it wasn't all that bad. Even on the days she went to bed in tears, crying into her pillow, she was at least able to cling to hope. Oh, are you not going to act like a kitty anymore? She worked hard to fix the way she talked, which he often teased her for. She wanted to show Bjorn how much she'd grown when they eventually reunited, but that wasn't her only motivation. Kitty, what are you reading there all alone? She began to study by reading books. When she did, it almost felt like Bjorn was there, sitting right next to her. Stop reading and come outside. Let's go to the training grounds. I've trained several newbies before, and the best way to improve your skills is by fighting. She was forced to duel with him every day, though said duels were much closer to one-sided beatings. Still, she wanted to grow stronger, so she kept pushing onward. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. Time flew by, and she changed a lot with its passage. As long as she didn't get overly excited, she was able to speak normally, and she had become stronger, much stronger than ever before. When are you going to use the Stone of Revival? She was also slowly starting to lose patience. Oh, I'll use it when the time's right, you know? Why have you been so testy these days? Like always, he brushed her off with vague responses. One day, she couldn't hold herself back any longer. Were you ever planning on using it at all? The stone of revival that Lee had in his possession was the real thing. However, would he actually keep his promise to her? She tried to ignore the doubts in the back of her mind and persevere. If he'd really had no intention of helping her and all her hard work over the past 2 years was for naught, she wouldn't be able to bear any of this anymore. Lee, tell me right now, when are you planning on using it? If you don't tell me now, one day, having overcome her fears enough to finally demand the truth, she got an answer that was far from the one she wanted. And if I don't, what are you going to do about it? She fell silent. You're so annoying. Why can't you just trust me? Actually, what have you ever done to help me in the first place? The words wouldn't come out. You were absolutely useless when we first met, so I spent my precious time training you. And now, just when I thought you might finally be useful, you go and start nagging me nonstop. Hey, if you want me to help you, then you better do a good job for me. Maybe then, I might actually give you the answer you want to hear. Ever since that day, her relationship with him had settled at rock bottom. And it wasn't like she could leave his side either because, if nothing else, the stone of revival was real. Haha, I heard otherwise, but you're surprisingly tough. So she continued to toil under him despite maintaining her distance from her new teammates. She never hesitated to do dangerous things or help Lee when the situation, or himself, called for it. Until one day, she received both good news and bad news in one complicated package. Bjorn is alive. Bjorn was alive, but, if I don't, Bjorn Yandel will die. New shackles had been chained around her ankles, and there was no way she could tell him about them. Haha, so that's everything I've gone through. Nothing special, right? But that was okay. She was used to locking things away. Miss Shaw's story was quite interesting in that it told me what Lee had been up to for the past few years. They really did focus on leveling up as much as they could. It also allowed me to learn more about Biko's skills. I wasn't able to learn every little thing about him, but at the very least, his character concept became clear to me. From what I was hearing, he seemed to be a hand-to-hand special ability user. He's even able to use any weapon under the sun if the situation calls for it. He was stronger than I gave him credit for, though his essence combo didn't earn all that high of a score from me. I don't understand what he meant when he said there was no way for him to get stronger. Why did he say that? Was he just bluffing? There were a few things that seemed off to me, but there was no way for me to get any answers right now. While I carefully filed away all the new information I learned today, Miss Shaw tiptoed over to a new topic. So, what did you mean earlier? What? I tilted my head as Miss Shaw's voice grew even smaller. You told me earlier, that I wasn't going anywhere. Oh, that? What did you mean by that? My reply was blunt without any hint of embarrassment. Like she said earlier, aren't we close comrades? Of course we should stick together. The words came out of me before I even had time to think them through. Judging by Miss Shaw's expression, she seemed to understand what I meant. Is that so? Yeah, of course it is. I quickly changed the subject. But back then, on Faroon Island, what was it that you wanted to tell me? Did I want to tell you something? I don't remember. She was falling back on old habits, which meant she was lying. However, I worried things would only get more awkward if I pushed her any further, so I decided I would just have to ask her again later. It was time to move on to the next question. Oh, do you have my necklace? Raven told me you were the one to take it. Miss Shaw undid the button at her neck, revealing no. 7777, Garfus's necklace, hidden under her clothes. Thankfully, she hadn't sold it and was taking good care of it. Do I have to give it back? What kind of question was that? Hand it over, fine. Things were finally back where they belonged. My conversation with Miss Shaw lasted from midday until nighttime. Since we hadn't seen each other in such a long time, there was a lot to discuss. As time passed, the awkwardness of our long-awaited reunion slowly dissipated. It's already this late? Are you hungry? How about we all eat? Miss Shaw quietly shook her head at my offer. Did she want to go back to her inn and eat there instead? Where are you sleeping tonight? We have lots of empty rooms, so how about you just live here now, Bjorn? I appreciate the thought, but you don't have to go that far for me. The stubborn look in her eyes told me it'd be tough to change her mind. Was she planning to distance herself from me? Is that so? I see. Then do what you like. Thanks for understanding. And about joining your clan, can I have some time to think about it? Time? Of course. But, how long do you think you'll need? 1 week. I think that'll be enough. I'll come back here when I have my answer. I promise not to make you wait too long. With that, our reunion came to an end. I headed back upstairs, feeling the need to give an explanation to the other ladies of the house. Surprisingly, it seemed they were together in the same room talking in low, serious voices. Before I even knocked on the door, I could already hear them scrambling around, implying they had sensed me walking up the stairs. When I stepped inside, the two of them quickly shut their mouths in unison. I was kind of curious about what type of conversation these two could have been having while alone. Can we talk? Oh, of course. Come in. Even as she said yes, though, Erwan sounded slightly panicked. That was unusual. What brings you here to my room? I had thought she might be upset or angry, but she seemed strangely fine somehow. My gaze snapped to Amelia, but she simply shrugged her shoulders when our eyes met. She must be much better at managing her own emotions now. She really is reliable. After nodding my head at her to show my gratitude, I turned back toward Erwin. Was there something you wanted to talk about? Something was fishy here. It was like she was hiding something. I was sure she would bombard me with questions about Miss Shaw the moment I entered. When I glanced around the room, something on her desk caught my eye. It was a thick, familiar book. That book. I think I've seen it in Amelia's room before. The title of the book was Man and Woman. Was it a romance novel? Maybe I should try and read it later myself. So, what happened to Karlstein? Did she already leave? Oh, right. I gave them a brief summary of what we talked about and how Miss Shaw was taking some time to decide whether or not to join our clan. With that, the day finally came to a close. Now alone, I let out a sigh and stared up at the ceiling. I was lying in bed, but sleep wouldn't come. What if Miss Shaw didn't come back? No, why did I even have to convince Biko Lee to give Miss Shaw back in the first place? Did she really only think of me as a former comrade? But then, if that were the case, why would she go to such lengths to revive me? What were Miss Shaw's real intentions? I should just sleep. I decided to set these thoughts aside for now. I wouldn't be able to answer all these questions on my own. From there, time flew by. Congratulations, young warriors. As of today, you will leave the Holy Land and be reborn as true warriors. Yet another coming-of-age ceremony was currently being held for the young barbarians. In other words, today was the day the labyrinth opened. Chapter 478, Big Fish, 1. This was my second coming-of-age ceremony since becoming the chieftain. Nevertheless, we were able to pull the ceremony off much easier than last month, despite only having done it once before. No newbies this time? None of the young warriors this time around were acting suspicious like a new player would. That was a relief. That meant an innocent person hadn't been dragged into this world only to be treated like an evil spirit, and an innocent barbarian soul hadn't been replaced. It would be best if this shitty game faded into obscurity entirely. Karen, what is it, chieftain? Since I already had newbies on my mind, I decided to ask my second elder how the previous one was doing. Victor, third son of Kiltaw. Oh, the one who picked a shield during the last ceremony. Yes, him. How is he doing? You must be worried about him since he picked a shield. Just answer the question. I heard he's doing fine. In fact, I heard he was doing quite well in the labyrinth. When I asked for more details, he gave me the most recent update. He's a lot like you, actually. Last month was his first expedition, and he already made it to the second floor with the other warriors on his team. The second floor. So, it seemed the newbie was making effective use of the new team system and starting items I provided him with. He even went and bought a torch from another adventurer in exchange for a potion, which was how he managed to get through the dark zone. On the second floor, he used his shield to tank for the other warriors as well. I heard he made a lot of money on his first expedition, chieftain. Of course, not as much as you did. He was level-headed and seemed to be adapting fast. Even with knowledge of the game, that was impressive. Still, there was one thing I was worried about. If he keeps acting like that, those damn Secret Service evil spirit hunters will notice him. Well, I'm sure he'll be able to handle it on his own if they do. Way back in the day, one of those bastards came up to me out of nowhere to ask where I was from, even claiming they were from the United States. If you weren't careful and wary of everyone you met, there was no way you'd last long here anyway. Then we should give them torches next time. Oh, that's a good idea. I ended my conversation with Karen, and then began leading the new young warriors into the city. However, on the walk over, Karen brought more news. Chieftain, his voice was suddenly much tenser. Just a little while ago, I heard some information. It's about why our young warriors died last month. The thing you asked me to look into. Right. The first thing I did when I got back to the Holy Land this month was check how many young barbarians had passed away during the last quest. The death toll was a mere 7, an incredible number that spoke to a survival rate of nearly 90%. However, I wasn't satisfied with that. Not only had I supplied them with potions and shoes, but I even hired a wizard to group them into parties of 3 and 4. How did it make sense that any one of them would die with all that going for them? So, what did you find out? Karen's response was quiet. It was plunderers. The guild received reports that our warriors were found dead in the crystal cave. According to the ones who reported the find, the dead barbarians looked like they were killed by humans, not monsters. I see. I had a feeling that was the case. Of course, that left me with another question. But something about that is strange. We put them into teams, so how were they killed by plunderers who frequent the first floor? Karen hesitated before leaning over to whisper in my ear. It seemed he didn't want the young warriors following us to overhear. Recently, the price of a barbarian's heart has risen significantly. As the chieftain in charge of the future of the barbarian people, this was heart-wrenching news. The price went up. Yes, there was an announcement from the magic tower, and the price went up by several times. Damn it. I now understood what was happening here. Since we were no longer the easy targets we used to be, the supply of hearts had gone down, which meant the price of our hearts must have skyrocketed. Since a heart is now worth millions of stones, it's no surprise there are bastards out there willing to do anything to get their hands on one. It was much more economical to hunt barbarians on the lower floors than go up to the 4th or 5th. Not only that, but the barbarians were now traveling in groups of 3 or 4, and each had potions on them. If professional plunderers stayed on the 1st floor and attacked young warriors, who were no match for them stats-wise, they had no hope of defending themselves. When I asked the adventurers who found the barbarian corpses, they said that most of the bodies found seemed to have been killed in a one-sided massacre. Those fucking bastards. Crack. We needed to push back and push back hard. After personally escorting the young warriors to Dimension Square, we all headed over to the wizard waiting for us. I then had her group the barbarians together and cast the binding spell. This time, it wasn't a wizard from the guild. Now, I could use our clan's very own wizard. It's low-rank magic, but, since I had to cast it so many times, I'm quite exhausted. Thanks, Versil Galland. I promise I wasn't trying to complain, though. That doesn't matter. You did me a favor, so I should thank you for it. I smiled and patted Versil on the shoulder. For some reason, Amelia let out an unhappy sigh from where she was watching this exchange on the sidelines. There he goes again. I had no idea what she was talking about. Yandel, we should start heading in as well. Since I'd finished taking care of all my chieftain duties, I agreed that it was time to head into the labyrinth. You have entered the crystal cave on the 1st floor. The crystal cave always brought back memories whenever I entered it. Without hesitation, we headed straight toward the dark zone in the center. It's a strange feeling. Returning to this place, Versil murmured, almost to herself, as soon as we reached the monument. Yet, it couldn't feel great for her to be back here. What's so strange about it? All I remember is you opening a portal and running away, leaving us behind. Erwan couldn't pass up the opportunity to make a jab, and Versil flinched. Thankfully, instead of getting upset or emotional, Versil just apologized. I'm sorry. Well, this is awkward. In an attempt to smooth things over, I quickly intervened, making sure to keep my tone light. What's there to be sorry for? It wasn't your fault. Erwan must have been genuinely rankled by that statement because, for the first time in a while, she openly disagreed with me. It was her fault. If she hadn't run away, if she had just fought with us, a lot more people would have been able to make it back alive. It made sense that she'd be upset. After all, Erwan lost her older sister that day. Your actions always come with consequences. You're right. That's why I will pay for my actions. Looking genuinely remorseful for the decision she made, Versil took her one sharp criticism with grace. Surprisingly, Erwan backed off there and didn't make any other pointed comments. She even apologized herself. Mister, I'm sorry. I've made things uncomfortable for everyone. No, it's fine. I'm not uncomfortable at all. Well, I'm glad. Then, what? Since when was she so level-headed? She had a tendency to get a bit heated when it came to matters involving her older sister, so I never imagined she'd be willing to end that conversation so peacefully. Bjorn, when is he going to show up? I've waited for this day for so long. Einar shouted, unable to hide her excitement. Amelia glared at her and responded on my behalf, snapping, Barbarian, I told you multiple times during our meeting, yet you're asking the same question again. I forgot. And, I'm sorry. That's better. Einar's shoulders slumped at Amelia's scolding. It seemed they finalized the pecking order last month in the witch's hut. Nevertheless, she still asked the same question one more time. So, when will we be fighting? I completely remember the plan for how we are going to fight it, though, so don't worry. After a long pause, Amelia reluctantly answered, in 7 days. We have to wait that long? Can't we summon him by day 3, though? How funny. You're asking the exact same questions that you did during the meeting. On the 1st floor, the Lord of the Floor had a certain probability of being summoned after day 3 so long as at least 5 people were gathered in one place. That probability dramatically increased over time, to the point where it became a 100% chance if you stayed in a group of 5 for a whole day. We can start preparing to summon it on the afternoon of the 6th day. Because there were only 5 of us, we had received permission to attempt our raid on the 7th day, right before the labyrinth closed. Then, are we just going to wait around here until then? Einar already looked bored to death. Hearing her whine every day about how bored she was would be irritating, but thankfully, we wouldn't have to deal with that. Don't worry, Einar. While we wait, you and I are going to do something else. Oh, really? Einar's mood significantly brightened at that. On the other hand, Amelia tilted her head in confusion. Yandel, you have something else you need to do? I never heard about this. Well, sure, I just came up with it today on the way here. It won't be a problem. We just need to make sure that all of us are together by the 6th day. So while me and Einar do our business, you 3 can just rest here. I'll make sure we aren't late. What are you going to do? Amelia looked worried. Did she think I was going to stir up trouble? It was a bit depressing to see how little faith she had in me. Don't worry, The two of us are just going to go on a nice, peaceful stroll. Oh, but we would, of course, be taking off all our expensive equipment before we left, for the authentic newbie experience. Aner and I left the party to take care of our new task. Even though she didn't know what we would be doing, Erwin volunteered to help. I unfortunately had to reject her, and the reason was simple. What we were about to do was something only a barbarian could do. Stomp. Aner and I wandered around the cave aimlessly, without any real destination in mind. We simply picked a direction and walked. Before our walk began, we took off all our equipment and stored it away in our subspaces, instead exchanging our gear for beginner barbarian equipment, a pair of boots, a cloth backpack, an extra bag around our waists, and a leftover iron weapon from the coming-of-age ceremony. Bjorn, will this really trick them? Even though she agreed to my plan and was following along, Aner was still a bit skeptical. Our names are both pretty famous. Exactly. Our names might be well known, but our faces are not. You're only saying that because you don't know any better. Even if they don't know me, everyone else will definitely recognize you. Would that really be the case? I didn't think so. A person's first impression of someone was based on the context they encountered them in along with their appearance and temperament. Also, we're older, so people will notice something is different. Was she always the type to sweat the small stuff so much? It was impossible to tell the age of a barbarian. I was living proof. Every time I encountered someone, their eyes lit up and GRR. A goblin suddenly emerged from behind a crystal rock. Slice. It was immediately killed by Aner's iron longsword. Aner, I shouted at her without thinking. What do you think you're doing? Aner flinched. What did I do? I was just cutting the goblin apart. She trailed off in quiet indignation. That's the problem. You killed it too easily. Then what should I do? I'll show you. We continued to walk around for a bit longer until we found a rank 9 monster. It was time to show her how we should be fighting them. Jigger. The opponent was a lone goblin. I looked into the monster's eyes, which were filled with an eagerness to cut me apart, and then tightened my grip on the weapon in my hand. Clench. I gripped the handle so hard that the blade started to tremble. Bail. Then I swung the sword at random and prayed for my ancestors to protect me. Of course, the goblin avoided my attacks. Swing. After randomly waving my sword around a few times, it eventually struck the goblin. Because of my base stats, I took it out in a single hit. The most important part of the act, however, was to immediately run over to the mana stone on the ground like a starving man toward food. What do you think? Can you do it, Bjorn? I know you are supposed to be a first-time adventurer, but no warrior would ever be so bad at fighting. I sighed. Why was she so opinionated today? So can you do it or not? Just answer me that. I'll try. Oh, and make sure you let out a nice, loud battle cry. We want people to think we are going all out in these fights. We needed to scream out our ancestors' names while dealing with mere rank 9 monsters. Visibly swallowing her embarrassment and shame, she played along. Bail. She didn't put her whole heart behind that battle cry, but it wasn't bad. That was enough talk. It was now time for action. Now, you have to keep acting like that from now on. Got it? Yet, after that, we continued aimlessly wandering around the crystal cave, fighting rank 9 monsters the way I taught her. When we encountered human adventurers, we made sure to keep our eyes wide open and on high alert. When we were hungry, we filled our stomachs with stale bread like we used to years ago. This was what I like to call fisherman barbarian mode. Surprisingly, maintaining the act required quite a bit of mental fortitude. No matter how much I tried to hold back my strength, I couldn't help but one-shot the goblins. However, over time, I started to slowly get used to it. 1 day passed, then 2. Time continued to march forward. Unfortunately, nobody had bitten our bait yet. Still, there was no reason to doubt ourselves or give up just yet. During the first couple of days, there are still a lot of adventurers wandering around. The plunderers are probably being mindful of potential witnesses. By the 3rd day, however, many of those adventurers would leave the first floor to go higher. Huong. Aner was asleep when we finally got our first bite. Step. 4 adventurers approached us, making no effort to hide their presence. Their equipment wasn't too shabby either. They must be at least 4th floor adventurers. Not that it made a difference either way. Step. The men continued to walk toward us, then began to fan out to surround us. Eventually, they came to a stop. Seriously, why are they so hard to find? One of them smiled at me, and I was surprised to hear him say exactly what I was thinking. We finally found them. Yeah, that's right. We finally found them. Chapter 479, Big Fish, 2 warriors, an archer, and, is that guy a special ability user? Yeah, it sure looks like it. Since wizards had a lot to lose if they were caught committing crimes, they didn't usually participate in stuff like this. This went without saying, too, but they didn't have a priest in their party either. But to be plundering on the first floor with this kind of party composition, my heart was pounding. Just how helpless had our baby barbarians felt when faced with opponents like these? I couldn't even fathom it. But at least I could now make these guys feel the very same thing. You're smiling. One of them frowned. Based on their expressions, they hadn't recognized me yet. They probably saw me as an innocent barbarian who was smiling because he didn't know how scary the world could be yet. Wow, I can see why their hearts are considered so valuable. Just look at that one. He's not scared at all. I decided to play along. I took a step back like I was slowly realizing that something was wrong here. Then I glanced down at Aner, who was sleeping on the floor. Honk, honk. Just how long was she going to pretend to be asleep? Tap, tap. When I nudged Aner with my foot, signaling to her that this was a good time to get up, she immediately jumped up in a fit of rage. What? Her reaction was too real to be an act. So she was actually asleep. It was one thing to not sense them closing in on us, but to not wake up even when they were talking right over her sleeping bag? I didn't get it at all, but her confusion worked out in our favor. What? Who are you? How could you not be tricked after a reaction like that? Don't tell me. You are. It obviously didn't take long for Aner to figure out who our uninvited guests were, but before she could say anything else, I quickly cut her off. Be careful. Of course, what I meant was that she should be careful what she said to them, not what she did to them. I got it. Aner grabbed her weapon and put her back to mine. I also grabbed my iron longsword as I carefully stared them down, pretending to be on high alert. In response, they burst out laughing like we were nothing but a joke to them. Let me ask you one thing. Are you plunderers? They didn't grace me with a response. Bro, let's wrap this up before someone spots us. The guild has been catching on to us. They're treating me like I'm already dead. Yeah, I guess that's how they would see us. But unfortunately for them, I'm going to do whatever Wait. Suddenly, the hunchback archer looked at me, his brows furrowed. That barbarian, he seems strangely familiar. Where have I seen him before? Did he recognize me? Then that meant I would have to move to plan B. Why would you have seen him before? All of them look the same, anyway, so that's probably why he looks familiar. Luckily for me, however, the rest of his party came through with the assist. I don't know. This archer's survival instincts were impressive. Unfortunately for him, it seemed his other teammates had more of a say than he did. Let's worry about that later. For now, let's get rid of them. What a plan they had. With a sinister peal of laughter, they got ready to attack us. Thud. The moment my back hit the wall, the one to my left quickly swung his longsword at me. Whoosh. His blade cut through the air with an audible whistle. I stood there and watched the sword swing toward my neck. He must have assumed that I had no hope of responding to a surprise attack like that in time. The swordsman's eyes went wide. Well, it made sense that he would be surprised by what was happening. Catching. The longsword had been deflected by my skin without so much as a scratch. Yes, that was the expression I had been waiting for. Finally, my patience was being rewarded. I grabbed the sword with my bare hand with the energy of someone dealing with a mosquito that had just stung them. With a flick of my wrist, I pulled the blade toward me. The swordsman quickly stumbled forward without any resistance, like he hadn't even thought to let go of his sword. My other hand snapped out to grab his neck. The other man next to me, who was holding a two-handed axe, ran toward me, attacking my arm. Even though he clearly didn't know what was going on, he probably felt the need to save his teammate. Clang. Yet, it wasn't easy to make the right call when you didn't have time to think. Aner. The moment I gave her my permission, Aner swung her sword down. The target was the warrior who had tried to cut my arm off. Boom. As soon as her sword made contact with him, there was a massive explosion. The warrior holding the axe was turned into nothing more than bits and pieces of flesh, his blood squirting out everywhere. Wild sword, cried the special ability user in a warning. Unfortunately for him, those were his last words. Boom. A split second later, he was blown to bits as well. Meanwhile, however, one of their other teammates had made the right call. Maybe it was because of his role on the team, or that his gut feeling had worked out in his favor, but the archer was already far away from us. Barbarian.To. It seemed that he had finally figured out who I was. The moment his teammate blew up, he tried to run. You have cast Transcendence, but what made him think he could run away from me? You have cast Eye of the Storm. Did he think I'd ever let him? Drip, drip. Blood continued to drip from the swordsman as he hung in my grasp. With a flick of my wrist, he finally went limp. I let go, allowing his body to fall to the ground with a thud, and then looked over at the archer, who was flat on the ground staring up at me. Please don't kill me. I'm different from those guys. I didn't want to do it. They tricked me into it. I'm not lying. The archer, the only survivor of his team, was now at my feet, begging for his life. Shing. Aner lifted her sword, causing the archer to let out a shriek of terror. I have information. Information. I raised my hand, signaling for Aner to stop. The archer must have felt a glimmer of hope at the sight, as he immediately tried to strike a deal. If I tell you, then, please swear that you'll spare me. Swear. What a ridiculous guy. As I stood there grinning, Aner raised her voice and complained. Bjorn, It would be better to just kill this guy already. Stop. Calm down. She went silent. All right, I swear on it. If I think the information you give me is worth it, I'll spare your life, I calmly agreed. Even though I was telling him what he wanted to hear, the archer still looked hesitant. Perhaps he was trying to decide whether to believe me or not. However, he didn't hesitate for long. Since you're a baron, you must be telling the truth. Apparently, he was convinced that someone of my status wouldn't be able to go back on my word all that easily. Hurry up and tell me what you know. The archer slowly opened his mouth at my prompting, unable to hide his nerves. The wizards. Wizards? What do they have to do with anything? Some of the wizards, he continued when I leveled him with a glare to get his ass in gear, are making requests through the black market. They've increased the payout for anyone who brings them barbarian hearts. What the hell? Is that it? Pardon. The archer froze at my displeased response. What did he want me to do with that? What he told me wasn't valuable at all. He hadn't offered any insight on why this was happening, let alone given me any information about who these alleged wizards were. Plus, even if he gave me a list of names, I couldn't exactly go and punish these people without evidence. If that's all you have, it's time to end this. Before I could finish my sentence, he quickly cut me off. I have more, your lordship. Oh, on the black market, there is also a bounty for your heart. What? Surprised by this new information, I asked for more details. It seemed a bounty for my heart was currently set at 2 billion stones. The identity of the person who put out the request, however, was somehow unknown. The black market. Noticing the thoughtful look on my face, the archer quickly took advantage of the moment to try and appeal to me. So, what do you think? Was this information of enough assistance to you, your lordship? Oh, that? It was undoubtedly valuable information. In fact, this was the first I'd ever heard of it since I didn't have any connections to the black market. I would definitely look further into it when I returned to the city. However, I had more pressing business to take care of right now. No, not at all. It's time to end this. If I said it wasn't good enough, what was he going to do about it? That is not what you promised. What was this bastard going on about? Slam. I planted my foot on his head, and the archer began to squirm frantically. I didn't feel any sympathy for him nor any guilt about breaking my promise to him. Promises are made with people. With that, I pushed down. Squash. Upon dealing with the last one, we went around and took their equipment and backpacks, putting them in our subspaces. It wouldn't be worth much, but it would be perfect karma if we put it toward the barbarians' funds for our young warriors. Splat. I turned around at the strange squelch just in time to see Aner driving her greatsword into one of the corpses. What are you doing, Aner? Can't you tell? I'm taking out their hearts. I stared at her in confusion. We need to show them, right? That if they are aiming for our hearts, they should be ready to risk their own. So she wanted to use them to send a message? I'll be quick, so don't worry about me. With that, Aner went back to work. She cut out the hearts of the 2 corpses that weren't splatted into pieces, then placed their bodies on a nearby rock like an art exhibit. Alright, I'm done. Let's get going. Bjorn, are we going to go and kill more of them now? I think I can do an even better job at acting now. The way she was acting now was scary enough already. Day 4, Day 5, Day 6. After our first successful catch, time flew by. We continued to wander around the crystal cave, barely resting. As the days passed, we got even better at fishing for plunderers. We started paying attention to the finer details, such as smearing goblin blood on ourselves. We also gathered as many rank 9 mana stones as we could to make it seem like our bags were full and worth looting. It would have been nice to have a few cuts and bruises on us as well, but that just wasn't possible. A wound of that size wouldn't even take a minute to heal for the 2 of us. Our efforts bore fruit, though, as before the end of the 5th day, we were able to kill another party of plunderers in a similar fashion. However, these guys were much more careful than the previous team, even secretly tailing us for a while to make sure we really were easy prey. Shit. When we searched their bags, we were met with an unpleasant sight. 4 fresh hearts lay inside, so they had already killed a few of us before we found them. Aner, calm down. As soon as we get back, I'm going to do something about this, so let's just go for now. Everyone's waiting for us. Alright. After mollifying Aner, we headed toward the center of the floor where our comrades were waiting for us. Mr. Apparently having sensed me approaching from far away, Erwan ran out to meet me, and the 3 of us walked back toward the statue together. When we got there, we quickly turned on voice control to discuss a raid. Emily, did anything happen? Of course something did. Exactly what you have feared. Then that means, people are watching us nearby. So it really did play out that way. What should we do? If they're people sent by Count Almanus, it might be dangerous to summon the Lord of the Floor with them around, Versil said, looking grim. I chuckled in response. Don't worry too much. This is all going just like I expected it would. You expected this. Of course. I purposefully went to the guild to publicize the fact that I was attempting a raid against a Lord of the Floor. It was only natural that there would be people here trying to sabotage us. Besides, I didn't actually fear this outcome to begin with. No, I was actually looking forward to it. When Versil expressed confusion as to what we were going to do now, I decided to answer her. We're going to summon the Lord of the Floor as planned. The big fish had taken the bait. Chapter 480, Big Fish, 3. There were two types of people in the world, those who cared more about the results and those who cared more about the process you used to get them. I happened to be the former. No matter the process, as long as the results were good, I was happy. In that sense, the situation we were currently in wasn't all that bad. The only thing that matters here is getting the count to drop the charges. If our audience purposefully interfered with our raid and we could prove that they were working under Count Almanus, we'd win. Our raid had been formally sanctioned by the guild. After all, did he really want news of him deliberately obstructing an official raid to spread? Forget just getting him to drop all his charges against me. I might even be able to extort money from him as well. A good thing, too, since the chances of us actually succeeding are low. This was the main reason I was mainly counting on the big fish taking the bait rather than successfully subduing the Lord of the Floor. My strategy would almost guarantee that we'd walk away from the battle alive, but there was a high chance that we wouldn't be able to land the finishing blow because of our lack of relative firepower. If one hadn't gotten the essence of Riacus last month, we wouldn't have even touched this boss. All things considered, I would say our probability of success was 20%. Although it was low, we had a big fish on the line, meaning we now had a much higher chance of walking out of here victors. A Lord of the Floor could be hunted at any time, but the situation with Count Almanus necessitated a speedy resolution. Something in the darkness is watching you. I felt a sudden chill run up my spine. It seemed the summoning conditions had been met. Everyone, keep your guard up. From here on out, he could appear at any time. We quickly assumed our positions, ready to fight at the drop of a hat. We had to convince our spectators that we were making a genuine attempt at fighting the boss once it appeared so that they'd be forced to keep watching instead of jumping in right away. Since they'll know that we are recording our raid, they'll wait for a decisive moment to show themselves. Versil, is the recording crystal working? Don't worry, I made sure to check it over several times. Alright, then I'll leave that part to you. As I quickly briefed them one last time on what to do, our surroundings started to change. Something in the darkness harbors feelings of hatred toward you. Okay, so the odds of it spawning have increased. Bjorn, don't you think it's gotten colder? Surprisingly, Einar was the first to notice a change. Well, they did say animals were the first to notice incoming natural disasters, so it stood to reason that someone with animal-like instincts would be the same. Everyone, get ready, I warned. It's going to show up any moment now. Everyone nervously readied themselves as we waited with bated breath. Tremble. Suddenly, the walls of the cave started to shake, and the dim crystals around us began to glow an intense red. Special condition, 5% faith has been met. The Lord of Terror, Dreadfear, will test the faith of these pilgrims. The Lord of Terror, Dreadfear, had finally appeared. The Lord of the Floor could be summoned so long as 5 or more people were gathered in one place after the third day, and it was easy to tell when he had spawned. Tremble. The ground started to shake. Sha. The dark caverns of the crystal cave turned red. As terror rises, your binding spell has been nullified. The binding spell connecting the party members who met the summoning conditions was deactivated. Your field of view has been limited to a radius of 2 yards. And finally, once your line of sight was limited, he would slowly approach you. Over there. We heard a noise down a passageway lit by the faint red glow. Step. Our heads immediately swiveled toward the sound, even as we maintained formation. Step. The footsteps trudged closer, each one slow like the creature's feet were getting stuck in the ground. Step. Our line of sight was now only 2 yards in any given direction. At last, the moment came when we could finally see him in the distance. Versil quickly covered her mouth to smother a revolted gasp. Since she was a wizard, she probably wasn't good at handling things like this. I've heard a tale of it before, but it really is revolting. I couldn't agree more. I had felt the same way with a corpse golem, but no matter how detailed the in-game illustration, it always paled in comparison to the real thing. The thing creeping out of the darkness in front of us was no exception. Step. Sporting a height of just over 5 feet tall, the small in stature Dreadfear, much smaller in form than Riacus, was a humanoid monster with 2 arms and 2 legs. Step. He walked on 2 feet and wielded a sword of bones. However, just because he was humanoid, that didn't mean he looked anything like one. Even zombies are technically humanoid. Dreadfear was a lot like a zombie. Actually, his silhouette looked like that of a human, but he could claim no real resemblance beyond that. Massive maggots, each the size of a thumb, squirmed across his entire body. Step. We could hear the disgusting bugs wriggling around as he drew closer. Squish. Each step sent the maggots dropping to the floor below, where they writhed on the ground before being crushed underfoot. I can see why most adventurers avoid fighting him. Amelia and Erwin were not actively nauseous like Versil was, but they didn't look unaffected either. It looked like they would rather die than have to deal with this guy. In the end, the only one who was happy was Einar. Is that him? but he looks weaker than I expected. Yet, there should be at least one character like this in every good adventure story. Haha, what's wrong with everyone? What's with those expressions? He looks like that, sure, but at least he doesn't smell. I was disgusted when I saw Dreadfear, but thinking back to the horrid stench of the corpse golem, this was in fact much better. Was it really okay to be happy just because he didn't smell, though? I had no idea. Enough fooling around. It was time to focus. Step. Once he entered our line of sight, Dreadfear stopped walking. Although he was so short that I had to look down to see him, I could feel the incredible weight of his presence radiating from that tiny body. Bail. So I decided to charge at him. After all, the best way to overcome your fears was to confront them head-on. You'd never be able to get over them if you didn't try. Kayak! He shrieked at my frontal assault and swung his longsword, though calling it a longsword was a stretch. It was practically a maggot sword at this point. Clang. That tiny body of his generated an unbelievable amount of force. I absently noted that he seemed to be on par with Ryukus in terms of physical strength, though I had a more pressing issue to worry about at the moment. Drop. Drop. The maggots that fell off his sword and body slowly began to crawl toward me and cling to my skin. Shit. In the game, it was just an aura skill. How the hell is this considered an aura? You have been infected with gnawing terror. Your spirit stat has begun to steadily decrease. Dreadfear's anger will increase in proportion to the damage you've taken. The maggots suctioned themselves to my skin, making it sting and itch. It wasn't something that any amount of physical resistance could prevent. Versil Galen has cast the rank 5 solar spell Sacred Flame. Just as planned, Versil quickly cast a buff on me. This was a core spell for getting through the first phase. Back when I sold information about how to deal with the first floor's Lord of the Floor in Ghostbusters, I had recommended using this spell. However, that wasn't to say there weren't alternatives. Whoosh. However, this was still the easiest and most effective method. If you were worried about parasites, you just had to cook them, right? Gnawing terror has been nullified. Alright, that was enough to deal with the aura. Boom. While I familiarized myself with Dreadfear's attack pattern, maggots that were each the size of a human's head began to crawl out of the walls of the cave. These were Phase 1's token mob monsters. There was no need to worry about them. Boom. Our area of effect combat specialists, Aner and Versil, were put in charge of taking care of the mob. That meant there were 2 members of our team who were still free. Nevertheless, I ordered the 2 of them to remain on standby. Emily, have they made any moves? After all, we weren't just contending with the Lord of the Floor right now. We had to keep an eye on our other enemies as well. No change yet. Looks like they are still just watching us from afar. I let out a breath. So they were planning to passively observe the entire first phase. Then, well, that made sense. From their point of view, they had no way of knowing whether or not we would succeed. Waiting for the right moment to interfere was in their best interest. Yet, I can see why they choose to go that route. Erwin, the time. First, I checked the current time. 1957. About 4 hours left till the first floor closed. It really would have been better if he spawned a little later. I decided to move on to Phase 2. They most likely wouldn't attempt to interfere at all during Phase 1. When fighting against Dreadfear, time management was key because with each phase, he got a new buff. It happens every 5 minutes during the first and second phases. Finishing the first 2 phases as quickly as possible so that he didn't get the buffs was the best course of action. Otherwise, they would stack on top of each other until the end of the raid. Emily, keep your eyes on them. Erwin, you can start now. It was time to start taking this seriously. Although Erwin was our only true DPS at the moment, it didn't feel like we were lacking in firepower by any means. Ever since Erwin got a Lord of the Floor essence, she had been on a completely different level. Erwin Fornaxi de Tertia has summoned the elemental ruler of darkness, Diklo. As soon as I gave her the okay, Erwin attacked just as planned. Boom, boom, boom. It took exactly 15 seconds for Dreadfear's first phase to come to an end. The resentment within the Lord of Terror, Dreadfear, awakens. In the brief moment after Erwin was done attacking, I saw an image that was promptly seared into my brain. Drip. Like he was shedding his skin, the maggots covering his entire body stopped moving and dropped to the floor. Even now, it was difficult to get a good look at him, as a black fog began to fill the cavern and cloak his maggot-infested form. So the first phase is over. I quickly took stock of our current situation. The last time Erwin summoned Diklo at full mana, she was able to last for 30 seconds, meaning her MP was now roughly halved. Erwin, you can rest now. Keep an eye on those guys watching us if you can. Emily, you're in. I took Erwin out of the battle so she could recover her MP and had her switch places with Amelia. Drip, drop. The maggots kept squelching to the floor. Kayak, Kiahi, Kiahi. Suddenly, the maggots began to fly out of the black fog, letting out bizarre screeches and laughs. Ew, ew. Aner shouted fearfully. Bjorn, what is this? Only then did I remember. She wasn't the type who was scared of bugs, but she was scared of ghosts. Ew, ew. Aner swung her sword through the air in a blind panic, yet even as her sword cut through the fog, she was unable to get a single hit in. You have been exposed to swallowing terror. Your spirit stat has begun to steadily decrease. Your hit rate drops significantly while the probability of attacking nearby allies increases. The second phase's aura is now in effect. Irwin, status report, nothing yet. They're still just watching. I'm sure they know that phase 1 is over, yet they're still just watching. Like I thought, we'll have to blast through this. Kayak, come on, you bastard. I'm thinking here. You have cast Iron Fortress. The effect of evolving shell has increased by 1.5 times. Unlike the first phase, I had to raise my physical resistance as much as possible. Clang. My reasoning was simple. His physical strength didn't increase all that much between phases 1 and 2, but now, this guy's attacks weren't the only ones I had to worry about. Amelia Rainwales has cast Power of the Abyss. Due to swallowing terror, Amelia Rainwales' attack has missed. In defiance of the laws of physics, Amelia's dagger suddenly flew toward me. Stab. Screw that broken aura. Seriously. Are you alright? I'm fine. Don't worry about me. In phase 2, the tank's role was extremely important. Whether long range or short range, the aura made it so that the person closest to Dreadfear had a chance of getting hit with any given attack instead. That was why it was the norm to use several tanks in a raid against him, along with a team of priests who could constantly heal them. Baal. But if you don't have teeth, you just have to chew with your gums. Yandel, I'd rather not attack when. What the hell was she talking about? I told you I'm fine. Keep attacking. I ignored Amelia's concerns as I tenaciously clung to Dreadfear. Whenever the aura's effects activated, Amelia's attack struck me instead. It wasn't a great feeling, but it couldn't be helped. The only important thing was not letting my resolve falter. And when I thought of how much pain this bastard was in thanks to her attacks, I found I could bear some friendly fire. Due to swallowing terror, Amelia Rainwales' attack has missed. Lord of Terror, Dreadfear, has cast Spread of the Plague. Now that he was using one of his skills, it was time for me to stop clinging to him and put some distance between us. The feeling of resentment deepens. This was the buff associated with phase 2. All aura effects are permanently enhanced. I sighed. Has it already been 5 minutes? We should really limit the number of buffs this guy gets in phase 2. Your special ability stat has begun to steadily decrease. I was starting to get a little impatient. The annoying thing about Dreadfear was that the longer the fight dragged on, the harder it became to deal with him. Still, this guy is a glass cannon. Amelia and Aner continued to swing their swords without worrying about their attacks accidentally hitting me. The feeling of resentment deepens. Your physique stat has begun to steadily decrease. The feeling of resentment deepens. The rate of stat reduction increases by 50%. The feeling of resentment deepens. Dreadfear's anger increases in proportion to your decrease in stats. We were finally able to move on to the next phase only after he received his 4th buff, which was pretty disheartening. I really wish we managed to at least end it on the 3rd buff. Because of that, our chances of successfully pulling off this raid had fallen even further, but I quickly shook off my disappointment. That wasn't our main objective anyway, after all. Kayak, Dreadfear let out a shriek of pain, and the black fog enveloping the area and the maggots flying around were suddenly sucked back into his body. The hatred embedded deep within the Lord of Terror, Dreadfear, has awakened. Now came the 3rd phase. Mister, they're moving. Finally, the fish on our line was making its move. Chapter 481, Big Fish, 4. There were a total of 6 people who had been watching our raid from afar like peeping toms, and each one of them was scattered around the statue in a separate location, boxing us in. So it's begun. From now on, we had just one goal, obtaining evidence that they tried to sabotage us. The icing on the cake would be any evidence pointing to Count Almanus as the mastermind behind it all. The second one took me off. A white smoke whooshed in to fill the cave. You are within range of the curtain of betrayal. The way phase 3's aura worked was simple. Your spirit stat continues to decrease. Your special ability stat continues to decrease. Your physique stat continues to decrease. The rate of stat reduction increases by 50%. Dreadfear's anger increases in proportion to your decrease in stats. In addition to the debuff supplied during the 2nd phase, there were also a few more things added to the mix. You have gone into hiding. All characters within range of the aura were forced into hiding, unable to see each other. All communication has been cut off. Our ability to talk to each other was disrupted. All damage to non-monster targets has increased by 1.5 times regardless of any resistance stats. Finally, you were at an even higher risk of accidentally hurting your own teammates. Kayak, because of this aura, standard team play was entirely out of the question during the 3rd phase. So then, how is it possible to get through a boss raid without the ability to see or communicate? Any friendly fire would only make things worse. As such, the strategy for the 3rd phase was simple. Baal. Even though no one could hear me, I let out a roar as I ran towards Dreadfear. While the characters were rendered unable to see each other, Dreadfear himself was still entirely visible. Clong. Thus, the standard strategy employed by clans fighting Dreadfear was for the tanks to attack him and hold down the fort while the priests threw out continuous AoE heals until they managed to counter the aura's effects entirely. However, we didn't have any priests, and I was the only tank. But the best part about being a shield barbarian is that even without a priest or fellow tanks, this is still possible. In fact, as long as you had the willpower to pull it off, most things were possible. That was one of the best things about being a shield barbarian. Lord of Terror, Dreadfear, has cast Indulgence. You have been moved to a random location on the map. When he forcefully teleported me away without warning, all I had to do was run back toward him. Plus, without any fellow tanks around to get in the way, I had a lower chance of running into anyone or getting tripped up. The rest of them are doing fine, right? I decided to trust that my comrades were doing their jobs. While I dealt with Dreadfear, they would go and deal with those bastards who were trying to interfere. What would be our uninvited guest's plan of action in the third phase? It was impossible to see anyone in the fog, so there was a high chance they would be targeting me since the tank's location was pretty much a given. I haven't heard anything, so they're probably doing fine, right? Either way, this wasn't the time to be letting my guard down. I'd be able to see for myself how they were doing soon enough, so I turned my attention back to Dreadfear. Clong. In theory, all you needed was determination to get through this fight, but in reality, it wasn't that simple. Although this boss was considered one of the weakest of its kind, he was still a lord of the floor. Not only that, but he was a rare evolving type monster. Your spirit stat has hit its lower limit. Status effect Fear is now active. Now that I'd been within range of the aura for a prolonged period, I received my first real debuff. Ba-dump, ba-dump, ba-dump. My heart was racing. As though I'd just come face to face with a natural predator in the wild, I felt a chill run down my spine as a tidal wave of stress endorphins flooded my brain. Even so, aside from Erwin, all of us had pretty high spirit stats, so I was confident that none of us were going to freak out and run away. But, will Erwin be okay? I was a little concerned about her, but I had to set the worry aside. Right now, my biggest issue is the second debuff. Your special ability stat has hit its lower limit. Status effect Lethargy is now active. Lethargy was one of the thousands of potential status conditions in the game. Once the debuff came into effect, you were rendered unable to regenerate MP and any skills you were using would be forcefully turned off, including any currently active skills. Giantization has been deactivated. Iron Fortress has been deactivated. Your active skills getting turned off wasn't the only problem, there was also a forced cooldown time before you could reactivate them. And on top of that, the third debuff was a major pain in the ass. Your physique stat has hit its lower limit. Status effect Exhaustion is now active. It reduced all physical stats by 30% and forced your stamina to rock bottom. Not only that, but while it was active, you consumed MP instead of energy when performing any action. Boom. As the debuffs piled up, the difficulty of this combat rose as well. Shriek. I sighed. I was no longer able to match him in terms of strength anymore, and that wasn't even the cherry on top yet. Lord of Terror, Dreadfear, has entered a state of maximum rage. Dreadfear's level of anger, which had been steadily increasing since the first phase, finally reached its peak. All damage dealt by the Lord of Terror, Dreadfear, is doubled. Dealing with his attacks was difficult enough already, but now they were on a whole other level. I could feel my bones rattling with each blow, though I was somehow able to take them. Despite the fear I was under because of the decrease in my spirit stat, the status effect didn't hinder my movements. Plus, once the cooldown timer on my skills was over, I was able to activate them again. I was even able to recharge my MP, which should have been impossible. You have cast Soul Dive. Your soul power will regenerate at a rate proportional to the amount of soul power you have consumed. Yet, with these specs, I'm more than confident that I'll be able to hold out. Kayak, Dreadfear shrieked, apparently frustrated by my tenacity. I did my best to keep him in check. Step. Suddenly, I sensed movement behind me. I never would have noticed it if I hadn't already been on high alert. Step. Like always, my body moved faster than my brain could process it as I quickly dodged to the side. Stab. A warm tingling sensation spread across my back. Thanks to the countless injuries I'd received during my time as a tank, I recognized the feeling instantly. Thankfully, it didn't hit my organs. In fact, it was hard to call it a proper injury. You have been poisoned by goblin paralysis poison. Your physique stat is over 1000. Your poison resistance stat is over 100. The poison's effects have been reduced by 99%. However, even if the damage they dealt was minor, there was no reason not to punish them for it. Whoosh! I immediately swung my hammer through the air. I couldn't hear any screams or cries of pain because of the aura, of course, but, smash! I could still feel my hammer making contact with something on the other end. Faith's light has driven out the terror within. Curtain of betrayal has been temporarily lifted. Suddenly, a bright light illuminated the dark cave. Ugh, it was time to check what kind of fish had swum into my net. The basic strategy for dealing with the third phase relied on tanks and priests. As long as the people in those roles held out, the curtain of betrayal would eventually be lifted and an opportunity to attack would come. This was our opportunity. Lord of Terror, Dreadfear, has cast defense mechanism. The moment curtain of betrayal was lifted, Dreadfear surrounded himself in a thick shell. Normally, you tried to deal as much damage as you could while he was in this state. Instead, the moment he cast defense mechanism, I turned to look at my comrades. Erwin, Amelia, Versil, Einar. Looks like they're all doing fine. And, 3, and 2. There were 3 mutilated bodies near Erwin. By Amelia, there was 1 captive and 1 corpse. Shit. I thought the plan was to capture as many of them alive as possible. Erwin killed all the people who were near her. Judging by their wounds, it didn't seem like she had made any attempt at capturing them alive, but I decided to hold my tongue. Now wasn't the time to scold her, and even at a glance, I could tell she wasn't her usual self. She was staring off blankly into space like she had lost all sense of rationality. That's probably because of fear. At least everyone else seemed relatively fine. Barbarian, how could you miss one of them? Amelia, having also taken stock of the situation, swiftly scolded Einar. I'm sorry. I tried to hold him off as much as I could, but Einar had been charged with guarding one of the 3 passageways yet had failed to fulfill her role, resulting in a sincere apology and repentant tone. However, Amelia apparently had no intention of forgiving her. It must be nice being a barbarian, she snapped, refusing to let up. You can just say sorry and all is forgiven. Hut. Einar, who had lived as a barbarian her whole life and was used to her apologies being accepted, was taken aback, and I was equally stunned. I had no idea Amelia would get so mad about a slip-up. Barbarian, because of your mistake, Yondel could have been seriously injured. You should have known that. Enough. I quickly intervened to calm Amelia down. She knows she messed up, so drop it. We'll discuss this again later. Amelia, well aware that this wasn't the time, stopped being stubborn and dropped the issue. Now, it was time for me to check what we'd caught in our net. Versil, please look after Erwin. Okay. I first had Versil take care of Erwin while I took stock of things. We ended up capturing 2 people alive. The first was the one Amelia had caught. I honestly had no idea how she was able to subdue him so perfectly despite not being able to see what was in front of her. A groan came from our second catch. It was the one Einar had missed, allowing them to slip past and attack me. The lower half of his mask was broken into pieces like it had borne the brunt of a blow from a hammer, and blood flowed out from under it. So that's why I felt such a satisfying crack. As soon as he made eye contact with me, he fell backward like a bug. Was he trying to run away or something? Step. In 3 large steps, I closed the distance with a terrified man and then swung my hammer down exactly 4 times. He didn't need his limbs to have a friendly conversation, right? Crack. Alright, that should do. I'll hand the interrogation over to Amelia now. As for the other one, he seemed to have already been fully subdued, so I figured I didn't need to break his bones. For now, all the necessary measures had been taken. Emily, take those 2 and move them somewhere else. Are you really going to keep fighting that thing? What other choice do we have? It was impossible to escape from the Lord of Terror. Plus, if those 2 were here with us when we defeated him, the special condition wouldn't trigger. This was the best call. Still, the probability of us succeeding is low. I would say it was around 5%, give or take. Well, something around that ballpark. Not only did the boss get 4 buffs during the second phase, but we still hadn't done any damage to it during this phase. We've practically already failed. Our survival was guaranteed either way, though, so I wasn't particularly concerned. If we were able to pull off the raid, that would be great. But even if we couldn't, as long as Amelia's interrogation went well, we would achieve our main goal. Yondel, be careful. Yeah, see you later. Before the curtain of betrayal fell again, Amelia left the battlefield. Shortly after, the bright light filling the cave disappeared. The terror within has driven out the light. Curtain of betrayal has been reactivated. It was time to continue the raid. Down a pathway a short distance away from the monument, where the raid first began, Amelia lit a torch and hung it up on the wall, ready to begin her interrogation in earnest. She slowly pulled on her white gloves and organized the tools she prepared beforehand. She then rifled through her prisoners' belongings to see if they were holding onto anything that would be helpful for the interrogation. Once upon a time, she had hated doing such tasks. However, today, it felt different for some reason. It's better this way. Bjorn Yondel was surprisingly soft about things like this. And in life, you always needed at least one person who did these jobs. You won't get anything out of me, the incapacitated man hissed. His eyes are light with determination. Amelia didn't bother responding. There was no point in having a conversation with someone like him. He must be terrified. She knew from experience that people like him were usually the first to squeal. Sure enough, the other guy didn't even let out a groan during his interrogation, while this one screamed as loud as he could. However, despite interrogating them for however long, she didn't ask them any questions. Kill me. At long last, he uttered those words, signaling that he had reached his breaking point and wanted to be freed. Amelia took that as her sign to finally launch into her questions. Are you married? Do you have children? What was the last meal you had before entering the labyrinth? The questions were all minor ones unrelated to his identity. The man slowly let his guard down as he answered each of them one by one. If nothing else, he wasn't being tortured so long as he was responding. Amelia then slowly and patiently increased the difficulty level of the questions. She finally asked him for his name. "Tell me, what is your name?" However, upon hearing the answer, she unconsciously flinched. Delvine, Hans Delvine. Hans? Wait a minute, that name is... That was the same name Yandel was so afraid of, the name he treated like the plague, the name of people who should always be killed on the spot. She had never believed in his superstitions. In fact, she always thought that side of him was rather cute, but still. Will things really be okay? For reasons she couldn't explain, she suddenly felt uneasy. Chapter 482, Big Fish, 5. As soon as Curtain of Betrayal was reactivated, I could no longer see my comrades next to me. Crack! The shell surrounding Dreadfear slowly started to crack apart as he re-emerged. It was almost like his skin was now covered in wax. His face lacked any recognizable human facial features besides a single large eye smack dab in the center, and his body was eerily disproportionate. He was holding his bone sword in his hands, and for a moment, it looked the same as it did before he cast defense mechanism. His feelings of hatred deepened. However, his defensive state ended with him gaining a buff. This is where luck played a clear role. The memories held in his bones grow more vivid, so he got the attack buff. Scrape. Dreadfear's sword grew sharper as he dragged it against the rough terrain. Of the 5 buffs that he could receive during the 3rd phase, this was the one that affected his weapon. We'll have to be more careful from here on out. Since he had received a damage-enhancing buff, I decided to adjust our battle strategy a bit. Clang. Like before, I focused on using my shield to block his attacks, but I now had to make sure that not a single hit landed on my body. There was a reason his weapon buff was so tricky to deal with. A sharp thorn penetrates your body. Your soul power will be continuously drained. His buffed sword was capable of absorbing MP, and the rate of absorption only grew the more damage you took. Beyond that, however, there was an even more critical effect. The hatred within Lord of Terror, Dreadfear, rises in proportion to the stolen MP. Regardless of whether his weapon, armor, or eyeball got buffed, every buff available in the 3rd phase directly increased his hatred stat. When it maxed out, he then gained a buff that was extremely troublesome. If his hatred gets that high, I should just call the raid off. If things reach that point, failing the raid would be the least of our concerns. We would have to worry about surviving it. Whoosh. Since I couldn't block his attacks, I avoided them instead. Step. When I stepped back to dodge, I tried to make full use of the wide terrain while also being wary of my unseen comrades in the fog. Lord of Terror, Dreadfear, has cast Inner Mirror. You suffer damage in proportion to the reduction in your spirit stat. This wasn't an ability I could dodge. All I could do was take the hit with a bloody cough. Lord of Terror, Dreadfear, has cast Memory of the Dead. Thanks to the help of our wizard, Versil, I at least didn't have to worry about the bombs floating in the air like bubbles. Versil Gallon has cast the rank 6 summoning spell Doll of Life. By summoning various dummies all over the place, she was able to stop the bombs from reaching us. Kayak, I lost track of how long we poured our blood, sweat, and tears into this fight. Any moment now, Faith's light has driven out the terror within. Curtain of Betrayal has been temporarily lifted. Just as I was thinking it was about time, a white light burst forth, filling the dark cave as Dreadfear shrieked in pain and hid himself in his shell like before. Lord of Terror, Dreadfear, has cast defense mechanism. If we once again failed to break through that shell, he would get another buff, and that would only make this raid all the more difficult. However, I wasn't too worried about that possibility. Erwin. Why should I be? When Erwin was practically on the verge of obtaining her final form, Erwin Fornaxi de Tertia has summoned the elemental ruler of darkness, Diklo. It was time to move on to the last phase. When you carried out a raid with 30 or so adventurers, the Lord of Terror, Dreadfear, didn't give you much of a reward. The boss was generally avoided for that reason and only hunted by clans who wanted to ascend the ranks. However, there was a little-known fact about this raid, though with the way it had spread throughout the city like a heroic tale of old, it was more of an open secret. If you managed to beat it with 5 people, you get an incredible reward. Of course, there were 2 things wrong with that rumor. First, you didn't need exactly 5 people, you simply needed 5 or fewer, and the reward isn't actually all that incredible. The reward wasn't much different from any other reward. Still, there was a reason the rumors had ended up being so exaggerated. If you succeed, this will be the 10th time since the era of the last great sage. Very few parties had succeeded at clearing the boss with 5 people, and every single one that had managed it was made up of incredible individuals who left their mark on history. The Abyss Seeker, Liminin, the King of the Elves, Armella, the Slayer of Sea Dragons, my Elmarin. There was one thing that all these people, all of whom were considered great adventurers in their own right, had in common. They sparked a wealth of interest in conquering the Lord of Terror, Dreadfear. Despite that, despite countless adventurers following in their footsteps and summoning him so as to record their own names in the history books, those great few were the last to ever succeed. I mean, that's a given. How are you supposed to defeat a boss monster on the first try? The only reason I knew how to beat it was because I'd played through the game countless times and tested various strategies. Games in reality were fundamentally different. Failing in the game just meant a game over screen, but failing in reality was a permanent ending. If I hadn't had unlimited attempts to get it right, I would have died alongside those would-be history makers. How could you learn anything if there was no such thing as a second chance? I wonder how those before me were able to defeat it. What kind of strategy did they use? Was it the same as mine? Or did they just dominate the proverbial playing field with overwhelming specs? I had no way of knowing. Every team that has succeeded before kept silent about their strategy. I just can't wrap my head around it. It was the nature of adventurers to monopolize high-level information instead of disclosing it to the public. However, nobles were a different story. Not only were they willing to make a map of the 6th floor and distribute it to adventurers for free, but they even generously released information about the 10th floor, which was previously completely unknown. So why would they keep something like this a secret? Well, that's not something I need to worry about right now. Or, should I? A sudden unease crept over me. Crack, crack. The defense mechanism cast by Lord of Terror, Dreadfear, has crumbled. While I was contemplating the strange feeling I was getting, the thick shell surrounding Dreadfear abruptly cracked apart and black fog spilled out. Stop. I hurriedly yelled out to Erwin. It would just be a waste of MP to attack him in this state. We had to save as much of it as we could. Good work. You must be exhausted. Thank you, everyone. Come together. I waved my comrades over to me as we all got in formation. Kayak. From the black fog, there was a loud screeching noise, like nails on a chalkboard. The fog gradually dissipated as a bright red glow seeped through the cracked shell. That's a scary look. I took a deep breath and met his eye. Lord of Terror, Dreadfear, senses a great threat in you. The 4th phase had begun. This would be the crux of our raid. Stomp, stomp. Dreadfear slowly rose from his cracked shell, then stepped forward. At first, it was maggots, then it was black fog. Then he looked more like a regular person who was covered in a layer of wax. Stomp. But during the 4th phase, you could see red veins through his white skin. His body was frail and bony, exposing his ribs, arms, and legs. Long gray hair tumbled from his head, and his face now sported 2 eyes, a nose, and a mouth. Unfortunately, they weren't in their normal positions. Rather, it looked as if they had been randomly placed on his face. This guy definitely wasn't human. He was just a humanoid monster. Squish. The eyeball underneath his chin started to roll around. Glug. Blood poured out from the hole where his right eye should have been. Screech. The bone sword he held in his hand scraped across the floor with a hair-raising wail. Stomp, stomp. A mysterious, sticky liquid squished under his feet as he walked slowly toward us before coming to a stop. His misplaced eyes bored into us. Kai. Suddenly, his mouth dropped open with a shriek that came from where his nose should have been. There are 5 or fewer characters in the surrounding area. Special condition, old memories has been met. The terror within the Lord of Terror, Dreadfear, has revived. We met the conditions for attempting to clear the raid with 5 or fewer people. The fragmented memories have scattered. They begin to twist around the surrounding area. Now, all we had to do was go to a special map that only parties with 5 or fewer players could enter. Once we cleared the raid there, then we would. Flash. A sudden burst of light blinded me. When I finally opened my eyes, I froze. What is this? Where are we? We were in a map I had never seen before. You have been affected by goblin paralysis poison. Special condition, distorted memories has been met. You are now being transported to Pilgrim's Cave. Hans Delvine. The name rendered Amelia mute, worry and wariness creeping up her spine. She didn't let it linger for long, though. This isn't a big deal. He had confidently told her that there was nothing to worry about with this raid. I should just focus on my job. So she shook off her concerns and concentrated on the interrogation. It would be a pain if he decided to stop talking right after she managed to pry his mouth open. Where do you live? District 9. Have you ever met Count Alminus? I haven't. She kept asking questions, and whenever she felt he was lying to her, she quietly tortured him more. They cycled through this pattern several times before he finally cracked. I am not lying. I was just offered the job through the black market. I don't know anything else. I don't know who made the request, either. She instinctively realized that he was telling the truth. Interrogating him any further wouldn't provide any more information, so I didn't manage to find a connection with Count Alminus in the end. She sighed. Yandel would definitely be disappointed to hear about this. Depression hung over her like a cloud for a moment, but she was an expert at reining in her emotions. It was a shame, but it couldn't be helped. Rather than wasting any more time on these useless feelings, she decided to do something productive. Amelia headed back over to her prisoner's belongings to double-check whether she had missed anything earlier, and as she was searching through them, she came across something peculiar. A paralyzing poison? The weapon he used to stab Bjorn had been poisoned. From the taste of it, it seemed to be a low-level goblin poison. But why? The more she thought about it, the more confused she became. Such a low-level poison wouldn't do anything to someone with such high resistance. So then, why would they even bother using it to begin with? Especially when there were so many better alternatives they could have used instead. Why did you use the goblin paralysis poison? Paralysis poison. The obvious confusion in the man's voice only made her more uneasy. I never used that. I don't understand what you're asking. Amelia whipped around to face the other man. He had maintained his silence for the entire interrogation, not saying a single word. The sight of him staring out into space with resignation in his eyes immediately raised red flags in her mind. She rushed over to check his weapons only to find the poison coating their blades. Flash. There was a sudden burst of light from the area where the battle was taking place, and a moment later, the cave went dead silent. That meant that her comrades had moved on to the next stage. She quickly summoned a duplicate of herself to check the empty cave and the 4 corpses lying inside. A quick examination of their weapons revealed that they were also coated with the same goblin poison. Is it a coincidence? Impossible. Something is going on. Upon instinctively realizing that something sinister was at work here, Amelia grabbed the silent man by the collar. Answer me. Why did you use goblin poison on your weapons? He hadn't so much as groaned during the horrific torture she put him through, and he certainly wasn't answering her now either. Shank. Amelia pulled out her dagger and held it flush to the man's neck. Drip. Blood drips down his throat. Yet still, he didn't flinch in the slightest. However, his expression had shifted ever so subtly away from his previous resignation. You? Amelia sneered. Who are you? The man finally opened his mouth for the first time. I wonder, he chirped carefreely. Amelia went to press her dagger even harder against his neck when, fling, her dagger was sent flying back by an unknown force. Step. The man stood up from where he had been lying on the ground. I see that he has good comrades around him. I can't believe you were willing to go that far to interrogate me. But more than that, I can't believe you actually started to catch on. That attitude will be of great help to him on the rest of his journey. Amelia couldn't even begin to comprehend the implications of that response. Her mouth went dry as she swallowed. Who are you? What is your goal? Seeing as you're worried about him even in a situation like this, I guess that means you're not likely to betray him, the man judged, giving Amelia an evaluating look. A smirk lit his face as he added, Don't look at me like that. I'm just helping his fate move in the right direction. She didn't respond. Did you know? Bjorn Yondell has a rather interesting fate ahead of him. It seems he's someone who becomes stronger by experiencing hardship. The man patted Amelia on the shoulder. For example, what if that wizard didn't die in the labyrinth that day? Do you think he would have ever become such a great hero? Someone like him, whose top priority is his own survival. No, it couldn't be. The man laughed. So don't worry. I'm sure he'll come back completely fine this time as well. Amelia tightened her grip on the dagger in her hand, ready to attack him the moment she felt she could catch him by surprise. Why are you telling me all of this? She asked, still searching for that perfect opening. The reason I'm being so generous is simple, but she would never find that opening. Amelia rain wails. His clear voice rang in her ears. You've fallen for illusion magic in the past, haven't you? Sleep well. The man's fingertips gently poked her forehead.